setting sun? Is a smoking gun? Is a four-letter word? I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw. Is a broken jaw? Is a burning bridge? Move your hips. A king-size bed was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph.
Русский военный корабль. Предлагаю сложить оружие и сдаться. Русский военный корабль, иди нахуй.
Слава Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великой страны.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння, різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пихцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Hello, chat. Hello, hello. Oh, I have Noise MC up. The song that he wrote about wanting the swans to dance again. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but yeah. Hi guys. I
I'm
know there's
familiar with the
Hmm?
performance. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm familiar with the performance. That songwriter and MC, but I'm uncultured, so I don't listen to him.
oh, okay.
Unfortunately,
I mean, I haven't like I just heard that song in particular, just that whole thing about like I just want to watch ballet, let the swans dance, which is basically, a call for the basically they want Putin to die and Swan Lake to be shown on TV for like however X number of days or whatever. Like in the old days, I guess that's the thing, and apparently that song is banned, and people who were performing it out on the streets got arrested and stuff. Or I'm sorry, not just people, but there was a particular Russian like she was
Naoko,
a singer who got arrested. I don't know if
a
like the
cover group,
random
a cover group in
uh
St. Petersburg.
it might have been in St. Petersburg. I'm not sure. But apparently there were multiple
Yep.
people who who wanted to sing that, who went out and sang that song, or like there were young Russians who were rising up or whatever. But anyway, hello chat. Today I have someone who messaged me who is a Russian who lives in Russia, and he's here to talk to me about Russia. Um, and maybe about Russia and the Ukraine and the war and all that as well too. But or the special military operation. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Uh, but because it doesn't matter if you don't call it a war. What matters is also it's not like the KGB is listening. Um, or I'm sorry, is it the KGB or the FSB?
Technically the FSB, but even more accurately, it would be like the RKN, the basically Ofcom of our lands. The
Okay.
people who like block the internet and memes, like it's whatever.
All right. I guess we'll start with like you can if you want to introduce yourself. I believe you said you had a Substack, and I can link that and pin it in chat. It looked like there was some interesting stuff there on the Substack. Um, but
Uh,
yeah, go on.
I mean, I deeply appreciate the self promo right away. My name is Arthur. I'm a first generation immigrant here. I went to like a good school, and then something happened, as we say. I don't know what happens. Like something. And my life really changed in 2022, and I've managed to kind of find my feet working at the Red Cross, and not like with the actual victims or whatever, just teaching people first aid, and that's a thing, I guess.
Okay.
It's been not fun. So in my kind of bashing heads against the wall, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just consume media, and then eventually I got fed up with that, and I was like, I'm gonna start making stuff that's better, that I would want to see in the world for people who are like in the West and don't know much about like Russia specifically, right? And your media, unfortunately, just doesn't do a good enough job of communicating nuance. And it might be just a human condition thing, but c'est la vie. We should try. So I wrote like a couple of pieces and I put them on Substack like a year ago, and they, in different ways, like interact between what like the American internal politics are doing and how it affects stuff you would never think about in the West. Like, how would Trump doing his attacks on big law and like the universities and stuff affect Russian federal budgets and how that goes to the war? I build that chain of logic specifically. Um, so yeah, there. It's like 1,500 words, 2,000 words, something like that, of very dry, very autistic, very boring, policy wonky stuff that I'm decently proud of. But my current thing that I'm chipping away at is trying to calculate how much the war has cost in total. You may have heard during the Republican 2015 primary debates, people were like, the war in the Middle East cost us like $2 trillion, right?
Yeah.
It's a fine number to throw out as a headline, but I want to do kind of the same thing, but bottom up, and like do the math. It's like, oh, the war in Ukraine cost us, I don't know, $500 billion or whatever. So that's nowhere near like written, but I can talk to you about the in kind of free flowing narrative form if that's interesting to you.
I mean, it is kind of a little bit. I'm kind of curious about that because people continuously say over and I'm also curious because that you are there, and so I guess I have some questions about certain things. How much have you traveled, like since 2022, or how much have you been to other parts of Russia? Um, or like have you seen like what it's like there? Because I hear that in Russia life is very different outside the cities in comparison, or that Moscow is like a whole different world compared to maybe Moscow and St. Petersburg, a whole different world compared to the rest of the country, in terms of what people have and what they don't have.
Moscow and St. Petersburg are literally different continents from the
No.
rest of Russia.
Oh, are
That's
they?
true. Well, no, like sorry, proverbially,
Yeah,
literally, like
I
as an
know.
intense.
Okay. So it's that's not incorrect. Okay, go on.
Yeah, I haven't traveled outside of those two since the war started, but I have been to outside of. Wait, no, that's a lie. I went to Sochi. It was fine, but also Sochi is like an enclave for rich people, basically. Which from memory, it's like about as south as New York. Just as a random aside, which is kind of
Okay.
interesting.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, Sochi was where the Olympics were, so I imagine it must be like quite a nice place. Although I understand that countries always put in shitloads of resources when it's time for Olympics to come to whichever city they want to hold them in. And I don't know if that sticks around after it's over. So, um, yeah, but it's Sochi was probably always a really nice place, I would guess, or
yeah, it the infrastructure did stick around. At least the big stadiums did. Um, the airport did, but it's it's fine. Point here being, I haven't been able to touch like the more rural, more underground, more kind of true, as it were, more heartland parts of Russia. But stuff here is just way the fuck more expensive. And you can't really escape the imagery of the war either. In that you might be just walking down the street and you see a billboard with like um, recruitment bonuses. Or here it's like first year comp, which includes the sign on bonus and your salary. And it's like a big number.
hmm.
But you know, in that sense, that's kind of the extent of it. Sometimes you get police escorts, or not escorts, like cordons sectioning off the metro stations, which I know to like the Americans in the audience, this is a foreign concept. There's a thing where instead of people driving cars all by themselves, there's like a big car sometimes. It might go underground even, right? And you have many people going to that car and like drives you places. It's very nice. But
Hey,
yeah,
now if you live in New York, they know about the subway, but I understand what you mean. I used to live in a city that had a really nice public or that has a nice public transit system here in Canada, so I yeah, I understand about that. Although obviously nothing could compare to like the public transit in Germany is amazing. And so I would imagine probably that the public transit in Moscow is probably pretty good too. Or like I don't know how it compares to other European cities, but I would assume that it is. I know that the metro stations in Moscow are beautiful, the insides of them. Um, but
it's
yeah.
not just the inside, it's the whole system.
Hmm.
Not to derail us into a not just bikes episode, but if there was one thing that I had to praise in Russia, it would be the public transit. A second, relatively distant second, would be public education. But, or, well, that would have been up until recent events, but, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
still,
Yeah. I watched the
tangents
film.
aside,
Oh yeah, go on. Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I watched the film Mr. Nobody Against Putin about the school teacher who took all that footage about like the extent to which they were propagandizing to kids and stuff in like very small communities. But that was in I can't remember the name of the town that it's set in. It's like near Chelyabinsk. It's like up in there, a very small town, and apparently it's like the most toxic part of Russia or something, because it's built on like a steel or a I think it's like a steel mill or something, and obviously yeah, it's not like a apparently it's not a very healthy place to live, but lots of people live there and they kind of get on just fine. But yeah, so I don't know if that was an interesting thing. Now that being said, I don't know that like, I mean, you said you used a VPN, so it's so I don't know if I should even be saying that, but in any case,
It's
uh
whatever. Don't worry about it.
yeah, so I guess like do you find that you say everything's really expensive or more expensive in the city? Do you have you noticed a huge difference since all the sanctions kicked in? Because that's one thing I often hear is the sanctions aren't doing anything, or are they not touching the big cities as much maybe as maybe the rest of the country?
Well, it's hard to disaggregate the effects of sanctions specifically from the war itself. But let me just give you some examples here. Because I was asked this more than a few times. So I did some digging and just going kind of day in the life of style. My toothpaste gained 80% between 2021 and 2025. My breakfast is like double. I need a VPN, obviously, which I didn't need to before. That's like 40 euros a year in my specific case. The public transit stuff, even though, as I said, the metro here is good and it's actually like legitimately improving, that went from 50 rubles, which is like roughly half a dollar ish. More accurately, would be like 50 euro cents, right? To now 75. So 50%. Then, blah, blah, blah. Eating out went from, like 15 bucks to more like 30 something, like tripled ish.
Ooh, okay.
This is all not good. But you could say, fine, but maybe your wages have changed. That's reasonable. Except my wages have not been indexed even. I haven't gotten a promotion. I haven't gotten anything, despite being like top of my department. And they've stayed flat for years. Not good. I'm saving on rent a lot because I live with my parents, but that would be like 60 to 80% of my salary. The rent would be. So, I mean, not good. Previously,
Yeah. Yeah.
100K a month, which is what I make, would be okay living.
Oh,
Not
100,000
no excesses.
rubles, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay, okay. I keep forgetting the exchange
not
rate is
dollars.
crazy right now. Yeah, of course. Okay, go ahead.
But that hasn't changed since that specific comp hasn't changed since like 2021, since like before I went into the Red Cross. Like that position's comp hasn't changed. So, you know,
Okay, so people are feeling the sanctions, it sounds like is what you're saying. Is there do people express frustrations about that or do they just kind of carry on and like yeah,
the disaggregation between sanctions and just war costs is not clear. I would mostly put it on the war.
mhm.
People who are more pro Putin would be like, "Oh, it's all the bad people somewhere over there."
Oh, like
and
NATO
it's
and
annoying
yeah.
because they would shift around who is the they, who is like how that mechanism occurs. So they would, if they would grumble, they would be like, oh, it's the bad boyars, not the czar, or that kind of logic. And it would never be down to either Putin or the war. Or it might be like, yeah, stuff's not good, but them's the times. Um, we didn't choose this. This was a forced hand kind of move. Um, but it really like depends on what your political persuasion is. Because fellow like opposition people like me would be like, yeah, obviously this is all war. This is not good. Normies and pro Putin people would be like, I don't know. They might not even. Sorry, let me just think how I would phrase this to a person who has less context than me. There might be a section of the population that doesn't connect the inflation that like materially exists to a feeling. Does that make sense?
Uh, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is that apart from like the pro-Putin and opposition people, there seems to be the impression that I get is that in Russia there's a lot of, I guess, political apathy, or that like people kind of just don't care. I don't know how true that is, or how true that is in your experience, but like, would you say that that's generally the case, or do you think, is your impression that a lot of people support Putin, or do they people just kind of put their heads down and don't care, or like just kind of want to get on with their lives and hope it'll all be over soon, or what have you?
I'm gonna answer from kind of a detour, but hopefully it'll connect and like make more sense that way.
Okay.
Would you say that a lot of people in the US currently support ICE?
Um, Probably not. Or I'd say it's probably 50-50, or at least 40% do, or whatever. Because I guess if they're hardcore Republicans, they do, but otherwise, I don't think so. Um, I mean, obviously there's a segment of the American population that's very complicated, or that's apathetic about, or doesn't care, or doesn't really pay attention to popular, or to yeah, someone in chat said, yeah, like I think 40 some percent of Americans want to abolish ICE. So yeah. um
That's fine, but then I would surmise that there are only like 20-ish% who are like supportive of ICE. Not in the general, we should have immigration controls, or, well, I don't know, I don't really follow this kind of stuff, but like actually sit
oh,
down and say, yes,
you mean
I
like
chose ICE. Yeah.
the most hardcore, oh my god, those people were domestic terrorists who deserve to get killed, like those kinds of people. Yeah, yeah, I think 20 some percent is probably right, because that number tends to correspond with the most hardcore of the Republican base, and those people tend to support every single thing that Donald Trump does, including the ICE stuff, and they tend to not like immigration, so they would support ICE even though ICE is going really crazy right now. Yeah.
I
Okay, go
would
on.
I would say the same applies here. As in, there's only like 10 to 20% of people who actively like support the war, right? And the people who are not opposition and not pro-war, the what Vlad Vaxler calls the depoliticized blob in the middle, those people, they might have a vague sense of things not going well. Some might not even, might not consciously even process that this kind of feeling is something that they're experiencing. But they would struggle very much to connect it to the war.
Okay.
It's kind of like you might walk through a dark alley and it might be like a sense of unease. You can't even put your finger on why. But then if you're in a dark alley, you could conceivably say, oh, well, this is why. I'm walking through a place where I think there might be danger. And in this case, people are just like, if I say that there's some danger, my entire identity needs to change. And people are not ready for that.
Okay. I think that okay, yeah, because then maybe they might feel like they have to do something or like stand up and say something, and it seems like that is not, because there's been a lot of talk about the fact that people in Russia aren't really going out and doing anything or like protesting or whatever. Although there have been protests. I think weren't there protests at the beginning, like in Moscow in particular? If I recall correctly, was that not a thing? I know that there's been other outspoken protests, like that lady who came on TV and held up that sign behind the newsreader and things like that.
Yeah, those things did happen. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, but those things are, I guess, pretty rare, and it seems like that ties into what you're saying about the amount of like about the fact that people don't really want to connect these two, like the bad stuff in their lives with the war, because then they might have to face up to what's going on or whatever. It sounds like they mostly just don't want to think about it. um which, yeah. um
Mhm.
hmm Okay. Now, you were saying that there's kind of like a level of nuance that you wanted to connect. What do you feel like people in the United States opinions that they might have or what have you about, Russia and everything? Like obviously I don't like the war or Putin or any of that stuff too, but watching that movie Mr. Nobody Against Putin, it did make me feel, and like, that guy, he supports the democracy movement and he has I think the blue and white flag. He hung it in his office and stuff. Which I guess speaks to what you were saying about the fact that sorry, chat, before he came on here, he mentioned that people don't get targeted unless you're somebody, like unless you like actually have influence or you go viral or whatever. Otherwise they probably don't care that much. That might change in the future, I don't know, but right now it seems like that's the case. Which is kind of demonstrated this conversation, like you're calling it a war and stuff. It's not like you're being spied on here. But yeah, I guess like what are the nuanced sorts of things? Because I feel kind of bad. Like I feel like Putin is kind of like fucked your country up considerably, and it sucks. But yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Go
obviously.
ahead.
I have like 3 threads I want to pull on and tell me which one of those is going to be most interesting.
Okay.
Thread 1 is the kind of general public conception of, I think they're called unitary versus non-unitary actors. So when we speak about foreign relations, we're like, the United States did a thing, or the Russian Federation did a thing, or Israel did a thing. Well, it's not really true. It's like a specific speaker may have said a thing, or maybe a military unit did a thing, etc., right? You see what the delineation that I'm making there?
Oh, you mean like saying the people? You mean like somebody in a country did a thing, or Putin did a thing, as opposed to Russia as a whole did a thing? Is that what you mean? Like in the
Yeah.
sense that people will often lump in, or they will say like Russians in general. Yeah, I mean,
No, no. There's a
okay.
like this is one thread, right? So I'll just
Okay, what's the
clarify
other
what that is
threads?
and move
Okay.
on to the next one.
Okay.
The in Russian Telegram and like Twitter, you may have seen the towers of the Kremlin. I'm translating loosely here, but like there are different interests even within the government that don't necessarily operate as a whole with a single will. Normally, you would expect this kind of thing to be a whole of government approach, right? And that's very difficult to achieve. So the most recent example of this is banning Telegram. And then everyone in the mill blogger sphere was like, no, this is terrible. We're going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, I saw that.
This,
Yeah.
you wouldn't predict this if you thought that the Russian state was like a unitary actor,
Oh, I
which
see
it's
what
not.
okay.
And
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you the Russian state is not a monolith is basically what you're at. Yeah, okay. I understand. What are the other threads?
second thread has to do with liberalism, which is kind of a pet theory of mine, that I think there's a lot to be said about liberals failing. And that's kind of not really a fight I want to have, but like sort of a conversation that I want to seed in people's brains. In like DGG, in you put yourself out as a liberal.
Yes.
So you will probably move closer in the direction of Russia during the years of Trump, just because he acts in a similar way, and Russian-owned forces in like the information space do back him up, right? So some similar pressures that acted upon Russian society in like 90s, 2000s, even 2010s will be acting upon you in the future. And there's no way to convince either pro-Putin people or pro-Trump people with facts and logic. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. I mean, yeah, this is a conversation that I have had before and that I have been exposed to because this is something we argue about a lot. I've actually seen hell, there was another video that I watched from that NFKRZ guy, the no fuckers dude, the guy who ran away from Russia. He's a Russian YouTuber, and he made a video about I think it was called like I'm Russia, I'm scared for America or something. And like he was talking about the extent to which that it looked like America is now starting to look the way that Russia looked like I guess in the late 90s or early 2000s, in the direction that it was going in terms of like the erosion of various freedoms and stuff, and the way that certain people view things, in particular people who are rabidly pro-Trump or pro-Putin or whatever. Yeah, I'm assuming that that is what you are going at there. And I'm guessing you think that liberalism has kind of failed to deal with this problem.
In a way, it's not like liberalism inherently can't. It's that liberals as people and like the contingent things that kind of developed in history developed kind of wrongly, so that this kind of identity problem arose. So that's like the second thread. There was a third one
Yes,
that I
what's the
forgot.
third one? Oh shit. um I'm curious for you to expand a little bit on that first thing that you said, although I think I kind of understand. That was something that I thought was really interesting because I did hear about the mill bloggers losing their minds when Russia banned Telegram, and the extent to which it seemed like fuck, what's his name? The Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson guy, I think it was him. He was saying stuff about how Telegram it like isn't really that useful, or like disconnecting it surely won't have any impact on like frontline soldiers. But it seemed like he was just like the level of out of touch was kind of crazy. Yeah, I kind of get that impression too. And I think Igor Girkin got arrested. I think it might have been last year for being too outspoken against the way the war was being fought, or like he was going way too far in like how mad he got about the war. Um, yeah, if you want, you can pull on that first thread. I'm interested in that.
Um, yeah. The idea here is that normally, as I said kind of at the outset, people who are not deep into a subject tend to view I guess, the word that denotes like a group of actors as like a representative of like a monolith thing, because it's, one word, one thing. So in geopolitics, it's fine kind of to view it at this top line level for casual conversation. But if you want to like actually understand things, and if you actually follow Russian news, which you do, because I would not expect anyone to be like, "Oh, the Peskov said this like last week," but a relatively contained story. You should distinguish between the various actors and their kind of internal motivations for more, I don't know, long-term objectives. For instance, the RKN, Roskomnadzor, which is basically the FCC or Ofcom,
Oh yeah.
the body
Heard a lot about those guys. Go on.
that manages communications, they have been instituted a while ago, again, to control the internet, specifically, right, in this kind of internet era. They also do, obviously, the TV and whatever, but not relevant here. They've been banning stuff for a long time. I want to say the first Western media platform that was banned was, funnily enough, LinkedIn in like
Okay.
2016 or 2015.
Wait, do you
I
know
don't know why.
why? Oh, you don't know why? 'Cause that's so weird. It's just
I can look it up.
okay. It's a jobs platform. That's so strange. Oh, someone asked
Like
in
the official
chat.
reason is always some bullshit about how, oh, you aren't compliant with our, data privacy laws. Because in like 2015, I want to say, a law was passed that mandated all Russian data be stored physically in Russian jurisdiction, meaning on data centers within Russia. Else, you need to, I don't remember, there's like a whole compliance process that I looked into a while ago, but forgot. But like, it's non trivial to move data across borders, right?
Yeah.
And normally, this is the kind of thing that's used by this regulator to ban things. So recently, under the same pretense, the messengers like Viber, which was big for a while over here, and it's basically like purple
It's
WhatsApp.
like, yeah. I was gonna say it's like WhatsApp. Yeah.
Then WhatsApp itself was banned. This is all recent. And Telegram has started to be slowed down, which doesn't mean it's banned yet. But this is apparently because the technical capabilities are not there. You may have heard that YouTube is banned, for example.
I've heard YouTube
Which-
is slowed down considerably, or the YouTube is banned, but it's basically really slow. I don't know if they fully banned it. I think they've been trying to like fully ban it, or like make it so you can't access it at all. But yeah, go on.
This was true up until, I want to say, 3 or 4 days ago, when YouTube's address, like the 127.148, that kind of IP address,
Yeah.
was removed from Russian DNS services.
Ooh, okay.
Meaning, if you type in youtube.com, it just dies. Sorry, 502, there's no such page. However, this is such a trivial thing because you could conceivably just type in I forget what the specific IP address of YouTube servers are, but like you can use a different DNS server. That is the thing you can do.
I was just gonna say, I was just thinking like, could you potentially just use a custom DNS server or something that you found? So there's actually ways around this that don't even involve using a VPN.
I I don't know if that would work actually without
A VPN?
a VPN. But the point
Okay.
here being, this is a very crude way to ban things, and it is more akin to bans that were happening in like 2017. I tend to ramble
No,
when
it's
speaking
okay.
live in this kind of environment, so keep me on track if you don't want the rambling. Back in 2017, you may have heard, maybe not, about attempts to ban Telegram then.
I did not know that, no,
Uh,
but go on.
So I don't even remember what the specific kind of realpolitik reason was for banning Telegram back then. But suffice to say, there was like a campaign, months long. It was being smeared on TV. There was this whole disruption going on because the people over at RKN, they used these boxes on the border, that physically connect cables from Russian data centers to like foreign data centers to detect if traffic had t.co in the in the URL. And you know what that banned? That banned basically everything.
Oh yeah.
Microsoft.com down. Google Docs, I want to say, was also down. Telegram obviously was supposed to be down, but it wasn't because they used like different methods to like obscure traffic or like use CDNs or whatever. So this is the level of crude we're talking about here. And since it was what, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, a lot of
Yeah.
things have changed.
Hold on, I just have to ask, how much did people freak out when that happened? Everyone must have like, was like RKN getting like a billion phone calls from people like, "Hey, I can't access my shit. I need this for work," like that kind of shit. Like, do you remember the extent to which people got real mad? I'm guessing people got real mad about this.
I don't actually remember the vibe on the street. I remember the memes. There were a lot of memes. It's like, ha ha, they were incompetent, that kind of thing. But I don't remember if there was like an actual freakout or like a business flight or things to that effect.
Do you know how long it
A
lasted?
couple
Like,
months, the campaign did.
oh gee,
I
wait,
remember that the
really?
actual,
The blocking, I mean. How long did it last where people couldn't access Microsoft or Google Docs?
that specifically, I don't know. I think they backtracked on this relatively quickly. So maybe like a week? Maybe. Potentially
Okay, yeah.
less.
Yeah, I can always look that up later, but that would make sense if it was. Yeah, I can't imagine something like that lasting that long. I guess it would depend on how much people were mad about it. I used to work in tech support, and so I feel like this would have been one of those things where if there's any like general tech support, like I used to work for Geek Squad, which is like a old people call us to get help with their computers. And if there's anything like that in Russia, I'm sure they probably were getting like a billion calls from like old babushkas about how they can't access like I don't know Bing or Microsoft or like they can't get into their email or some shit. But yeah, that's funny though. But okay, yeah. So go on. So it's very crude. Um, but they've improved on their technology or something a lot. I'm guessing.
Yeah. I don't know if you work at tech support, did you do anything with VPNs?
Um, I didn't, but I do know like a little bit about that. I've messed around like here with VPN stuff and whatnot. Like I set up an open VPN thing so that I could access my computers. Oh, thanks for the raid, Loner Box. We're talking to a Russian, guys, about life in Russia. I'm asking various questions about things. Um, yeah, we're learning. Uh,
Yeah,
I should clarify an
you're
anti-Putin Russian, just so y'all know, in case anyone has any doubts. Anyway, So you're saying that, yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of understanding of VPN. Like when you mentioned that stuff about the DNS server, I'm surprised they haven't banned VPNs yet. Oh, I
They
keep hearing.
have.
Oh, okay, but obviously
They've
that's
protocol level banned OpenVPN, WireGuard. I want to say they banned some, not VLAS, Shadow Socks. Like,
what about like
it's
NordVPN and Surfshark and all those ones? You know, like those companies or whatever. Although I
all of
don't.
those.
Yeah,
Sorry to clarify, there are VPN services that you mentioned, like Surfshark, Nord, Atlas, whatever it might be.
yeah.
Those have been banned from Russian app stores for a while. I want to say since like 2022 fall times ish.
Okay.
Because remember, I bought Surfshark specifically in like spring of 2022, and it lived through, I want to say 2023, and then it died because they're using the protocol, which is like a technological solution as opposed to like a company, called OpenVPN, which you said you had some familiarity with.
Yeah, a little bit.
But
I set up a server for it on my home web server so I could access a separate network that I set up, but that's whatever. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh yeah, they do. And NordVPN uses WireGuard, I think. Or at least that's something that they started using recently. So okay. Yeah, so they
WireGuard is not good enough.
hmm?
WireGuard is not good enough anymore. It's been dead for 2 years.
Oh, okay. Maybe they don't use that anymore. Sorry, I don't remember. I thought that, yeah, I recall seeing that. Actually, I think they just use Nord links. They use their own proprietary thing, but in any case, yeah. So they,
Proton Stealth also doesn't work. Just so
ooh,
you know.
okay.
Yep. So
Um,
yeah, the way my VPN works specifically is I like the virtual private server that my device is talking to has it has an IP, and it expects to receive something like a Hollywood Reporter handshake. So my computer is pretending to talk to Hollywood Reporter, which lives on my VPN's IP address, and then gets this handshake, and then inside the box, that the actual packet is whatever I'm doing, like talking to you on Discord or watching YouTube video or whatever it might be. But that TLS handshake has to be now created, and even that has started to degrade recently as the regulator put in like AI boxes supposedly
ooh,
that
okay.
track what website you're talking to kind of abroad. Meaning, if you're talking to Hollywood Reporter all the time with no packet jittering, no nothing, it might get flagged and be killed.
Okay, so yeah, well, it sounds like the answer to that would be to change the like the websites that you're talking to, or to like rotate or have like a bunch of different random ones, so it's not as obvious. But I get what you mean, though. That's crazy. Yeah. Are they talking? Oh, Thelvassal. Oh, okay. Oh, gee, we've got some Ukrainians in the chat. You know, uh, I'll
Oh,
try not to, but yeah, I mean, listen, are they talking about Chebernet? Chebernet? Is that what you're talking about? Chebernet? Is that your VPN?
no,
CHEBURNET.
I see what. I don't know what this word means. Maybe, is that like an anagram or, a wordplay on kind of Russian domestic stuff?
Maybe I don't
I
know.
don't, I don't understand.
Fel Vessel, if you know, you can always you can always tell him. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about like Russian language stuff. So I don't know. And I also don't know how many Ukrainians in here speak Russian. I know there's at least 2 Ukrainians in my audience. And then there's some other Eastern European people. And yeah, I mean, obviously normally we are like we kind of like don't like Russia very much. Oh, is he really Russian if he doesn't know about Chevronet's? I mean, maybe can you type out its name in Russian? Maybe then he'll know what you're talking about.
Just, I guess, to explain why I'm confused, there's think of a Hot Pocket. There's a thing called that's similar to a Hot Pocket. That's called Cheburek, which is like a thing, and then net, obviously kind of wordplay, but I don't really see how that connects. Like, we don't necessarily have our own sovereign internet, thankfully.
Oh, you guys aren't doing the North Korea thing yet. I've heard there are fears that people are going to do the North Korea thing, or that Russia might go the way North Korea does. North Korea basically just has like their internet is essentially just a local area network. Like it's just like a fucking LAN, and all you can do is just access their websites and nothing else. Like the websites that are hosted by the government or whatever. Oh, it's a meme word for Russian
Oh.
internet and its lack of freedom. Oh, I'm kind of surprised that okay. Well, apparently Chevronet is also a VPN. Or at least when I Google Chevronet, it leads me to a VPN. It leads me to like FEBUR.net best VPN proxy from the Google Web Store. Oh, and then I get this result here. Chevronet as the fortress of lies and censorship in Russia. And this is like from a yeah, I don't know. You can probably see it on my screen.
Yeah, I can. I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing of this, but then again, I would consume this kind of stuff in Russian. And here it's like, oh, wait, hold on, I'm just retarded. Oh, I'm so sorry. Because I thought it was about the Hot Pocket, and it's actually a reference to a cartoon character. And I never heard it in English before.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Just,
If someone wants to type it in like Cyrillic in the chat, if someone knows.
I
like,
understand. I
okay.
cannot get, I got there eventually.
Oh,
Have you seen,
okay.
I'm gonna
Oh, someone else typed it.
put an
Salad
image in
tosser.
the chat, hopefully.
Oh, you'll have to put it in here. Yeah. In Discord,
I don't
I
know if you
mean.
can see it.
Did you hold on?
Oh, rip.
Yeah, you can't you can't type stuff in the chat, or you can't put links in chat. But you can. Oh
I
yeah.
put a thing in
he's-
DMs.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the character. His name is Chaburashka. But I literally never connected the Chabur in English to this. So, yeah, sorry. But yeah, this is what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
To link it all back,
Yes.
the tools that are being used to block traffic normally are very sophisticated. So, as I just explained in rambling detail, but removing YouTube from the DNS isn't sophisticated, and it's it's trivially easy to get around, which suggests to more technical observers than me that there just isn't the capacity to block two major content delivery networks or two major websites like YouTube and Telegram at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds like also too what you're getting at as well is that a lot of this stuff you can get around if you want to. Like if you are willing to, like, if you're text knowledgeable and you're willing to put in the work and you want to get around the block, then you can. And it sounds like you are, but that might not necessarily apply to like most people, right? Um, kind of like how the majority of people browse the internet without an ad blocker. Those poor bastards. And yeah, because they don't know any better. Um
I refuse to believe that's true. There's no way. Majority of people don't have an ad blocker? That's impossible.
I apparently listen, I would say the vast majority of my customers when I was working in tech support did not have ad blockers. And I offered it to every single one of them because the internet without an ad blocker is absolutely disgusting. I don't know what ads are like in Russia, but ads like on Russian websites, but ads here are fucking awful and I hate it and they're like everywhere. So yeah. I even found a way to block
It's
ads on my
worse.
phone. Go on.
It's worse here because the normal like uBlock origin doesn't work on Russian ads because some of those are just directly embedded into the website. It's unconscionable. Anyway, uh, it's very possible to get around these blocks now, but it requires kind of the sword and shield game all the time. So you either have to pay for a service that does this for you, or you need to be like tweaking this kind of stuff every, I don't know, month, 2 months.
Okay.
Because I was
Yeah.
in charge of doing this for my family for a while, and you know, I would regularly get like, "Oh, hey, none of these 5 tunnels that you gave us work for some reason. Can you do something about this?" And go like, fine. And, I
Yeah.
would have these 5 tunnels because they would connect to different websites. They would, uh, I mean, they would go to the same VPS, but like still, you know,
Yeah.
different TLS, different things.
How many people would you say that you know who are engaging in this? Is it like most of the people that you know, or like for example at your work, or is this not something that people talk about? Or yeah.
At work, we haven't talked about this to my recollection. We have been hit with Telegram block kind of affecting our work because we were on location at one point, and we need to coordinate. And someone called me on Telegram, and I was hearing like half of what they were saying. I was like, what's happening? And we spent like good 10, 15 minutes like trying to find each other because none of this was helpful. And you can't share your uh, what is it called, a geotag,
Oh yeah,
because
your location,
GPS
yeah.
is like mega fucked.
Oh,
So
in Russia, GPS is okay.
yeah, Russia
Interesting.
itself just moves you, I don't know, like a couple 100 meters in random directions. I don't know how our taxis work. They kind of do. I'm not entirely sure how. But on my own, if I just have my phone with me, it would show me like not just across the road, but like a couple blocks away all the time.
Ooh,
Yeah, so
okay.
I
Damn, that's kind of okay. Uh oh, it's due to EW/electronic warfare. Somewhat. Wait, is that has this been happening for a long time, or has it been since 2022? Or yeah.
this has been it's been true for at least a year,
Okay.
and it's been constant in Moscow. There's no EW thing that can reach from Ukraine to Moscow, obviously. So like I think it's a like Russian own kind of scrambling shenanigans, but I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean that could make sense. Unless there's people doing I don't know. I mean, you probably heard that that general got murdered outside of his apartment in Moscow. Which was I yeah. I don't know what's
Did
going on.
he
Yeah, there was
was
a
shot?
Yeah, he was shot.
Last I heard, he was in critical condition.
Oh, wait, okay, sorry, geez, I said he got more. Yeah, I just assumed that he must have died. I guess that. Oh, there's been like no updates about that too, which is interesting. I wonder if we'll ever hear what happened to him, or like if he's alive. Um, I mean, the fact that this was like what, like a couple weeks ago, and the fact that you said last you heard he was in critical condition, that kind of is weird. I'm guessing that there have been no updates about that. You think that there would have been, but
Look
yeah.
it up.
Oh, I mean, I guess I could look it up. I feel like maybe you might have access to more information than me about that, but because I don't speak the language. But yeah. In any case. Okay. Where else was I gonna go with that? So oh yeah. So how many people would you say, I guess, within your friend group, maybe not like within work, maybe outside of work, like just people that you know in general are using stuff to get around the the block of stuff.
Everyone has a solution of some kind. I don't know if I know a single person who doesn't. Um, it might, for me, it's on 24/7. I think I'm the most extreme person in that kind of sense. But like, if someone wants to watch YouTube, they're watching YouTube. Um,
Interesting. Guess the government doesn't care that much. Uh like or maybe I don't know, or maybe maybe like you said, they just don't have the capacity to to shut it all down. Yeah, like old people and young people too. I don't know how many like really old people you know, other than I'm guessing people in your family or friends of families or what have you.
yeah, it's mostly that kind of thing. Um, so I'm just looking up the general being
The last I'm seeing is February
assassinated.
6th, February 7th. Yeah.
You
Oh,
have
oh, oh.
7th,
General shot in
two
Moscow
people.
conscious after surgery. But anyway, go ahead. Two people.
Yeah, it says in the context that I'm looking at, the General Alexeyev successfully underwent surgery and, yeah, regained consciousness. Okay, well, rip. Or not rip.
Yeah. Well, you know, we kind
My
of want. Yeah. Hmm.
my grandparents have VPNs. They still manage to watch fucking AI slop on it. I, not good. But they do the. I work with a lot of old-ish people at work, and I have the impression, and this is unfounded, um, that they still manage to get some of like YouTube or similar stuff through. Granted, we don't talk about it, so this is like very much my own vibes. Um, it's just it's kind of like dark patterns, in software development or like UX stuff. You're pushing away people by making a thing more difficult. So while it might not go away completely, you'll reduce the amount of that happening, even
Okay.
marginally.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. So you're saying that mostly it seems like a lot of people are getting around it. I mean, I hear that it's similar in China. Somebody in chat just mentioned that, like that China probably doesn't have the bandwidth to completely like to do like you. I've heard memes about the Great Firewall of China and how there's all these tools that people use to just get around it. So it seems like that it's very hard to censor the internet unless you literally just completely cut off your country's access to the internet and then have your own internet, which I'm guessing that I don't know if do you think that Russia might do that? Have you heard like is there talk of that at any point, or is this like a thing that you are worried about or that people are worried about, or you guys that the government might try to do in North Korea with the internet?
Well, it is obviously like a boogeyman that the, I would say, more more easily spooked kind of elements of the opposition might say, whether for clickbait or because they're legitimately going, like, losing their minds, which I don't blame them for. I lose my mind on this kind of stuff occasionally, right? I don't think it's possible. Because think of it this way: in order for Russia to bust sanctions in any way, it needs to settle international payments. It needs to procure, like, even send out the information to, like, hey, get us a truckload of Coca-Cola from Kazakhstan, like the official Coca-Cola, that is, with the
Yeah.
get this truckload to this checkpoint, and then we'll pay you this amount of money. Even this kind of exchange requires a connection in some form to the wider
Yeah.
world.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
that goes away, like, shit just explodes because there's
Alright.
no oil exports and there's no consumer goods imports. So no,
Yeah.
it seems
Okay.
like it's not going to happen.
Yeah, yeah, all right, that would make sense because obviously, like, there are a lot of things that Russia and Russians are probably used to having that North Koreans, because North Korea has been a very repressive country for a very long time, and I imagine that, yeah, I feel like if I suspect that that would be a step way over the line for a lot of people, and it would probably cause a lot of trouble if they actually tried to do that, and it would kind of be like a crazy thing. Plus, I would imagine as well too that there are also probably lots of people higher up who benefit from certain things who would lose that thing if the internet was taken away, unless they just got their own special access to the internet. But yeah, but yeah. Oh yeah. There's a guy in my chat too who's saying that it's not that it's necessary for the war effort. But yeah, and also he mentions that the GPS jamming is to complicate Ukrainian deep strike or to complicate Ukrainian deep strikes. And it began when Washington gave the green light. So I'm guessing that it is something maybe that Ukraine is doing or that someone is doing on behalf of Ukraine. Maybe it's some American satellite thing. I don't know. Epic, are the Americans doing it? Is that what's happening? Are the
Just, I
yeah.
guess, to address some stuff from the chat, GLONASS is Russian global navigation system. That's true. That's a thing, but it's a lot worse than GPS, and not all devices even have it because it's a
Okay.
separate antenna.
Oh, Russia's doing
I
it. He
don't think.
says he's saying that Russia is doing it in order to try to make it harder for Ukraine to do like drone strikes and stuff inside of Russia. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, this is true. Also, I don't think it began after the. I guess it depends on what, like, American permission we're talking about. Because remember, in 2024, there were some drones that hit stuff in Moscow. That was a big story until it became relatively regular as an occurrence. Um, and I think even, like, right around there, some GPS shenanigans started happening. I can go track it down in, like, my logs somewhere
Okay,
if need
yeah,
be.
it's not that important. I was just kind of curious about that. I think he's talking about when the US gave permission for deep strikes under Trump in March 2024. You mean like for them to hit oil refineries? I'm
25?
assuming that's another one. Yeah, no, March 20. Oh, no, it must have been March 2025. Yes. It was right after the meeting with Putin. Apparently Trump got mad at Putin and called up Zelensky and said, "Hey, you can like do airstrikes," because Putin was like kind of was crazy in that meeting or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, the ones with American weapons. Yeah, in 2025, not just Ukrainian drones.
I think the GPS scrambling started earlier, or GNS, I should say, because it's not just the GPS thing. Because someone else asked whether or not Yandex is also scrambled. I say they use cell towers as well as GPS to get location. This is kind of true, I haven't seen this kind of stuff affect me when I'm riding a taxi or like taxi. What is it called? Hailing. But if I just use the map, I could be way off
Hmm.
sometimes. So it's inconsistent. Meaning, drones could conceivably use the same thing. So, blah, blah, blah. You know, difficult things.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to I want to like kind of steer this a little bit maybe out of like the super tech stuff, although this is obviously interesting to me. But I guess like how many power outages have there been? Is that is are power outages a regular thing in Moscow? I don't or do you guys have electricity most of the time? Unfortunately, Ukraine doesn't. But I'm curious about because I keep hearing that Russian that you guys lose electricity sometimes, but I don't know. Um if it's very often.
My answer here is going to be basically the stuff you would find in the internet because my specific area hasn't had any power outages that I can recall. But Moscow is huge. It's like I want to say Moscow region, like Moscow plus its oblast, is like the size of Israel or something
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, gee, all right.
So
Yeah.
stuff
That's
that's happening in the oblast, I've heard that there were outages. I've heard that there were like pipes bursting, but not around me, and I haven't cared enough to like physically get myself over there to check. Um,
okay. Um
yeah,
is there trying to think of other questions to ask you. 'Cause I had something a second ago. I know that like did you remember what your third thread was? Because I can't remember what the initial question was that I asked you that led to the threads. Uh, or that led to you saying you were going to answer the question, or there were like three threads that you wanted to pull on. I don't remember what that initial question was that I asked now. You remember what
I
it
remember that
was?
I was gonna make 3 threads about this. I only recall like the liberalism identity failing kind of stuff,
Oh, I asked
and
you about
the
the nuances that you felt like people in the
oh yeah,
West weren't seeing. That's what I asked you about. Yeah, because you mentioned that.
yes.
Um, yeah.
I guess I can take the opportunity while I'm thinking about this to ramble a little bit about uh, NAFO specifically, and I understand it a little more for Ukrainians, but like NAFO has no reason to do the whole "there's no good Russians" kind of thing. This is the
Hmm.
kind of nuance that's like sorely missing, and it's not even politically efficacious. At least I can't see a way in which it is.
Okay, I think I've
That's
heard
like
this spoken about before. Just because that you mean to say that I'm assuming that you're going to say that they can't appeal because it means that they like by saying there are no good Russians, it basically means that you kind of feel like you're kind of fucked in terms of like nobody's out no one out there is appealing to you. Like it kind of
no,
reminds
me
me
personally, I don't
yeah.
care. I'm NAFO.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Based.
but this is me personally. I'm insane like that.
Okay.
Um, I have a close friend who's like, you know, this whole anti-war stuff. It's like okay, but you see, it's a little disheartening when people are like, yeah, so make Russia small again, like cut it up, or there's no good Russian, only dead Russians, or sorry, only good Russians are dead Russians. Like, I'm not really on board with that, is what he said. And like, well, you gotta understand it's like trauma and like, ugh, but like, that's just a segment of the Russian population, which is larger than people like me, I would say,
Okay.
um, that are just being woefully underserved by people who should really know better, or like European and American decision makers and public figures. So
I think I get what you mean. Actually, I guess if you want, yeah, like in some ways, it almost kind of reminds me of, I'll talk to Israelis and they'll say sort of similar things about about the frustration and the way that they all get demonized because of like how radical their country has become. Um, and like that means that liberal Israelis are kind of left out in the cold because nobody like, and people in the West just want to demonize all of them instead of like reckoning with the fact that they exist or whatever. Not to compare Israel to Russia, like I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that I feel like there's a like it sort of reminds me of that. But yeah, uh I yeah, I don't know. Although Epic, I understand too what you're saying when you say the same point technically applies to Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, but no one cares and it's a waste of time. I mean, I'll say that like to an extent I kind of care because the resistance in Nazi Germany it was like is something that is super interesting to me as someone who's like a history nerd for that particular period of time. But yeah, I mean, hell, I was even going to ask you like if there was any kind of sorts of like resistance against the government that you've seen people do that is kind of like nuanced or small or something that they probably because you said that people don't get in trouble unless they go viral or unless they are an influence or unless they have influence. Um, Otherwise, they don't get targeted. Probably because I'm guessing the Russian state doesn't necessarily have the resources to go after every single person.
um smallest resistance. Mm, this this is gonna sound a little soy, maybe a lot soy actually, but in the kind of segment of the Russian opposition that I tend to identify with, it's like Ekaterina Schulman, a kind of wing, if you like, Maxim Katz, if those names mean anything to anyone. Um, to us, an act of resistance would be just keeping a sense of normalcy, meaning keeping the idea in your head that whatever is going on right now is not normal. It should not be a thing that you're just like okay with. Because, humans have this very double edged ability to adapt to things. And if you adapt to a bad thing, it's probably going to be bad because you're going to perpetuate the bad thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's been
Right?
talked about a lot in the US about like the extent to which that people are like whitewashing Trump and like kind of I guess forgetting that what's going on is not normal. Yeah.
Yeah, but even without like public conversation, which you're talking about here with like whitewashing, is just the internal sense of the norm, which is a very popular term if you go into like Russian opposition spaces. It's kind of ill-defined, but it is quite important to that kind of wing. So if you would consider that an act of resistance, then I would say a lot of people are doing that. If not, I don't know if I can think of many like quiet and unseen examples. I suppose stuff like the concert that you mentioned to me, either in the pre-stream or in the very, very beginning of the stream, about street musicians
Yeah.
performing covers on like band or opposition related songs. That's kind of a thing that happens.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. Um is do people get arrested for that or is that not really a thing that happens unless they're a known person? I don't I wonder how often people do that, but especially in cities like Moscow.
I'm just gonna retell what the singer Naoko said in her interview
Okay.
because I
Oh,
have
she
no
was
more
the one I
insight.
was thinking of, but go on.
Yeah. She said in an interview to Dude, D-U-D, who's like a huge interview person, um, that singers of this kind get maybe arrested, maybe just like given a talking to regularly because there's a way to like get a spot on the street to perform, and it's inconvenient, or there's like ways to split it up between the performers, and so that happens regularly, independent of the songs they perform. Meaning, even if they're performing something oppositional, but it doesn't catch attention, they're fine. If it does, though, then they're fucked. Like that singer person had to leave like very quickly. I want to say in a matter of weeks, and she graduated 9 grades out of 11,
Oh
and I don't think
yeah,
she even had a like higher education in music. So I don't know how her life is going,
didn't she get
but
arrested
yeah,
and like sentenced or whatever, or did she just get was she able to just run away? I've heard they've just exiled some people,
she
like deported them.
so there's a practice where you get detained. Sorry, it might be arrested. I forget which one it is, but like without a court order, whatever that is, before the indictment, you'll get arrested. You'll get held for the maximum a lot of time. You'll get let out, and then immediately, like on the steps of the detention center, you'll be arrested again for something not quite the same, but very similar. So you're kind of playing at the edges of double jeopardy there, and you get put back in for like the maximum duration. And she was given that kind of treatment for a while, and I don't think she was like properly sentenced to anything. So whenever she got an opportunity, she like bounced, which is based.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's crazy. Jesus. I mean, although I am glad that like people have been able to get away at the first opportunity, but yeah, obviously I Russian prisons are not fun times from what I've heard. Uh oh god, there was yeah, I mean, I guess like so you mentioned the NAFO thing. Is there other stuff in terms of like the general coverage? Because I've been looking into Russia. Oh, did you vote in the election, the 2024 one, or did you not bother? Like, and what about like
Of course I
people you
did.
know? Okay, did
Of course I did. What do you mean?
well the reason
How could
why
I not?
apparently there was like a lot more fraud in this election than any previous Russian election, or at least that's what I read. I don't know if like you heard anything about that or that kind of thing, but yeah. Um
Uh, it's been a while since I looked into the elections. I know
okay.
that if you want to learn about the fraud thing, you should look at Spilkin, who does a statistical analysis of like basically he plots voting like the percent going for Putin versus turnout, and normally you would expect that to look like a normal distribution, right? So like super pro Putin districts are fewer and far between. Most are like kind of median, right? And then there are a few that are quite anti Putin. But in this case, and in the previously falsified ones, as your level of turnout increases, the pro Putin level increases significantly. And the actual like number of districts tend to skew towards high turnout, high pro Putin, as opposed to how you normally expect it to look.
Okay. Yeah. I actually I
So that's
think
like a
I
brief.
saw that because I was I believe that's on Wikipedia, and I think it's even linked there. Like there was a little summary of that because I was looking at that. I wasn't sure if there was actual like rigging or whatever. And then The other interesting thing too is that sometimes people will point to polling that's done in Russia and say that everybody likes Putin or Putin is very popular or whatever. I'm guessing that based on what you've told me here, or that your response that like people aren't necessarily going to answer honestly if they're called by polling companies. Or yeah, like I don't know. You can I'm gonna go boil some water. You can answer that. I can still hear you. And if you want to answer things from chat or see what chat has to say, obviously there is like some angry attitudes in the chat about the idea of the fact that people don't or that like there's the whole thing about Russians should rise up and overthrow their government, which is not really. I mean, it's obviously it's easy to say that, but that's a complicated topic. Especially since
Yeah.
there's probably a good portion of people in Russia who I don't know when your elections stopped being free and fair, or if they ever were. What actually, I guess maybe Putin's first election was, but I don't know at what point they stopped. But at a certain point, at what point do you stop being
2010.
responsible for your government? Oh, 2010. Okay, yeah. But I'll let you talk about that because I'm gonna boil some water for my dinner. And I have
Yeah.
about well, I have about
Yeah.
about like an hour ish or less than an hour, but that's fine because you said you're done at 6, and that's when my panel is. So I'll be right back.
Sure. So I guess I'll take the thing from chat because I already forgot what the question was. I was looking at this comment. Quote, Russian opposition abroad lobbying, I suppose, for not sanctioning Russia is frustrating. They want people not to get angry and frustrated, end quote. The problem there is that any marginal sanction that you're going to impose will A, not change the situation, like material on the ground, that much. It doesn't help if, I don't know, what's like a thing that hasn't left or hasn't been banned? I don't know, some fucking medical equipment or whatever gets removed from Russian shelves. That would be not helpful to anyone, and it would not make people mad at the government, at Putin specifically. It would instead, because that's how all sanctions have been viewed here, rightly or wrongly, as the West attacking Russia. A horrific understanding of sanctions on Russia. Specifically. So, OFAC doing. I remember like really reading into the sanctions on Russia a while ago. I don't have a horrific understanding. You could say, for example, that Russian oil should be sanctioned to the ground. Fine. That would be a thing that we can talk about. But then you in the West would need to accept the increased costs of oil, which might be fine. But if you're willing to take these costs, that will be fine. You're saying that I haven't. Oh, you consent. Okay, brilliant. Good. Now, what if we just take the amount of financial pain that you're willing to endure and you give it to Ukraine and they turn it into kinetic sanctions, as it were? That seems a little bit more productive. The purpose of sanctions, as per, God, I had a paper somewhere. Like the purpose of sanctions is mostly signaling. It's not actually imposing significant costs. Because it's somewhere on the spectrum between peaceful cooperation and open hostilities. You say wrong, sir, in chat. Tear gas, 1849. What if I can find the paper? I know like the popular conception is like to increase the cost of war, so then there's a popular revolt, so then, boom, there's internal opposition, blah, blah, blah. That's not a thing. That's not going to happen. Again, the costs that are experienced by people here, at least from my experience, which you could dispute with like facts and statistics, fine, is that
Okay.
those costs are imposed by
Sorry. Hey,
like
I'm
the country itself.
I'm back. That's Epic Fail in chat. He serves in the United States Air Force, and he is a epic. No offense, a bit of a know-it-all, but I do always appreciate his knowledge here. But yeah, but yeah. Oh my god, I don't
Hey,
know.
I'll fight with him like in the server or whatever at some point. I don't mind. But like,
Oh no, Epic, that's fine. I accept that like what you're saying is just I don't know anything about this. If you're talking about sanctions, are you saying that it's not correct that sanctions don't I guess because I don't even know with regards to this, are sanctions have sanctions ever actually been useful with regards to getting people to topple their government? I suppose that in Iran you could say that, but that's not even I don't even necessarily think that that's the case entirely. It seems like with Iran it's more because that people are just super mad because the government keeps spending all their money on fucking foreign terrorist organization funding and their stupid war against Israel. Okay, sorry. Go. All right, cool.
well,
I just need to say, we say, like, it's not my opinion what the objective of our sanctions are, and the understanding that we impose sanctions to overthrow a regime is a child's understanding of American foreign policy. I mean, no disrespect. I've been listening. You're a smart person. You know what you're talking about in a lot of areas. You don't know what you're talking about here. The Senate specifies what
Wait,
we're doing
hold
with
on, sorry.
sanctions. Your description of our foreign policy is incorrect. Let me just correct it, and then I'll go.
No,
But-
just 1 second.
Oh,
I said
God.
this is the
Okay.
popular conception because it's
I
wrong.
don't care what the popular conception is. I care about the
Yeah.
facts. If you're
I
gonna
say that
talk
this
about
popular
what's
conception is wrong. I don't actually disagree.
okay.
It's not my
Well,
position.
the
Yeah, go
reason
ahead.
we impose sanctions is to reduce the growth of Russia's defense industrial base, to make it more difficult to make things like jet engines or missiles that can slam into Ukraine. And those sanctions have been very effective. And their output of things like fighter jets or missiles is objectively significantly lower than it would have been if we didn't impose them.
Okay.
A cost of sanctions is the damaging to civilians, and that sucks. But that's collateral damage. That's not the objective. Like, don't.
Oh, okay. So
This
hold
is
on.
true.
And objectively,
Except-
they have been working. And if we hadn't imposed them, they might have won the war by now because they would have been making way more tanks and aircraft and bombs to drop on Ukraine.
So wait.
This is kind of true.
Hold on, just stop.
No,
stop,
it's
stop.
objectively true.
Wait a minute. Stop. Hold on. Let me. You guys are talking past each other. It sounds like. So wait, Arthur, are you saying that? So it sounds like what you're saying is that you agree what Epic is saying is in fact correct. But you're talking about like how Russians perceive the sanctions, even though that's incorrect. Is that what you were trying to say? How you find the average Russian sees these sanctions?
I say the popular conception is incorrect, number one. And number two, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's imposed that's not necessary. And a whole bunch of stuff that's not imposed that would be necessary for the stated objective. For instance, the current flare-up is Ubiquity supplying stuff to Russia. If you're on NAFO Twitter, you've seen it.
Yes,
NAFO Twitter is full of retards that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I understand. Does Russia get Ubiquity equipment? If yes, they have a point here. Ubiquity is an American company.
The slowing
shouldn't be
economic
supplying.
growth generally in Russia slows the amount of money they can direct, because money's an intangible asset. Like, you can transfer civil spending into defense spending. So the only way to actually undercut a nation's ability to compete is to sanction the economy as broadly as possible. The more broadly, the better. And the more we want to reduce Russian growth, which reduces the military budget they have access to, the broader these sanctions are, the more effect will generate in that objective.
Linearly,
it's not targeted. You're completely misunderstanding the point of American sanctions, not just on Russia, but historically through the Cold War. It had nothing to do with like getting people to overthrow their government. That's like the communist, that's the Soviet misinformation talking point that they would use to undercut.
hold on. Let's all take a step back here. No, because I think that that is what. Wait, is that what you're saying, Arthur? Like that's the popular conception is what in Russia is what Epic Fail here just said was the was like the misinformation thing, or was the Russian disinformation, this notion that like America is only imposing sanctions on Russia to try to get the people to overthrow the government and to make people's lives harder. Is that how that it sounds like that's what you were saying, that that's how people in Russia view the sanctions, that they view them, or that they blame them on the West instead of on Putin, and they yeah.
Yes. So that's one thing. It's seen internally, and I would say in the American kind of gen pop discourse, as a thing to get Russians upset enough to go and overthrow the government, which is retarded. I agree, but
Have you
in
ever been
Russia
to America out
internally,
of curiosity? Or are you from here? I know you said you moved to Russia.
I didn't move. I'm a
Okay.
I am Russian for all intents
Okay.
and purposes.
I've never seen in my entire life that conversation in our political sphere, as long as I've been alive, and I've been
Wait.
participating in this
Okay.
conversation for a while. Maybe online dipshits, but I mean, if I go by online dipshits, I can get a totally wrong opinion of any country on earth. Like I can think the average Russian is like a fan of Stalin based on shit I see on Twitter, but that's not. Just please don't assume that's the same as like actually the conversations happening, or even like if you just read our media, like the point of these sanctions was pretty clearly communicated by our leaders in the Senate, by our House. It was all over the news. I don't think anybody really thinks that we're gonna get the
Well,
Russians to overthrow their
I
government. I
mean,
mean, maybe
okay.
some people online, but
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like when he said, yeah. So it's not in the American popular discourse, I guess, but it really depends on where you go. But like, there are definitely people, and I
well,
think
yeah, if you go
probably
to
yeah.
the website that's run by Elon Musk, that like it gets shady funding from Iran and Russia, which is dominated by more than half the posts are Russian or Chinese bots, then you can get a very strange opinion of what the American discourse is. I agree
Oh
with that, but
fuck!
I just hope
It's
we're not using that to actually identify how Americans actually talk about politics. I hope we recognize the mistake there, right?
well, yeah.
Obviously, the
Wait,
Twitter
Yeah.
specifically is retarded. I would
hold
like to
on.
think I'm pretty plugged into American like internal discourse, but
Is
I'm gonna
it's
is
be
fine.
honest.
Maybe I'm
I
talking
would
more.
never say that about a country I've never been to. I've been
I've
to
been to
Japan
the
many
United
times.
States.
I've worked there for years. My girlfriend is from Japan. I read about Japan every day, and I wouldn't say I'm plugged into Japanese politics. I don't speak the like I that'd be crazy for me. I just so many people do it about my country when they I mean no disrespect, but you just had a whole explanation for like why we were doing something that's just objectively complete disinformation.
I'd have to
And like I don't call that plugged in. I'm
hold
sorry. I'm not
on.
trying to be rude. You sound like a really smart guy.
I'd have to go
Mhm.
back and listen because I thought that what Arthur was saying was he was explaining how Russians see what America is doing or why they think America is doing it. But also, this is kind of a little bit off topic. But is
Yeah.
Twitter banned in
I'll get out
Russia?
of here. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Epic, you can say if you have questions or if you wanted to ask stuff. Wait, so Twitter
It
is
was really
banned?
just that. I don't have any. I think this is a smart guy. I've enjoyed the things he said. I just got triggered about that because it sounded to me like a bunch of the wrong understanding of why we're doing these things. If I
Just
completely misunderstood, I apologize. If you were just trying to
it's okay.
describe how Russians think.
It's
Oh.
I enjoy fighting with people online.
Yeah.
Just as
Anyways,
a
I'll get
quick
going. I'll
quick
listen to what
credential
you
check, I
say.
guess.
I'll hear you. Oh,
I
unless you're asking
watch
me something.
William Spaniel. I understand how sanctions work. This is fine. Lines, yes. I know this generally impose cost. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like, it's not. I would say it's not that effective. But anyway, that's like a.
Very effective, very effective. They're hugely effective. The fact they're like pulling apart washing machines to build cruise missiles shows how effective it's been. The inefficiencies created when you have to import like washing machines from China to then take them apart to then put those chips in a cruise missile versus being able to order them from the West is insane. And unfortunately, when we make it harder for things like chips to go into Russia, it also makes smartphones more expensive, and that hurts everyone. These are how sanctions work. There's studies on this. You should read them sometime. It's been hugely effective. Anyways, have a good one.
Okay. I'm curious. When you say it's not that effective, are you saying that like your perception is that it's not, or that Russians' perception, or have you read things that indicate that? Or I guess I mean, in some ways, it's unfortunate because that we keep hearing over and over again that Russia is on the verge of collapse and Putin is running out of money, and I really hope that happens soon. But I guess I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate that it feels like it's taking forever for that to become a
To
thing.
explain what I mean by not effective, and I hate to as we say here, wave the fists after the fight is over. So I don't want to step on is his name
Epic,
Epic Fail or
yeah, yeah,
Tear
epic
Gas?
or
Okay,
tear
okay.
gas. You can call him either. It's fine.
I don't want to step on his point too much because yes, costs have been imposed. I'm not disputing that. The thing that I suppose disputing is the idea that it's about as good as it can be, or that the the sanctions regime taken in its totality is adequate.
Oh, you're
For
saying that
instance,
there's more that they could do, or there are holes that should be like. I agree, by the way, about the ubiquity shit. That'd be nice. But I don't know. I actually that when I read about that, I feel like that's kind of been dismissed a whole bunch. Because nobody really picked that up and talked about it. I think they just decided that it was bullshit short seller stuff because the people who broke that story were it was done by I can't remember the name of it now, Hunter something, which is a company that basically shorts the stocks of companies that they do, or they're a hedge fund and they have an investigations arm, and then they short the stocks of the company that they did investigations into as like a way of like kind of betting that their investigation was right, and so people kind of assumed that therefore it was all fake. It looked like they had a whole bunch of stuff though, or like that they brought the receipts in terms of like Russia getting networking equipment from them and whatnot. But it seems like nobody cared about that enough to pick it up. And I very much doubt that this Trump Justice Department is going to do any kind of investigation into that, even though they should. But yeah.
correct. You can go to Michael Kaufman. You can go to, I want to say CSIS has done this. I want to say Rusi has done this as well. They've taken apart Russian Iskanders, for example, and analyzed where the components come from. I'm vibing this from memory, but I think there was also a supply chain audit that, a light supply chain audit that they did. The same people who wrote the report, either Kaufman or CSIS or someone, that basically identified how the components got to Russia. So, if you wanted to specifically impose costs on, if your final goal was the reduction of military output, you would target those things first instead of just targeting
Well,
the overall economy.
it looks
It
like
works.
those things are targeted, but there's other stuff that should be but like I guess there are things that they're missing as
The
a result of
enforcement.
that or something,
I
or maybe it is just the enforcement. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, so
I
Epic
don't
is
understand why there
saying
are only 2,000 people in OFAC. So not 2,000, 200.
wait, in what?
We can see with Trump that you can just yoink tankers. You can, if you want to, impose environmental regulations and checks to delay oil shipments from through the Danish Straits or through the Bosphorus if you wanted to. You could ask Greece to slow down on the whole tanker memes because the the majority of tankers worldwide are Greek flagged. There's a
Okay.
whole bunch of stuff you can do if you
Wait,
want to target
hold on.
the state's
So,
capacity to spend.
okay, wait, Epic, are you I don't think he's saying that like he's just saying that there was more stuff that could be done. Is that not what you're saying, or are you saying that like, or do you think you still think it's not very effective, or yeah,
No, I'm sure the reduction in output in GDP has happened. Yes.
well, it sounds
It's
like
a
it
little
has
hard to
because
disaggregate.
it seems like you felt it based on like the economic declines, and you
Yes.
said everything is way more expensive now. Um,
I don't know how much of that is specifically Russian domestic decisions, how much of that is uh, sanctions, but I'll grant that a significant portion of that, I don't know, sanctions may have contributed to 20% inflation. I'll grant that. Sure. problem is the sanctions regime has broadly not achieved the ultimate objective, which is reducing Russian military output to the degree that it would achieve your geopolitical aims.
Okay.
Yes, it has reduced the aggregate output. Yes, it has imposed greater costs on the society.
It seems like, I guess, I don't know. So we have a disagreement. I haven't really read enough about this. Like, I'm going to trust Epic that it is like working. I'm guessing that but at the same time, I suspect it looks like Russia has adapted, even though they obviously, but that adaptation has been kind of for the worst, I suppose, or something like that. Like in the same way that them getting cut off Starlink, they'll find a way around it. It's just that whatever that way is, it's never going to be as good as it was when they had Starlink. Because Starlink is going to be better than whatever the fuck it is that they replace it with. But yeah, okay. The geopolitical aim was to reduce productivity. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, that's retarded. I'm sorry.
What?
If that's your ultimate objective, that's retarded. Your geopolitical aim should be a cessation to the war.
Well, yeah,
ideally,
but
in the longer term, it at least has to be a reduction in military capability.
Well,
it
yeah,
can't be this intermediary reduced productivity.
I think
no.
Epic is saying that, okay, someone in chat says trying to bridge the gap here. I think Epic is saying that it is working, but Arthur is saying it could be working better, and that's the miscommunication. Would you say that's fair? I feel like that does seem to be what's happening.
Yes. It could not only be working better, it could be imposing less hurt on the people you don't want to hurt, ideally. Which is the Russian position.
Okay, I mean, I get that, but that's not ever going to happen. Unfortunately, when you sanction a country, everybody's just going to be hurt, and that's just kind of the way that it's going to roll. And there's not really going to be much that you can do about that, unless you do incredibly, exceedingly targeted sanctions, which you could do. But in this case, that's not really going to work because that Russia is literally fighting a war to essentially destroy their neighbor, and yeah, at that point, you kind of got to go real hard. But
there's no reason to prevent me from buying games on Steam.
Well, I guess that they yeah. Oh, Adam Wackler's debating Hassan in a few minutes. Really, Fellrunner? I mean, I kind of want to watch that, but I have half an hour until the WIC panel, so I don't even know how long that's going to go. Okay. Oh yeah, Epic. I know you don't disagree with Lonerbox when Loner talks about how Iranians have to. Okay. And you said you just want him to have the info. I mean, I don't know. You could always look into what Epic is talking about, just kind of verify. I think whatever. I don't know. I feel like I don't know as much about this, so I probably have to go read more about it. But obviously the sanctions are doing things. They are working, but I guess that Russians are. You know what? Let's change the subject from the sanctions. Or maybe we could talk again another time. And
sure.
Yeah, just because that I've been alerted to something else that's going on, and also I have to get ready for this panel that I have in half an hour, and I need to eat dinner too.
Okay.
But oh wait, Epic, are you talking? Because I can't hear you.
No, I was going to answer his question on how Steam sale impact it. Russia wouldn't collect revenues from taxes on that Steam sale that they could spend on weapons. I'm not misunderstanding. I'm telling you the suffering to the civilian population, that is a necessary product. It's not necessary to generate the effect of misery. It's a collateral effect of reducing the amount of velocity of money in the Russian economy. So the Russian government has a shrinking budget, so it can direct less of that capital towards military outputs. You drawing this distinction between military and civilian spending when we live in a world with modern monetary theory is a misunderstanding of both our foreign policy and what sanctions do in today's day and age. And I am not misunderstanding you.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to let you guys, I guess, talk it out. And I'll be right back. And yes, Addie, I'm aware you saying collective punishment is based and effective. Yes, I understand that that is a joke.
Question, I
Go
guess. What's the marginal effect of taxes from Steam sales on the specifically military spending, since this is your goal?
Well, you don't look at the marginal component of any specific part of the sanction regime. Your goal is to do everything within your power to reduce the amount of funds or
Well, it
capital
hasn't.
or resources the
Everything in
Russians.
power hasn't been done. That's my point.
Well, yes, no, that's also a misunderstanding. Sanctions, they kind of need to be escalatory over a prolonged period, and you need to hold out certain options until later because countries tend to adapt and that can start to reduce their effects. And if you impose all sanctions that are available initially, the cumulative effect of those sanctions over a long period of time is reduced. By the way, this has been explained. Like, this isn't my unique idea. This is why I'm just saying you should know this stuff if you're going to talk about it. It's
Okay.
when we
Let's just do
sanction
a
Russia,
little-
we say this. Like this is said, this is communicated as part of the policy. It's yeah. Anyway,
I understand that this is communicated. I understand like the concept of it. I mean, do you know who William Spaniel is?
I know the YouTuber William Spaniel. He does a good job on his YouTube channel. I wouldn't use him as your source of academic understanding of American foreign policy. He's like an entertaining YouTuber though.
Fine. But like as an intelligence check, do you think he is worse at understanding the American foreign policy stuff or better than like the average? And like the communication from the
He's a political scientist. He's a professor. He teaches political science professionally. He's participated in the Obama administration. So he's like a serious actor in terms of American politics. And he also runs a YouTube channel, which can be useful. Yeah. I'm not sure what more than that you're asking.
Okay. Great. In his own video, he describes the effect of sanctions that can cause depression in civilian spending to compensate for military spending, and the military spending remains the same. Correct?
Yeah,
this is a thing that can happen.
But again,
he's a non-retard.
That's because I know, but that's true, and that doesn't disagree with anything I just said. Like, still in this situation, the total amount of resource that Russia could mobilize to wartime inputs has decreased. In an event where Russia needs to mobilize more resources and it has to pull from civil spending, it has less civil spending to pull from. And that still restricts the autonomy of the Kremlin to make decisions on the battlefield in Ukraine, right? The goal here is to limit their ability to harm Ukraine. So we're using every economic tool we have to do that. And again, a byproduct of that process is that you have a reduction, especially in countries like Russia. They're just gonna pull money from civilian spending, and they don't care really what the consequences are. Whereas a liberal democracy might be more willing to actually have reduced battlefield gains to maintain more like social domestic spending.
Okay, but then what? Like, let's say you reduced.
No, it's again, you're totally misunderstanding. It's not an and then what? Like this logic you're applying is fundamentally like incoherent to what the goal is. That is the goal. The goal is, instead of Russia having 100 missiles to fire at Ukraine today, it has 96. Is that difference of 4 going to win the war? No, but it's one of the many things that the U.S. is doing to try to reduce Russia's ability to win this war. And if you look at like the effect of sanctions, in many ways, the effect of our sanctions has been at least equal to the effect of our direct military financial aid to Ukraine. So, and this war is so close, and to act like if we just hadn't done those sanction regimes, it would still, Russia could have won. Like we look at how difficult it's been for Ukraine to stay in this fight, and you're acting like that marginal, like, I don't know, 10% difference in munitions outputs in certain sectors. Again, there's breakdowns of this, but yeah, that has a profound effect on the battlefield, especially in a war that neither side is winning.
What happens after the war?
Well, after the war, you would have to make a decision whether or not you think Russia's going to invade again. If you think they're going to invade again, you maintain the sanctions regime because you want to limit their ability to rebuild their military. That would buy Ukraine more time to rebuild its military.
Okay. Again, I feel like this is falling victim to like a unitary actor conception, right? Russia is not like this one unit. There are people who think different things in Russia. Putin isn't eternal. Maybe this is my copium. I fully understand that it is necessary for me to be sane to feel that Putin is not eternal. But there will be a time when
just
Putin
say-
just goes away, and then people who are left there will feel not good things. And then the marginal like tax not collected from Steam sales is gonna translate to a lot of resentment, which means you're gonna lose like actually human people, and therefore after they like go through the whole political process and get control of the government, eventually 10 15 years down the line, it's like there's no reason for this, I would say, for your own like geopolitical
10 or 15
interest.
years down the line, we can deal with the consequences of what Putin has started. Yes. We also, when we firebombed Japan, we killed about 1 million civilians before we dropped 2 atom bombs on that country. And we have pretty close relations today. The Germans did what they did to Poland and France. They have pretty close relations. I think the Russian people can move on from sanctions when they're the aggressor in a war. And I think those sanctions are actually a pretty big reason why they haven't already won the war. And you putting like, I get what you're saying. Everything you're saying is true, but we've already looked at that cost and made our decision. And like Russians are going to have to get comfortable with that fact. I mean, no disrespect.
Can I just ask?
I'm comfortable with it. Okay, like I've done my part in like doing.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to win an election in your country, right? We're dealing with the fact that Russia is the aggressor and will continue to be the aggressor probably for as long as Putin lives. And we're dealing with limiting the amount of people dying right now today, not like Russian hurt feelings in 20 years. One of these is way more important to us.
Is there actually alternatives to Putin, or like in the current, present, future? Because that's something that some people have said, that if Putin is gone, like other people who could replace him could be worse. Like I imagine that Yevgeny Prigozhin would have been worse because he's even crazier, and like Igor Girkin, I think, are apparently those guys are even crazier than Putin is. Like those insane ultra-nationalist leaders. Not that Putin's not also ultra-nationalist, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
They would be worse, yes. Especially alternatives to Putin. It depends on what you mean. Like there is a political class that's decently small, but that could just have like the upper levels of a future government. Again, Schumann, Katz, fuck, even Karamurza, like, you know, Khodorkovsky. And I know all the Ukrainians in chat are going to be like, oh, they're no different. And that's just another quibble I have with, you know, Ukrainian or Info Twitter.
Yeah, but you couldn't, like, I mean, to be fair, obviously, of course, like the Ukrainians are gonna, you know, say that or like believe that because like they're literally being attacked. And I think apparently Navalny even isn't necessarily or wasn't necessarily right, or maybe that was just because. Anyway, sorry, I'll let you guys keep going because my dinner will be done soon. But yeah,
I guess to wrap up the alternatives point real quick. Inside the system, from my, I would say, relatively vague understanding, the technocrats are not big on the war. So if someone like Mishustin takes the reins, it's gonna end. The war's gonna end like about as fast as it reasonably could. If someone like Nebulna, then it's like fucking over. The bad people, I don't even know who's like super ideological in the administration. I'm not sure. Like, I can see that there are.
Do you understand that, like, even if Navalny had won and been the president instead of Putin, we're still dealing with a Russian leader with the Russian military behind him that like still supported the occupation of Crimea and the seizure of Sevastopol and all that?
When? Like, if Navalny took power when? 2018?
I'm talking about before 2022, but after 2014. So 2018 would have been, yeah.
Keep going. I'll be right back.
Are we doing the whole sandwich discourse?
No, I'm just saying, like, we can't do our foreign policy based on like the 1 in 5 chance that Russia in 20 years is a liberal democracy and how the Russian people will feel about the U.S. You kind of have to accept the consequences there and deal with the fact that Russia is a military aggressor right now, today. I understand that price.
but
Again,
then
it sucks that we have to do this, but like
you can put like another 2,000 people into the foreign offices of foreign asset control. You could go after the Shadow Fleet.
Well, we are
Right.
doing a lot of these things, though, right? Like we've seized something like 8 Russian tankers now. Some of them were escorted by the Russian Navy. Part of the like drive, I'm not going to defend what Trump did, but like part of Rubio's justification in Venezuela, and this is objectively true, by the way, is that Venezuela bought a lot of Russian oil, and it also sold a lot of Russian oil to Cuba. Like it would go through Venezuela to get blended with Venezuelan oil. And that was a big revenue stream for Russia, and now that's gone. That was like part of the State Department's official justification for what they did. Again, I'm not even defending that. I'm just saying, like, as far as doing more against Russia, I mean, I agree. There's certain areas we
It's
can go harder.
2026. This could be done in 2022.
Yeah, I
this is my
agree. I've
point.
been making that argument in my country since 2022. I mean, I've been arguing it since 2014, really, that we should have been harsher. Like, I think if we had imposed much stricter sanctions on Russia in 2014, I don't know if they would have ever gotten to the point where they felt confident to invade Ukraine in 2022, because that would have significantly altered the trajectory of Russia's military modernization. Like the bombs, the Russian planes flying over Ukraine right now, in the east over the Donbass, these have German and French components in them. And those components were installed like 2015, 2016 by German companies. And the fact that that was all allowed to happen is a big part of the reason Russia felt like it had a modern maneuver capability and they could go take Kyiv in 2 weeks.
I don't know if that's true. Because
it is true. I guarantee you of that fact. That wasn't a guess. I'm not just guessing about shit I haven't read about. We can get into the different companies in Germany that installed that equipment. We can talk about when it happened. We can talk about the effect it had on Russian views of air supremacy.
The thing that I'm skeptical of is Putin's information perception changing significantly as a result of relatively, what's the word, like narrow specialist or like niche change. For example, imports.
The fact you think that's niche is just so wrong.
Do you think
like
Putin understands the supply chain?
I think Putin literally visited the factories where it was happening and gave speeches about how important it was for Russian air power and how Russia could like compete with the West now. I think Putin got in these planes and looked at the avionics the Germans installed, and there's pictures of him doing it. I think it was a big part of like the CIA and the Five Eyes intelligence assessments for why Putin thought that he had a modern maneuver capability. I think that Putin literally went forward.
Stolen?
Yeah, but again, but that's why I'm not talking in generalities. I'm talking in specifics, like the specific thing the Germans and French did.
Specifically, why didn't Putin know that his army on February 22nd?
Why are we pretending that the army and the VKS are the same institution? Why are we even getting into? Did I even mention
military?
Fine. Army power?
Because I can.
No, but these
are
so
the VDV.
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Under the VKS.
You don't wait. No, they're. Oh my God. The fact you're throwing these terms around without understanding how different like these situations are and how different Putin's relationship with the VKS is versus the army and how different Putin's view of like air power is to land power and achieving strategic effects. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but these are really fucking important distinctions. When you throw around the army stuff, there's a lot of corruption in the Russian army and in the Russian Navy that isn't in the Russian Air Force. There's a lot of
Have the Tu-160s been modernized to the schedule that they were supposed to? Have the Su-57s been delivered on schedule?
Oh my God! Now you're just going down.
Come on.
Have the Wait, hold on. No, come on. I'm going to play this stupid game with you. Have the F-22s been modernized on time by the U.S. Air Force? Is the John F. Kennedy being built on time by the U.S. Navy? Is the M1A2 E3 Abrams being built on time by the U.S. Army? Do we want to just play these games where we bring up specific programs out of context without any fucking understanding of what's going on behind those programs? Because I can tell you don't. So let's not do that.
You accuse me of not understanding the specifics of the relationship between Putin and VKS. I'm just giving
because you clearly didn't. Because you threw out an army like that has anything to do with what I'm talking about.
I should have said military in general.
It's not the same.
It also hasn't performed to its stated.
No, he didn't think he had a modern army, and he didn't care if he had a modern army. He didn't think that was important to victory. He thought he would be able to get air supremacy, and if he did get air supremacy, the war would have ended in 2 weeks. It's the biggest reason Russia failed. And like, you're just, what about tires on fucking logistics trucks? The ones that were stored in Siberia that got pulled out 2 weeks before the invasion, and acting like everyone's shocked those tires had holes in them.
But okay.
Yeah, like Pantsers, you're talking about the one picture of one Pantser. Do you want me to grab a picture of an M3 Bradley with its chain link broken in Iraq and then act like that means the US didn't, like, we're using memes from Twitter. I'm talking about not memes. I'm talking about like the reason the invasion failed is because they couldn't generate air supremacy. And a big reason Putin thought he could invade is because he thought he could generate air supremacy. That's a huge component to this.
Air supremacy would be important. I don't know if Putin's specific expectation of air supremacy was like super critical here. Because
very important, but I know you.
Would you dispute that Russian way of war relies more on GBAD than air superiority?
The Soviet way of war did, but Russia thought it had adopted to a Western standard of maneuver warfare. And that's why they tried to invade Ukraine in the same way we invaded Iraq in 2003. They literally studied the Gulf War, and Russian Shoigu literally studied the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and they literally tried to replicate it stage by stage with Ukraine. And it failed because they didn't actually have the crew competency to actually execute operations of those complexities. But if they did, like they thought they did, it would have gone a lot like Iraq. Like, the government would have fallen in a few weeks. If they had been able to destroy the Ukrainian Air Force on the ground, if those IL-76s had landed full of VVD troops around Hostomel, that convoy would have met a city where the government would have already been kidnapped and executed before the convoy ever arrived. And you probably would have had the cohesion of the Ukrainian military fall apart around the collapsing civilian government.
Sorry, I'm just switching between the kind of internet blood sports mode of trying to go at it or trying to like really listen to what you're saying, because you have some insight. But I'm trying to measure how much of it is like your just general confident demeanor and how much of it is like your actual command of the facts.
That's fair. Look, you can look at anything I just said. Like, if you Google the Battle of Hostomel, which is one of the more decisive engagements. I mean, this is one. There's many.
No,
but like,
I understand. Just what's?
Yeah.
I think you would agree that I've acknowledged and disclosed my biases in this conversation. Okay. What biases, besides like the obvious, like you being the chair force and chair force being like the most important service, or at least feeling as much in the US? What, like?
Well, I think the most important service for the United States is the Navy, actually.
Fine.
But I mean, I'm taught to look at this in a rational way, not like a branch rivalry way. Like, I know there's the movies, but when you start shooting at each other
in the Air Force,
that's
if that's not classified. Pilot.
Yeah,
okay.
I fly for a living. I know that there's a lot of biases at play there, but what I'm saying is like, you're right. Actually, I'm surprised you knew that when you're talking about the Eastern view on warfare. It is different than ours. But like, a big component of Putin, like, are getting a lot more confident on the foreign stage, at least according to people in the US and NATO countries who study this. It's probably going to be different from, like, if we're talking about like Russian politics in Russia, the perspective. But a big component of that is like the Russian Air Force went through a heavy modernization in the mid 2000s, and the Germans and French helped a lot. And Putin thought that like he now had an air force that could do what the U.S. Air Force could do, and that like he could dominate Ukrainian airspace, destroy the country like with precision strikes on all the administrative centers, fly in airborne forces, land, and like kidnap Zelensky and kill him, and then you'd have this convoy roll into Kyiv for a victory parade, which is kind of what we did in Iraq, right? And they thought they could do that, and that seemed to have been a huge part of his decision to invade. And I'm not saying that if the Air Force hadn't been modernized, he wouldn't have invaded. I'm just saying it probably would have reduced the likelihood if Putin didn't think that he had this modern Russian aerospace forces that can compete with like the U.S. Air Force in the sky, which he really seemed to believe up until sometime in 2022 when he started to realize how many losses they had actually suffered.
My understanding of the politics,
I've got guys. I have
because this will be
I
politics.
have like 10 minutes, or I have like 6 minutes until the panel. So I should probably go.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go right now, and then this guy he was
Sure.
here first, so let him talk about whatever. Don't feel like you have to respond. It's not an own if you don't. Talk about whatever you want. Have a good one.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Epic. Thanks for coming on. I mean, I'm sure that we can probably talk again another time. And yeah, like feel free to interact in my Discord or whatever. You said you're used to like fighting with people online, so yeah, that's cool. But I I don't know. I was kind of entertained by that. That was funny, I guess. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I should go because I have to go to the panel that I need to go to now. So yeah.
Sure thing. Thank you for having me on and like being so welcoming, I suppose, and letting me fight with people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah,
And this love Noah in the beginning, that was like generous in a way I'm not used to, maybe.
Okay.
So
All right.
thanks.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah.
Conduit says, "Yo, Kalinda, did you want to watch Hassan versus Adam Mockler happening now?" I mean, I would, but I have to go to the panel in like 5 minutes. I mean, it probably Vastman, I did feel like I learned some stuff from that conversation, at least in terms of like how like the maybe how like some Russians might feel about things, but I understand obviously. Like yeah, I kind of figured that there was a chance that that there would be anger just because that yeah, that makes sense or whatever. Yeah. I also don't know how much of some of the things that he was saying was like his opinion versus like what he was communicating that Russians thought, but just because it was a bit back and forth. But regardless, yeah, I will watch the Hassan Mockler thing though. Maybe after the WIC panel, but unfortunately, I can't really watch it live. We were not angry. Well, actually, I guess like yeah, I honestly I was kind of surprised. Like I was sort of expecting like more rage or what have you, but anyway. Okay. I'm gonna go on now onto the WIC panel. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm live, by the way.
Okay, noted. We're on my starting soon screen, so. Just making sure I got all my ducks in a row. Hold on.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah.
And Doobie should be here momentarily.
Boy.
Okay, there's a couple of you who haven't been on my show in a bit, okay? And one who I think it's your first time, Usurp. Yeah. So here's how it's going to work. I'm going to say hi to my audience. I'm going to introduce the topic. And I'm going to give each of you, and I stress this, a brief opening thoughts, right? Like less than a minute type deal. Tell people who you are, what you do, what are your thoughts here. and then we'll get into it. If at any time I tell you shut up, please shut up. It's because I'm trying to direct the conversation, right? And the conversation will go better if you let me direct it. I promise you. Any questions from either of you guys?
The term hasn't changed, or the prompt for the conversation hasn't changed since you originally did it, right?
It is the far left a net
Does it help
negative
or
to the
hurt?
Democratic coalition?
Yeah.
So, and once Doobie gets here, we'll start.
Word.
Kalinda, we can't see you yet.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Much better.
Actually, I'm gonna adjust one thing real quick. Sorry.
Okay. Hopefully Doobie gets here. He was just DMing me like a minute ago.
Life comes at you fast. Shit happens, right?
I suppose.
Wick, when I came in, you were saying you were doing live stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm going
you
to
said about-
DC
hell yeah.
on the 28th to do the March for Democracy thing. I'm going to record that.
Very
see how
nice.
that goes.
Based.
It's different than I normally do, so
Mhm.
I'm a little nervous.
That's
I'm a little
good.
nervous that people are going to be like, "What is this shit?" and then tune out. So
Hey, listen, it's good. If you're not nervous, you're not trying new things.
true enough. Okay. Is everyone ready to go? Are we ready to start?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get this party started. Okie dokie. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you today. We are going to be discussing whether or not the far left is a net negative to the Democratic coalition. Recently, there has been some scuttlebutt of people who are very angry at people like Hassan, who refuse to endorse or have said that if it was between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, that they would vote third party. And many have criticized this decision as weakening the Democrats. There are also other incidences where people have said that the far left has gotten in the way. The other side of the coin will say, well, the far left are voters. They're trying to get people out to vote. They're trying to get Democrats to support policies that will be good for people. And so we need them in the coalition. But we're going to talk about today. We got some great people with us. I'm going to give the mic first to Kalinda, and then we'll just go around in the order we got. Kalinda, open us up. What are your thoughts?
All right. Hi. Yes, I do think that far leftists, or rather far leftist influencers, are a net negative to the Democratic Party. Maybe not necessarily all the people. I imagine the majority of leftists probably do vote Democrat, but people like Hassan and other people who are and like Kyle Kalinske and these sorts of people, the Majority Report now, who are basically just out there saying that like just shitting on the Democrats 24/7. I do not think this is helpful or good, especially when you look on the other side with the Republicans, where they have a majority of where like all of their alternative media influencers are all out there saying, you got to get out and vote for Trump, guys. Trump's amazing. And they never say anything bad about him. I'm not saying you can't say anything bad about the Democrats, but when you constantly harp on how shitty the Democrats are, I don't think that's good. And I think it's because there's an ideological divide between what we want and what they want. Yeah. And also, I got lots of other stuff to say, but I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, we got Prime Kai. Go ahead.
Hello. Thanks for having me here. My name is Prime Kai. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Kick.com/Prime Kai. PRIMECAYES. Love to have you. So I'll get things started off right by attacking the moderator. Wick has said that some people, feel that left this week in the Democratic Party. By some people, he means him. So I appreciate you. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Didn't want you to hide your power level there, buddy. But that's fine. In any case, I think I'll say a boring answer. It's important to have different perspectives within a party. Yeah, leave it there for now.
We'll get into it. Next up, Usurp the Chef. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I know you try to say chief there like everybody else does, but yep, my name is Usurp the Chef. You can find me mostly on Twitter at this point. I do have a really crappy YouTube video or YouTube channel where I'm still learning and getting disappointed after every video I upload, but I am going to be on the side of Kalinda here. I do think that, and like she said, the left media sphere, the far left people online, and not really on TV because it's really hard to find it. It's mostly just all online. They are net negative to the broader Democratic movement and to the party. And I think I'll just start off by, we don't have to answer this question now, but what has the far left done to help the Democratic coalition? I think if we ask that question, I think we might find that there aren't many answers because they don't really help. All they do is hurt. Now, and while some of them might have decent ideas about policy changes that I would even agree with, I don't agree with their end goal. And I don't think that their technique or their idea of how we get there is viable or will work.
Okay, we will get into it as we go. And last but certainly not least, Doobie, go ahead.
So I think that essentially, I think that the attacks on the far left, quote unquote, from moderates is sort of a scapegoat. They're ignoring the actual problem that is driving voter disengagement, voter disillusionment, which is structural. It's lack of trust in the party. It's failures on the party's part. I think all of that is just, it's sort of a scapegoat, right? So rather than deal with the actual the actual issues within the Democrat Party that are pushing away young people, they attack the young people for not just following along. And I think it's a losing tactic.
Okay, and with that, we'll get into it. The floor is open. If you have trouble getting a word in edgewise, just raise your hand or raise your
I have a question, but I'm gonna
Go
let
ahead.
I want you guys to answer Prime and Doobie. You should answer Usurp the chef's question first instead of, and then I'll ask my question later. Question about what have far leftists actually done for the Democratic coalition or the Democratic Party overall. Like, yeah.
You want to take it, Prime, or should I?
You go first.
Yeah, I think that you need energy to win elections. I think far leftists, quote unquote, tend to be younger people, and those younger people are the kind of people you want to mobilize because they don't typically, they're not typically inspired to go out and vote. So you want to create some energy there, gather that energy, turn it into momentum, and push people out to the polls. And I think that there have been elections, like I think Obama's election was a great example of this, where that momentum building within young voters who tend to be further left than the older moderates, did build and help the party. They did push turnout. I also think that they keep the Overton window. My perception of the Democrat Party, to be clear, is that over time, moderates are pulling the party to the right, to the center and to the right. And this has been happening since at least the 90s, since at least Clinton. He's the most clear example of the new Democrat shit that has slowly been pulling the party to the right over time. I think that leftists, quote unquote, keep the Overton window from shifting too far to the right. Because I think if it continues shifting in that direction, over time, you're just going to have a center-right party and a far-right party. And I don't think that's what people want.
Wait, what? No. Do you actually believe?
I don't think that was that complicated.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It's just that that's not true. You actually think the Democratic Party has moved further to the right since the 90s?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Even after Obama and the Affordable Care Act getting passed and
more people
gay marriage
in the Democratic Party support Medicare for all now. Bernie actually helped move the Democratic Party to the left since 2016. And also that which means that Democrats, which means that like you get Democrats like putting stuff like public option in their platform and stuff, which isn't necessarily something that they would have done previously, or like campaigning on things like that. Also like all the social issues.
it's very weird that you're taking credit for like what a leftist has put forward, right?
Yeah.
Like Bernie
Well, hold on.
Sanders. So
Hold
that's
on.
interesting.
Here,
Yeah,
hold
but he's
on.
not a
Let
A
me.
leftist
leftist
in
who was
the
kneecapping the
Hold
Democratic
on,
Party
one at a time, one at a
consistently.
time.
Let me.
Let Prime finish. Let Prime
Wait.
finish.
Wait. Wait.
I'll
Wait. No.
respond.
Can
I'll
I?
respond.
Okay, well, no,
Oh,
because
no,
this
you know
is
what? Make your
pointless.
point.
To
Make your
be
point.
clear,
Make your
I'm
point.
not, I don't
Go ahead.
include Bernie Sanders among the kinds of people that we are talking about. At least not what I am talking about. I don't think Bernie Sanders is one of those like unproductive, unhelpful leftists. I also don't think Zora
Oh,
Mamdani is either. I'm not talking about
I'm very glad you said
politicians.
that. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh,
What?
yeah,
What?
sure.
You think I hate Bernie
So
Sanders? I
people
don't.
that
Bernie's a based
yeah.
pragmatist.
I don't care. I don't care. So it's interesting that like you're segregating this between people that you like and people that you don't like, right? Rather than like their ideologies, right? Like Hassan would vote for Bernie Sanders. Hassan was a big booster of Bernie Sanders. And
Yeah.
then you say, well, Bernie Sanders, no, he's one of the good ones,
Yeah,
right?
but
Not one
would
of those.
he? Would he
Okay,
vote
well,
for him
Bernie
though?
Sanders
So,
isn't the end goal.
Hold
that
on, hold on.
Hassan
Let Prime.
wants.
Hold on.
yeah,
Let Prime finish, and then we're gonna go to Usurped and Kalinda. Go ahead.
Okay.
sure. It sounds like what they mean by leftist, and I don't think that what this is what our friend Wick meant when he set this up. But Wick can correct me on this, right? It sounded like what you were talking about, and maybe I'm wrong, is that you're talking about people on the quote unquote far left of the party, right? In general. Specifically, though, and they said that during their opening statements, they're talking about commentators, right? Commentators who they found annoying, right? Even though their ideologies might be the same as the politicians, they just don't like the commentators. I'm not going to spend my time like arguing about like what Hassan said or Kyle Kalinske said. I
Bro,
don't give a crap. No one
Kamala,
Yeah.
cares. Excuse
Bernie
me, still talking.
is.
Excuse me, still talking. Excuse me, still talking. Thank you. So I don't care about that. I won't sit here arguing with it. I don't think Doobie is interested in talking about that either. What we're interested in talking about is policies, right? And how leftist policies, right? And leftist activists and the energy they bring to the party, like how that is valuable and what that does. And that's what I'm prepared to talk about. But I don't give a crap about what Hassan says, Calculus, or anyone on Twitter says. Of no concern of mine. So to answer the question for Usurp, and then I'll be done talking. Uh, I think some of the greatest victories of the Democratic Party have been due to leftists. For instance, the Civil Rights Movement. Civil Rights Movement was a leftist movement. Like that was a far left that was clearly outside of the Overton window at the time, right? And the moderates within the party were saying, "Well, hold on, you're pushing too far, right? Let's take some incremental steps here, right? We don't want to scare off, right, the white suburban class or whatever the term was back then. No, it was leftists who pushed and agitated and eventually, right,
Okay.
overcame
No,
the
you're.
moderates. Hold on, excuse me,
You're
still,
just
hold on.
wrong.
I said, excuse
You're
me,
trying
hold
to
on,
claim
excuse me,
Emma.
excuse me, hold on, I'm talking. One at a time. Hold on. I promise I'm almost done.
Wrap it
and then you
up.
can jump in. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Anyway, so it was the leftists who overcame those moderates, overcame, and of course, obviously the conservatives who are always awful, who overcame that and shifted the window, shifted American politics to where it needed to be, and then we got that victory. Now I'd love to hear what you guys have to say.
Okay, first of
Okay,
all.
so
Oh,
here,
you know what?
real quick.
Go ahead.
One at a time.
Sorry.
You'll
Yeah,
both
real
get a
quick.
chance.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I find it weird to say that Lyndon B. Johnson would be considered a leftist by today or by anybody today
Did I
because
call
he
him a
was.
leftist?
You said
Well,
the people who got the
let
Civil Rights
let
Act
him
passed.
finish. Let Usurp make
And
it.
LBJ was the
That's
president and he pushed more than anybody, more than JFK did, to get the civil rights laws passed. He was instrumental in that. Now, of course, there were obviously people, organizations on the ground that helped push that message. I'm not trying to deny that, but it was a liberal Democratic politician who got that actually past the finish line to the point where it actually mattered and it became law. One of the things earlier, I think, Doobie, that you mentioned that younger people mobilize, and I think it's good. Yeah, you will have a lot of far leftists on college campuses, even on the streets during elections, handing out, even door knocking. And I do think that's good. And I know you brought up the Obama campaign. However, I think if you went and spoke to a lot of far leftists online right now, they would say that they were disappointed by what happened with Obama. And they were disappointed by all that they were only able to get the ACA passed. So I also think that we can't necessarily hope on their mobilization anymore because we haven't really seen it happen the past ever since Obama was the last time we saw any real far leftists mobilize in that same way. Not to say that they can't mobilize in the future. I just think that with their all or nothing attitude that a lot of far leftists have, it makes it difficult for them to actually get to a realistic point when it comes to politics, because politics, unfortunately, in reality, is all about negotiation, and you have to work with people that you don't necessarily agree with. And I find that every time a normal liberal will go up to a far lefty and see if they can get any kind of concession or meet in the middle, I find that it's difficult to try and do that same conversation with somebody who's far MAGA. That they're so entrenched in their position that it's impossible to get them out of where they're going.
Yeah.
You can go
Go ahead,
Oh,
Glenn.
I just want to ask, Prime, who are you? Are you talking about MLK when you say far leftists, or were you thinking of other people besides just him in the terms of the
There's a
civil
whole,
rights movement?
there's a whole list of
Fred
individuals.
Hampton, like all those, like just are you talking about more like the people in the streets, the ones organizing, like
Yeah, well, I mean, MLK himself was absolutely leftist. I mean,
I'm not saying that he wasn't, although MLK.
Yeah. I'm not saying that he didn't say
MLK
that.
was
I didn't say
more of a
anything. Just,
pragmatist than
responding.
today's leftists were, though.
I'm trying to respond to you. Okay, whatever. Okay, sure. Once again, they're the ones I like are the good ones,
it's
right?
not.
And the ones
It's
that
not
I
about.
don't like are the
Bro,
problems.
stop
We're
it.
not saying that every single
Hold on.
leftist
No,
is
you
a
asked
bad
me a question.
person.
I'm literally trying to answer the question. Hold on. Like, do you want me to
Wait,
answer
who
the
asked
question
you?
or not answer the question?
It's because
Okay,
you're straw manning me, but go on.
How am I straw manning you? I said nothing about your
The
position.
ones that I
You said
like,
that-
shit. That's
Yeah,
not what I mean.
Okay. Enough. Okay, we gotta go one at a time. Kalinda, rephrase your question if you need. Go ahead.
No, it's fine if he wants to like give names or whatever, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, I would argue that MLK and like
Then why
his
did you
particular
ask me?
movement was the most important. Like if you were gonna say like Malcolm X doesn't really matter that much, and yeah,
Does it really matter? What?
It's the same
In
level as
Black
MLK
history?
in getting the Civil Rights Act passed.
What? Hold on. No, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This. All right. I'm trying to keep it cool.
What did Malcolm X do?
Right. To be told. Oh my God. Sorry.
No,
I'm not going to give you a
Jesus
whole
Christ.
Black history lesson here. Right. You don't know. You have no idea.
You're gonna
Yes, there
ask
was
this question
large
in February?
coalition.
How
There was
rude.
an inside game and there was an outside game.
It's not
part of
my
the civil
job to
rights movement,
educate you.
right?
Is that what you're doing right now?
Yes, it's not my job to educate you, white woman. No, it's not my job to educate you in the civil rights movement. Like, yes, MLK gets a lot of the credit today, right? But there's so many names that are lost to history that were ignored, right? Not just of quote unquote not just of far
We all
left, but
agree.
just like women who are part of it, people who are part of other marginalized groups who are part of it.
We
All
all
these
agree.
people, right? No, you don't all agree, right?
Yes,
Well,
we
you
do.
don't all agree. Because just say
How do you
that
know
Malcolm X was not an important part of this
No,
coalition is amazing.
did I say he
right?
wasn't
It
an
shows
important
an
part or
incredible-
not as
Hold on,
big
I
of a
didn't
part
say,
as
I was talking to you,
MLK was?
usurp. You didn't say it. It was Caitlin.
Yeah,
or
but you're
whatever.
yapping on about things that we
Kalinda.
haven't said and
Kalinda.
giving us opinions
See,
that we
I
don't
didn't
have.
say you said it. I said Kalinda. If you didn't say it, then obviously
I was
it
just
doesn't apply to you.
wondering,
I'm talking to Kalinda.
like,
Kalinda's the
can
one
you
who
name
said it.
some of Malcolm X's accomplishments? That's all that I was good. I was just wondering. That's all. Like,
No, I'm not going to name. I'm not going to do this with you, right? So it's okay if you don't understand that. We don't have to go on. That's a huge tangent. That's all right? It just shows a complete lack of ignorance here on this panel. But
Thank you.
we'll
We
move
do
forward,
lack a lot
right?
of
Okay,
So once
all
again,
right, dude.
let's focus on the bad leftists, right? And then ignore the good leftists. Let's continue with that.
No, stop. You need to stop doing that. That is not at all what I meant. When I am talking about it's not who I like or who I don't like or whatever. It's about like who is actually willing to like compromise and work within the system and who is willing to understand that you can't always have everything that you fucking want. Like, and who is willing to accept that not all politicians
So the good
are
guys, the
perfect.
bad guys.
So
That's what you just said.
no, you're just being silly about it. Here,
I'm not being.
will
I'm
you
just,
hold
like,
on?
giving
Will you
good guys and
guys
the bad
will you guys commit to right now that if Gavin Newsom is the nominee in 2028, you'll both vote for him?
No.
If he's a
Okay,
nominee
there
for
you
the
go.
president.
That's what I'm talking about.
It depends which state I'm in, to be honest with you.
Let's say
If I'm in a state, if I'm in like a swing
Michigan.
state,
Let's say
maybe.
Michigan.
But if I'm in California, fuck no.
All right. Now, so this is actually one of the things that really bothers me, and I just don't know when it comes to the far leftists if they just don't if they don't think Trump is that bad. if they are not opposed to what a far right or like a kind of authoritarian government could possibly do in this country, maybe that's why they're able to say, yeah, I wouldn't vote for Gavin in the election, because no one has ever said, or at least I'm not gonna say that, we haven't been saying that, hey, during the primary, run whoever you want, vote for whoever you want, and if a far leftist and someone like with really far left gets through the primary, guess what? I'm voting for that person to be president. Like, I think both Kalinda and I, if there was like a far lefty that won the Democratic nomination and went up against J.D. Vance, I think we would all line up the night before to make sure to vote for him, because we know that a J.D. Vance presidency is just going to be a continuation of the Trump presidency, which will be fucking terrifying, because we all have eyes and consciousness, and we've seen what's happened the last year. So it frustrates me personally when I think that, like, no matter who the Democrat, like blue no matter who, is literal in my sense, where it could be Gavin Newsom, it could be Pete Buttigieg, Josh Shapiro, or it could be AOC, it could be Rashid Tlaib. I would vote for any single one of them. But when you ask the lefties the same question, when you ask them the same question,
can I ask you, sir?
Am I finished talking?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. But if you ask lefties the same question, they will not. They won't vote for somebody like Gavin Newsom, who is just like kind of a bog standard liberal at this point.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. No.
You're good.
Usurp. What if the Democrat was Jeffrey Epstein?
That's a stupid question. I'm not answering. Or actually, can I answer it in two ways?
Sure. Okay.
If I knew that going into it that he just had a absolutely terrible moral character and his policies weren't fascistic or authoritarian, and it's going against somebody who is a fascist or an authoritarian, I would rather deal with his his awful, awful personal shit, and everyone would condemn that anyway. No one would like him for that in this scenario. But if it would mean saving the republic, yeah, I would, because I think that's how dangerous J.D. Vance is.
This is like cult. I think this is like cult-like thinking on the level of MAGA. Like this blue no matter who thing it's really culty. I think there's something that there's something that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Harm reduction is culty. Sure. It's cultish to like say, hey, we want to stop the
he just told us he'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein. Like that's pretty culty. I think.
Why would I vote?
Hold on. So I think. Okay, I understand. Maybe you think the right winger is so bad. There's an institute fascism, take democracy, or whatever the fuck.
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein was a Jewish supremacist child rapist running a fucking sex ring.
Yeah, and it's not good.
So if you vote for that guy, like some people
because he wanted to destroy the country.
However, wait, one second. I think before we get to that point, right? Because it's possible we could get to that point, right? You either vote for the rapist or the guy covering for the rapist, I guess. I think that actually we sort of had that in the last election with Biden, because Biden's DOJ had all the Epstein stuff and didn't do shit with it.
Biden didn't control.
So we sort of had that. So did Obama's, by the way. Didn't do shit with it. So we kind of already had that, right? A couple times.
I mean, you don't know if they didn't do shit with it. They could have been. They were probably investigating all that stuff.
No, they weren't. This is all publicly available now. They were not.
There were not investigations going on in 2019
no,
and 2022?
No. You can look into this.
So. Wait, how the fuck weren't there investigations? Epstein got arrested, did he not, in 2019?
I'm not talking about Epstein. I'm talking about the co-conspirators, the investigations that they specifically shut down. That's what I'm talking about. Actually, like Obama, you mentioned leftists being like disappointed by Obama. It's because of this kind of shit, right? So the bailouts with no prosecutions for people on Wall Street who are corrupt and using insiders trading to fuck over our system. No, you can't. No prosecutions for those people whatsoever. Right, so they bailed out these things because they're too big to fill, and then no prosecutions, no punishment at all. Right, I mean, these people got millions of dollars in bonuses for this shit.
Yeah,
I think there's like I said earlier, that is the actual cause, right? So the symptom is people going to the far left, quote unquote. I feel like we disagree about what far left is, but going to the far left, not liking the Democrat Party, being disillusioned with the Democrat Party, not voting at all, right? That's the symptom. The actual cause is the Democrat Party is slowly shifting to the right, I think, over time, and they keep letting down the voter, right? They make promises, they have all these lofty ideals, and then when they get the power to do these things, they compromise, they give some kind of half-hearted measure, and they don't push anywhere near as far as they claim they were going to. right? So people get disillusioned, they get disheartened, they say, okay, well, why the fuck am I going to go out and campaign for this dude if he's lying to me? And I know he's lying to me. He doesn't actually plan to go through with anything, the things he's telling me. So I think the Democrat Party needs to fix that perception, right? That is what's pushing people to the far left, quote unquote.
So when Obama gets elected, and I know he obviously didn't arrest all the people from the great financial collapse, which again, I'll even admit that's not good. It would have been really nice to see some of those people. It would have been really nice to see those people go to jail for a long time, especially for what they did to the economy, obviously. But because I am able to afford healthcare now, like I have a job where it's not given to me. Now mine went up a lot of money this year, but like because of what Obama did, I'm able to get healthcare. Now that might be funny to someone like Prime, but to me, who didn't go to the doctor for 8 years at one point because I couldn't afford it, well, it actually means something that I'm able to pay for it. And so when I understand that everything that we wanted didn't happen, but that's not a reason to say, okay, screw these guys. And in that process saying, okay, JD Vance becomes president, because if you can't take the political reality that we're living in at the moment out of the equation. Like on the other side is a party that is starting to morph and justify pedophilia. That is how cultish and committed they are to allowing Trump and JD Vance and whoever's next in their line, or Peter Thiel, to become the next president for the next 15 years. And that, I think, I guess people don't think that possibility is that bad. Or they don't, maybe not even that they don't think it's that bad, they don't grasp how either A, realistic it is, and B, how bad it would be.
So, to respond to Usurp, to one thing, I wasn't laughing at you getting healthcare. No, it's fantastic, and I want more people to get healthcare. And I used Obamacare, right, myself. So I wasn't laughing at that. So anyway, I won't.
No, you're good. You're good.
Healthcare. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. No, what I was laughing at though is this idea that is this need to like give more credit than is deserved, right? And so we can remember the time for that
more
Medicare
credit
for,
to who? Obama?
I will. Don't worry. I'll spell it out for you. Literally, is going to do it right there. So you remember the time where Medicare for All was being pushed, right? And that was during that campaign season when Hillary Clinton and Obama were battling it out, right? And they had their dueling plans, which were pretty much almost the exact same thing, if people remember that. But in any case, the point is, when Obama gets in office, there is a massive popular movement behind him, pushing for Medicare for all, right? Or at the very least, a public option, right? He specifically rejects Medicare for all out of the bat, doesn't fight for it, right? And then he says, oh, we're going to go for a public option. The person he puts in charge, right, his point person was his chief of staff, whose name, oh my God, I always forget. But he became
Rahm
the mayor of Chicago
Emanuel?
afterwards. Rahm Emanuel, thank you, Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel, a creature of the for-profit system, right? Like he took money from them all the time. He was like one of their people, he like specifically sabotaged that whole process. He specifically looked to weaken that process from the beginning.
I thought it was Joe Lieberman
put in charge.
Yeah,
and the Blue Dogs.
I mean, Joe Lieberman was part of it. There was more than one person. No,
Yeah,
Joe Lieberman was a bad guy,
works.
absolutely. But like literally, Rahm Emanuel has always taken and still is taking, as far as I know, money from the for-profit medical industry. So the point, all I'm saying is that the process of sabotage and what was put forward was a Republican plan. Let's not forget, right? Obamacare was a plan from the Heritage Foundation. That was their plan, right? And it was shocking at the time that the Republicans didn't actually sign on to it because the market solution
they couldn't because it was Obama that was passing it.
But Obama was the one who pushed it, right?
So they can't
but that
tie their
doesn't
name
change
to
the fact that it was a right-wing plan. It was Romney Care, right? Romney was
but I don't give a shit. It could have been my dog's care. If he wrote the bill and it got me health care, I don't give a shit.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying that it wasn't helpful. I just said I was helped by it, right?
Yeah.
And it's great that you were helped by
But I
it.
just don't know
So
why
I'm
you
not
bring up
saying-
that
But
it's a
it's not
Republican
good
plan.
enough,
Well,
right?
hold on. Because it's not. Yes, because it's not good enough. Because
Then why
because-
isn't it good enough?
hold on,
Nothing's
hold on.
ever good
Sure,
enough.
okay. Okay. All right. So, friend, usurp, right? Hopefully we'll be friends later on.
Sure.
But usurp, you just talked about how your prices have been skyrocketing, right?
Well, they skyrocketed this
this-
year, particularly.
Probably because of the
because,
Republicans.
we saw what the Republicans did, they took away subsidies that were on top of Obamacare, right? So that came afterwards. It was an alteration, and they removed that, right? But so what we're left now is bare naked Obamacare, and those are the prices. So my problem is that if we had removed the market from this, all particular the private market completely, right? You don't have to deal with that, and that's Medicare for all. Or in the other case, public option, the government steps in, gives you another option, a much cheaper option, and you don't have to worry about this. This was a flawed plan that was put forward and public option was never even fought for. That's my problem.
The public option was fought for when the plan was first pushed through. It was because of Joe Lieberman. We were one vote away from having a public option in 2009. Did it get passed, or 2010? We were one vote away. So I guess I just don't understand why it's Obama's fault when he pushed for it. It was his platform. He got it to the floor, and he just didn't get enough votes. That's what it comes down to. Because unfortunately, like I said in my opening, that in real world politics, with adults, you actually have to be able to negotiate. Now, do I think I truly believe, and I guess you probably don't, that if there was a way for Obama to have gotten us a public option, we would have it. Do you?
No, I don't believe that. And I also want to say something very quickly on Lieberman. And this is not just for Lieberman, but you see this throughout time, right? And you see this on both sides. What I'm about to say, it counts for both sides, but for me, honestly, it's just more pernicious when I see it from the Democrats. They designate a bad guy. They designate a person who's going to make the vote.
It's the rotating villains theory. Oh boy.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about are don't worry, I'm literally going to tell you. I promise I'm not going to.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that this is a thing that they do, or are you just assuming?
Okay. We gotta have some order in this court.
Great.
Prime. So, be concise, but go. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to be concise. I'm going to actually make my point. So, I said I was going to make a point. I'm going to make a point. Any which way. So, when I say they, I'm talking about the mainstream.
Prime doesn't know how to be concise.
That there are going to be votes where you cannot be seen doing the wrong thing, right? Let's say a Democrat is weak, right? In their state, right? Either they have low approval ratings, or they're in a purple district, and for whatever reason they don't want to take the wrong vote, right? Well, then you can have someone else who doesn't have to worry about that, right? Who has a sure seat. They can be the bad guy, and they can end it. So you can get the credit, right, and say, I fought for X policy, right? But then the other person does it. Now, before it was Lieberman, right? Then it was Joe Manchin, right? And Kristen Sinema. But it'll always be someone new. Now, there are some people who last thing I'll say, there were some people who genuinely had disagreements. Lots of them have genuine disagreements, as well I'll say. There will be some individuals who will always vote their conscience, wherever that may lead them. But there are others who are, because they've already been designated the bad guy, because the base already dislikes them, it's fine if they take the pressure. I'm done.
Do you think? Hold on. I just want to say, do you think that Joe Manchin was disliked by the people of West Virginia, which, by the way, is a very conservative state?
No, I said the opposite of that. The opposite of that, right?
Yeah, and I think even focusing on the 60 voting is...
Just very quickly, I said people who are in safe states. Joe Manchin was quite safe. That's why he kept coming back, right? And so he was a perfect person to do.
So I'm sorry. I'm gonna need some actual so you're basically like alleging this conspiracy on the part of the Democrats to like choose a person to say, okay, you can say no, so that therefore nothing will ever get done. This is like wildly ridiculous.
How would that work? And that actually leads right into my question. So if you say you have like, oh, we can take this no vote from this guy who's like in Trump, like who has a district that won't like it or something like that, and move it over here. Eventually, if you're going to move it to a district where everybody wants it, because if people want the health care, you can't just keep moving it around and no. It just doesn't make sense how there's this like cabal of just moving all of these.
I'm a little confused as to what you're.
I don't think it's realistic to actually think that these guys are saying, "Hey, okay, Johnny, in that district, you can vote no, so we don't have it." I don't think that Lieberman was saying no in that moment because of that. Now, and I don't think that Obama was the one that was.
Lieberman meant it. Lieberman honestly didn't like it.
Do you think Manchin?
That's it. That's how.
Actually,
let usurp finish, please.
Think of it the other way around. It's less about Lieberman just taking a note, right? It's about other people being able to vote yes, right?
Okay.
They want to vote yes on something that's popular, even though they don't want it to go through.
How do you know they don't want it to go through?
Don't want to actually make things better for their constituents?
Yeah, Joe Manchin was
probably
liked.
I said, I think these people vote yes to get their good things to their constituents, and the people that don't do it, usually, like all the no votes, there was Republicans, like you said earlier, it was a Republican plan, right? And under a Republican president, they would have voted yes. So it's...
Do you think so? I'm a little confused, Yusuf. Do you think that politicians purely act on the well-being of the constituents, or they might have other motivating factors?
They do what they need to get reelected.
95%, yeah, because their job is to get reelected, so their constituents need to be happy with their performance.
And how did they get reelected?
By getting more votes than their opponents.
I don't know. Do you think this applies to Trump aligned like politicians too? You think they're voting for things because they think it benefits their constituents?
That's a cult, so it's kind of a little bit.
Different. Actually,
in my mind, the MAGA movement is a cult.
No, hold on. No, I can answer this question. This actually is a pretty easy question to answer. Yeah, the MAGA movement is a cult, and that means that the Republicans who have gotten behind Trump are doing so because that their constituents love Trump and they want him to and that's why you find that there are like people like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski are in districts where that's not necessarily as much the case, and therefore they are more free to be opposed to Trump. But that's why all these Republicans are leaving now because they can't oppose Trump.
To compare the two together, because like we've seen how many times since Trump has gotten back to office where Republicans went into the administration with one view on something. They've done the complete opposite. The War of Peace now is in 7 major wars, and now they're saying it's based. So it's really difficult to compare like Democrats.
No, I don't think this is true, because Trump has lost a lot of support even among Republicans. Like he's lost a shit ton of
his diehard MAGA base.
Yeah, he's
people. Hold on, people on the right like you guys who can vote red no matter who, right? So these people will vote for the Republican no matter what. That subsection of people exists. Just as on the left, quote unquote, there are people who blue no matter who, right? I think it's the same type of group of people.
Do you think
hold on, to be clear.
Wait.
I think you just touched on something that impacts what I was saying earlier, right? About actually what Prem was saying earlier about Obamacare, right, and the public option. Trump putting political pressure on politicians who don't fall in line, right? I think Obama's strategy with universal health care or the public option absolutely did not take advantage of that, and I think that was intentional. I think that was a strategy from Rahm Emanuel. It's a massive piece of shit, by the way. But one entirely focused on the 60 vote thing, where there was a lot of experts, left quote unquote strategists at the time, Democrat strategists at the time, saying that actually they could use budget reconciliation to get it through 51 votes. So they actually didn't need Lieberman at all. They could have gotten it through like that. And in fact, later they used that the budget reconciliation to pass amendments to Obamacare, right, to what actually got passed. So they could have done it from the start to protect the public option, but they chose not to. They chose instead to focus on the 60 votes and pretend that was like a law of nature they couldn't get around. Where we've seen from other politicians like Trump, when they run up against these walls, they find creative ways around them, usually to the detriment of the country.
Break the laws,
right?
yeah.
Well, no,
And
no.
we kind of
hold
hold
on.
our Democratic
No,
senators and
wait, hold
congressmen
on.
to higher standards.
No,
And
that wouldn't have broken the law.
You
that would
wanted
not have
them
broken
to
the law.
use budget reconciliation to
saying
pass a
Trump does.
healthcare plan?
Yes.
I don't think that
Yeah,
that.
hold on.
I
To
don't,
protect the public option, yes, they absolutely could have ordered it in such a way that would comply with the bird law,
I
bird rule.
very
They
much
absolutely
doubt
could have.
that. I think
I
that
know,
that's
I know
just
you, I know you
cope
doubt
that
it,
people
but you
are
can just
saying.
like no, it's not true. I'm
I think
sorry.
we should try
Obama
and
was getting a lot of
maybe
pressure at the time to do
move
exactly
back
that,
to
and he chose not to. He chose to leave the public option on the table as something that could be negotiated away. It wasn't that important. It was something that I think predictably, when they chose to stick to the 60 vote requirement, that was obviously going to be negotiated away, right? Because they knew at the time, everybody knew that there were
You
blue
can't
dog
use
Democrats, whatever the
budget
fuck you wanna call them,
reconciliation
who were
to
not.
pass.
Yes, you can.
No, you
Hold on,
can't. Not
They did
Obamacare.
later. Hold on, they did later to
Yeah, they
amend
passed
the same fucking plan.
yeah,
so
like
they
for,
could have
like,
used it
budget
to protect
amendment
specific
shit.
important parts of that plan. They absolutely could have. They chose not to. Right, so because the
Reconciliation
Democrat
is
Party
only for
signaling
budgetary
for
shit.
decades now, since at least the 90s, has been compromised on the right. We need to be adults, and we need adults. And we need to
You know what?
compromise on
I'm
it.
sorry,
And
because
all
the
this
country's not
means
as far
when you're
left as
dealing
you
with the
guys
right,
think
when you're
it
dealing with the
is.
right wing and the Republican Party, is you compromise. They never fucking compromise, and we slowly push closer to what they want.
Yeah,
that's
and
what I think. That's what's been
feels
happening.
like from us, and what it feels like from our point of view is that the right, they never compromise because they're completely fucked in the head, and we can basically count on nothing from their end. But at the same time, we have not half, thank God, because far lefties aren't nearly as possible as they think they are. We have people on our own side, within our own Democratic Party, that will not compromise. And here we are, and I think this actually goes back to the original conversation.
After you're done, I have a question for you guys, Kalinda and Usurp. But go ahead.
Okay, but I think this goes back. Like we've been sitting here for 30 minutes almost arguing about why Obamacare wasn't exactly perfect enough and how it was a failure because it wasn't perfect and we don't have a public option. And when in reality, this whole conversation, this prompt probably got brought up because of what Hassan said and how he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom in a hypothetical election against J.D. Vance because the option of Republicans winning can't be there. Like it would, there's a chance our country's fucked if an actual J.D. Vance or whoever they appoint to be their next continuation of MAGA ends up in office again. So that is why I say blue no matter who. And like Doobie, I think earlier you said like, oh, I would vote blue no matter who, no matter what. No, it's because we're actually in crazy circumstances right now, like we haven't seen in this country ever. And I think that's why it is incumbent that we do blue no matter who this year. So,
yeah, so I think you guys are like
Rick wanted to say something.
Well, let Doobie respond, but I do have a question once.
So
just back and forth.
my read of Hassan's position on the voting thing, right, is he's very close to my. Actually, I think we have exactly the same position, right? It's because he's in California. He lives in California, a very solidly Democrat state. It is not going to anybody but the Democrat in any given election. Well,
No, Hassan's
irrelevant because he said,
and he doesn't care about Democrats.
No, stop.
Yes,
he said in multiple articles, multiple interviews, that if you want to vote for the lesser evil, go for it, right? If that works for you, go for it. Wait, stop.
The left.
Irrelevant. It's fine. Okay, but I think his position is if lesser evil, greater evil, it's still evil. And putting your name on a dotted line to position yourself on the side of an evil is going to be like it feels bad. It's not something that I would want to do, which is why if it were Gavin Newsom versus Vance in California, I wouldn't vote for either one. I would vote I'd vote either uncommitted or some other thing, right? So I think it's totally reasonable if you're in a solid state one way or the other and you don't want to back or put your name on the line behind someone you think is evil, whether lesser or greater. I think it's totally fine not to vote, right? But if you are in a state where it matters, right? I think obviously you should vote for the lesser evil, unfortunately. But I think Hassan has made this clear repeatedly that is also his position.
You gotta let them respond. Go ahead.
Like no one is mad. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. No one is mad that Hassan wouldn't himself individually vote for Gavin Newsom in California. Not a single person is mad about that. What we're upset about is the fact that he has, unfortunately, one of the largest audience of far left people online. He streams to what, at least like 20, 30K people a day and get up closer to the election, like 100,000. Instead of saying like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. If I lived in a state, I might actually vote for Kamala. I don't. He should be, if he was able to entice and excite and influence his audience, even though he says, "Oh, I couldn't have changed any election results all by myself." Even though, again, no one's fucking saying that. All we're saying is you have influence, and you should use your influence to try and fight Trump. And that's what I just don't like it when people are trying to muddle the conversation by saying, "Oh, no one cares about his individual vote, or his individual vote won't matter in California." We know
can I
that.
sorry, before you go on, Doobie, I just want to say one other thing. You can say all this stuff about California if you want to, but the problem is that California does have Republicans that were elected to the House in like districts. Like, it's not like California is just like this blanket blue state and there's no conservatives living there. I think there's like particular parts of California that like have like Republican districts in them and stuff, or like parts of California that are much more conservative. And
yeah, we're talking about the presidential election, though.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, but who controls Congress matters. The presidential election is not the only thing. It's important that you also vote Democrat down ballot.
The question is specifically about the presidential candidate.
Super chats, guys. Super chats.
Gang. Let me read some of these super chats. Maybe have a little circuit breaker here, and then we'll get back to it. Okay. $5 from Audacity to say, Wick, you go to Home Depot today? I want to know where you found that tool in the top middle. Thank you for the $5, I suppose. $5 from My Listening Library. Say, crazy statement. Bernie raised this generation of leftists. Love that Prime and Dubes are here. I'm a traditional Dem, but we need our Primes. $5 gang. Thank you for the $5. $5 from Sifu KFJ. Just wait till you unchosen find out that our system is already cucked to a group who doesn't like any of you. Your choice is an illusion. Oy vey. Thank you for the $5. And then $2 from Greg Yo to say, does Prime have anything to prove this conspiracy? Thank you for the $2. No. Sorry for that super circuit breaker, but I do got to make a little bit of money. But I wanted to ask Usurp and Kalinda a question, right? Mm-hmm. Is there a line for you in the current climate that we exist, right? Where you have JD Vance or whoever the MAGA nominee is, where you would be like, okay, I just can't vote for this person. Like say, and I asked Soypill this question. Say the Democratic candidate came in, broke into your house, and raped your family. Okay, would you still vote for them against JD Vance?
I think that misses the fundamental question or answer that we're trying to find here, because like obviously
I'm just asking for the line for your side.
Yeah, like, but that has nothing to do with their policies or what they would do to the country. Which is
but there's something that they could do that you would be like.
So the only like for me, the only other way I wouldn't vote is if it was like a far right fascist, let's call it just JD Vance in this, and then a far left actual communist or tanky. I would not vote in that election, and I would become a partisan in the streets.
Okay, so if it was Hassan versus
I would be a partisan
Vance,
in the streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I agree. I probably yeah.
Because in my mind, in my opinion, that's voting to like end liberal democracy in America, and that's not something I want to be a part of. I'd rather try and fight it in any way I can. And by voting for one of them, it wouldn't matter. But that's why at the same time, it's like blue no matter who. Like it could be it could be AOC, it could be Rashid Tlaib, it could be what's that Tarico guy from Texas? It could be anybody. As long as they're like a normal human being. Yeah, it could be like fucking it could be Joe Biden. I'd fucking vote for him. Even if he lost even double his brain cells between now and then. I would still vote for a comatose Joe Biden over anybody that the MAGA movement would put up.
Also, by the way, I just want to say that, Doobie, to go back to what you said before, you know that the Blue Dog Democrats are pretty much gone now, right? like this notion that there are no, I think, I don't know, even think there's no sizable number of pro-life Democrats anymore. This notion that the Democratic Party has moved further right is just not true. Biden was probably one of the most progressive president within our lifetime. Like, to say that they have moved further, like, to the right is very silly.
It's just never far left enough, and that's the problem.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what I mean by like further to the right. I don't mean on like social issues. Right? I mean like on economic issues. So
the NLRB would like a word.
Sure. So would TPP,
nothing's ever good
right?
enough.
So would fucking the
I'm
NSA
sorry.
programs that Obama never shut down. So would Guantanamo that Obama pledged to shut down but didn't fucking do it.
Yeah, I
right?
know,
So,
that's not
hold on.
good.
Yeah, I know. So fucking
Wait.
Libya, right? Where
So
he,
because of
where
that,
he,
you're willing to
hold on,
torch
where
US
he got us involved in
democracy.
Libya,
That's what
and now
we
they
don't
have fucking slave markets there. Yeah, all that would like a word too, right?
Yes,
So,
because
bro,
Libya
supporting
was
Israel,
like
committing
a
a fucking
fucking-
genocide. All that would
Jesus
also like a word.
Christ.
Right, so Chuck Schumer going on fucking
Genocide!
stage. Oh God, yeah, I know, haha, very funny. Chuck Schumer going on stage saying, "Oh, we got to make sure we fund Israel. We got to fund Israel no matter what." Nancy Pelosi going on stage and saying, "Oh, even if Washington were to burn down, our commitment to Israel would remain." This fucking
Rick,
disgusting
I'm
shit,
waiting for
right?
you to intervene,
Genocide, by the way,
because otherwise this is
Oh,
going to
God.
turn into a debate
Please
about
stop
Israel
yapping.
Palestine.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't need to. What I'm telling you is, when I say
Make your point,
they're
Doobie.
moving further
No,
to the right, I don't mean on like trans shit or like I mean on like.
Do they mean
they're
on like
moving-
any major?
I think
You
they
mean
position
on economic
themselves.
issues?
Yeah,
I
economic
can help
issues.
you.
They're trying to win over the corpos, the lobbyists, the donors.
So-
that is where they move to the right.
Didn't the Biden administration get some like new regulations to try and stop all this crypto scam and all money laundering and like on these unregulated markets only for Trump to come in and burn all that shit to
Crypto
the ground?
scams? You think that's what people are worried about? You think the average person gives a fuck about crypto scams?
You know, if the average person actually
People care about their jobs
in a
being
crypto
outsourced.
scam-
People care about their jobs being outsourced to fucking India. The people,
Yeah, and guess
the
what?
normal
It's
people care
doing
about
worse
that.
now
They care
on-
about
we're
manufacturing leaving the
doing
fucking
worse.
country, which
We're
actually
doing
happened as
worse
a result,
now
by the way,
under
of
Trump.
fucking
We've
Clinton
lost more
policies.
manufacturing jobs than we had under Biden.
No one said
And you don't
that
think, and you think a
Trump
Republican is going to
is-
be better?
No one said that. What? No one said
Well,
that.
that's
In
what
my
you're
mind-
basically
in my mind,
advocating for,
that's what
because
you're-
nothing's
in your-
perfect.
in
And
your
you're
mind,
like,
Okay,
we want
gang.
votes.
Just to
Let me just
remind
finish.
everyone what the current accusation by Doobie is that in economic issues and foreign policy issues, the
And
Democratic
crime,
Party
immigration,
has
too.
moved to the right since Clinton.
Immigration too, yeah.
Can I
Then
ask just
hold
for,
on,
like,
no,
2 or
be
3
clear.
solid
You said in
examples
your
in
mind,
economics?
right? Hold on, but this is important because like Doobie and I absolutely don't believe this. You're saying in your mind you think leftists think, and actually I'm not going to speak for all of this because you're going to bring up someone on Twitter who said something crazy. I don't care. I don't care. The people you're talking to don't think Republicans will necessarily be better, right? So let's like remove that from the conversation.
Can I say why? Can I just say I have a one sentence
Sure, go
reason
ahead.
as to why? The reason I feel that way is because in this current political climate, it's blue no matter who. In my opinion, if you're not blue no matter who, then you're for the Republicans at the end of the day. Now, you might not like what the Republicans are doing. You might not agree with anything that they're doing. But by not voting for whoever the Democratic nominee is in 2028, that is essentially what your action is. There's no difference in my mind between someone who just doesn't vote for whoever the nominee is, barring that they're an alligator child rapist, then we gotta vote for whoever they are. Because
okay,
the threat
so-
of a sorry, I said I would be
No.
I
No,
was
it's
short,
okay.
and I wasn't. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No problem. And I also didn't mean to cut you off, so I apologize there. In any case, right? I think it's interesting that you guys say, well, the Democratic Party is not a cult, right? And then Usurp, said previously that he'd vote for a pedophile Democrat.
Why?
Like,
I actually
so-
explained why.
No, I heard you. I heard your
What was
reasoning.
my answer?
He only
My
asked you
answer
that
was-
question so he could use it as a gotcha against you to make this
Yeah.
dumb
Yeah.
fuck
It's pretty easy. Gotcha,
But what
right?
was my
Hey,
ra-
would
what
you
was my
vote for a
rationale?
pedophile?
What
Is
was my
there no?
rationale?
So the reason why I understand your rationale. Right? I talked to a bunch of liberals. You're not saying anything
Repeat it.
special, right? You're saying, hey, there. On the other side, we're going to lose democracy, right? Fascism is on the line, right? These are the things that are at stake, and so because of that, I'll vote for a pedophile. I heard you. Don't worry. I was listening. You're a liberal. You all say the same things, so I
So
got
do you
it.
think I really
Yeah, I
vote
know,
for a
but
pedophile
Any
because
which
he's a
way.
pedophile?
Any which way. Hold on. I'm going to continue on. Thank you. All right. The reason
Okay,
why I
it's
brought
fun,
that up,
slimy,
right,
but
is to talk
whatever.
about principles, right? And this is the difference between us, right? So Doobie and I, we do have a difference here, right? We aren't completely aligned, and that's okay.
yeah, you're
Doobie
allergic
was
to
talking about how
pragmatism, we know.
big. Anyway, Doobie was saying that hey, within a swing state, he would vote for lesser of two
He
evils.
said most
I
likely,
wouldn't.
which means no.
Well, whatever. In any case, I say absolutely not. Right?
Yeah, and that's and you are
Depending
like literally
what.
you're worse
So
than the
yeah,
most cousin
yes,
fucking
I'm
MAGA
worse. I'm
fan
worse.
than
Exactly. So
Okay,
I'm
anywhere
well,
in
trying.
let Prime finish your point, and then we're gonna
No,
let
I'm
them
not
answer.
gonna. Hold on, you kept interrupting me. No, Wick. I'm not gonna finish my
I'm
point
allowing
correctly.
you to
I'm gonna
finish your
make my
point.
point.
I'm saying I'm giving you the
Okay.
mic. What do you want
Great.
me to do?
Thank you. I
Jesus
love
Christ!
you.
Come
I
on!
love you.
Why are
Wick,
you
there's no
fighting me when
winning.
I'm trying to help you?
There's
Yeah,
no
look,
winning.
sorry, you're beautiful, Wick. I apologize. So anyway, yes,
These are
it's about principles. It's about principles. Hey, like, do you have any standards, right? Is there anything that can that will say this person is disqualifying? Is there anything at all? Well, as long as they are like they like, let's say they promise to kill 1,000. The Republican promises to kill 1,000 black people. Another one says 999 black people. You'd say, well, the other guy's, I guess, is not so bad, not quite as bad, and so I'll vote for him too. What I'm
Now
saying,
the
the
only two
problem with
options,
this,
yeah.
the problem is and here's the next part of this.
Yeah.
The problem, two problems. One is that there's always a focus, especially when we're talking to liberals, right? There's this focus in the end on the general election, right? Hey, the general election,
Yes.
it's make or break, right? Makes sense, right? Except that we have another half of the process, right? And that is the primary election. And that's
Yeah.
where we,
Earlier, I said that.
hold
We
on,
said we
well,
agree
oh my
with
God,
you.
please,
We agree with you.
guys,
Earlier, I said that
no,
if the
you shut up,
primary, you get to vote for whoever you want. It
Come
does
on, second
not
point.
matter.
You
In the
will,
primary, if you
I
want to go for the
promise
most
you, you will
lefty
get, I'm
person
gonna keep talking,
possible, I will support you. I will support. I will
Okay,
drive
okay,
you
okay.
to your polling place.
gonna keep talking.
But at the end of
Don't
the
worry,
day,
I will
blue no
talk
matter
over you
who
the entire
against JD
time.
Vance.
Excuse me. No, I'm gonna finish my fucking point. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. All right.
No.
So back to it. The focus is constantly on the general election rather than the primary race, right? The primary race should be the focus where we, of course, have these ideological battles. But secondly, right, and most importantly, is that that's where you have to push, right? That's where you have to demand standards be reached. If we say that we vote blue no matter who, if that's a standpoint that we go into, then what does it matter what the platform is, right? What does it matter who in particular takes the nomination and becomes the guy we send up or girl that lady, sorry, that we send up? None of that matters if we have a vote blue no matter who stance, right? Instead, we should push.
Explain that.
Yeah, I do want
I don't.
to.
I don't get that.
I like
Okay.
just
What
to
part don't you
interject here
understand?
because I don't want to. I
Sure.
don't want to move off this point because if we
Sure.
move off this point, we'll lose this point. That is a good question from Usurp. Can you explain why asking people to support whoever ends up being the Democratic nominee removes the ability to push a
No
candidate
incentive to
one way or
change.
the
No
other?
incentive to move away from the right. If we're
Sure.
just going to vote for them anyway.
So yes.
You
So
realize
what I'm
you
saying
can
is,
pressure candidates
vote
when
blue
they
no matter
get in
who.
office, even after they're in office, right?
But we don't. No, you don't. Sorry, I won't. I won't accept that because I just lived through the Biden administration. I just lived
Am I,
through
like,
liberals,
stroking
right?
out?
Like the people here. Though I didn't know either of you, so I won't put words in your mouth, right? I'll talk about other liberals, right? Who criticize us, right? Like criticize us for criticizing them, for criticizing the Biden administration, for saying, hey, what the Biden administration is doing is awful, right? Like
No one cares
in
about
various
that.
sectors. Having those criticisms. No, I do remember a few years ago, I remember the amazing fights we had on stream. This isn't a public, right? This wasn't hiding. I remember the criticisms of Hassan, right, for criticizing Biden, and it stems from this idea of vote blue no matter who. That you just gotta back the blue no matter what. It doesn't just extend to the general election. It's an all-consuming mindset.
It's
right?
not.
No, that's you're misunderstanding then, and you've lost the
please go
plot
ahead.
because that is literally what we mean. Like in the very beginning, when this stream started, I was saying, hey, during your primary season, if you want to vote for fucking the most crazy tanky ever in your state to win that to win the primary in whatever state you live in, go for it. I don't give a shit. And I want a contested election in our Democratic primary. I want there to be somebody who's a little, not nearly as far left as you guys, but like we need that within the party to kind of make sure that we're going in the direction that the people that represent, the people that they would end up representing want them to go into. So that's why we have a primary process. It's blue no matter who doesn't start until the primary season's over. From the moment when the primary season's over and we have our nomination at the DNC convention, then it's blue no matter who. Only then. That's the thing. Like, I don't care about the primary. No one cares about the primary. Have fun.
Also, by the way, nobody cares if you are critical of the Democratic Party. That wasn't the issue.
Exactly. That's true. Yes.
That's not.
We just
that's
want you
not
to vote
the
for
problem.
them. We just want you to vote. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. Because the only thing that matters in politics is winning fucking elections.
Yeah, like you
Great.
have to rally
So,
your audience and make it
people
clear.
weren't critical of Hassan.
Yes,
right?
because
I hate talking about other commentators, but I'll try to make this quick. People weren't critical of Hassan, right, for him being critical of Biden's Israel policy, right?
Yeah,
yes. Like no one said anything about that. That was.
Because Hassan's criticisms were retarded.
Please, just real quick.
Oh, he was retarded.
Just real quick. Prime Kai, are we not allowed to be critical of Hassan?
No.
No, don't talk about your leader.
Well, I can't. This is a double standard that I have.
Wait.
Is you just went on a rant, complaint. Let me finish, and then I'll let you go. I promise. But you just went on a rant about how no one could criticize Biden during his term, and the far left was forbidden from criticizing Biden. But when we criticize the far left, you're like,
oh my God,
how dare you?
Wick,
what are you doing?
No, Wick.
How could you possibly do that?
That's not what I was saying.
Kind of crazy. But
Wick,
go ahead.
You're missing the point. Sorry, don't worry. You're missing the point because that's not what I said at all. You can be critical of anybody, right? You can be critical of Hassan. That's okay. I'm saying the pushback against him was for him being critical of Biden. I'm saying everyone should be critical of any. That wasn't
why.
Hassan, at the time, right? We had you and I had the arguments at the time about Hassan, about other people who were critical of Biden's Gaza policy. Right? The point was, hey, he was a Democrat. He wasn't up for
let Prime finish, but
at the time he wasn't up for re-election. Yeah. Sure, almost done. He wasn't up for re-election at the time, but still the criticism came. Hey, you can't do that, right? You have to back the blue. This is going to weaken his position. You can't do that, right? And remember, there's always another election that's coming through. There's always going to be another election. So that mindset that you're going to weaken the Democrat for the next election, especially talking about the House, right?
Do you think we were
always present? Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you think that we were mad at Hassan because he was critical of Biden's Gaza policy? Do you think that was our criticism of Hassan when it comes to all that?
That was absolutely part of
it. Yeah, that was a huge chunk of it. Absolutely.
Go ahead, Clint.
No, let me say it, please.
I'll just say that wasn't my issue, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that I know what you're going to say because I'm going to say it too. The reason why people were mad at Hassan about being critical of Biden wasn't because he had reasonable criticisms of Biden. It was because he thinks that Hamas is based and he sims for terrorist organizations and he wants Israel to be destroyed and his criticisms were fucking insane. It wasn't like he was like, hey guys, you know what? I think that Biden should be harder on Israel and that he should reel them in some or whatever. He wasn't saying that. He was going all the way over to levels of insanity. If he had said that, nobody would have given a fuck.
Like what? Hold on. Like what insane thing did he suggest Biden do?
He wants an arms embargo. He wants literally.
That's reasonable. Why is that insane?
No, it's not.
Not reasonable.
That's not gonna
To do for one
happen.
of our best
I don't want
allies in
this
the
to
Middle
become
East.
an
Okay,
Israel
it's not going to happen because there are
Palestine
people like
going
you
to
said in the
not
way of
let
it,
that
right?
happen.
But
No,
why
it's
is that
just not
insane?
gonna
Why is it
happen.
insane
It's
for
not
him to say,
realistic.
"Hey, we should have an arms embargo until to
Also,
stop
that's
the
not.
violence"?
Hold on, that's not the only thing that Hassan wanted.
Hold on, you said
Okay.
insane. You said insane. Not realistic.
You know what was
What
insane that he did? You know
No,
what was
I'm asking
insane?
her. I'm asking her. She claimed that he had these insane criticisms of Biden about Israel.
If
What were
Usurp
they?
has the answer, if Usurp has the answer,
No,
go
No,
ahead.
she made the
Hassan-
claim. Why can't she answer it?
Hassan doesn't just want an arms embargo. Hassan literally wants Israel to cease to exist as a country. And he wants
that's not true.
America to invade Israel if they don't stop
not
the
true.
genocide.
Hold on, you're just misrepresenting.
No,
the
I'm
shit that
not.
he's
He literally
reporting on stream. I've
tweeted
watched
it.
Can I
this
give
stuff.
my opinion? Can I give
Hold
my
on,
opinion
I've
on it
watched
real
this
quick? It'll
stuff.
take 20
Right,
seconds.
so like, sure.
Yeah, give
So,
your opinion. Usurp.
I think that people were mostly mad at Hassan, not necessarily because he was criticizing Biden about his role in the Gaza conflict and the war there. I think most people were mad, at least I can say from my experience, was when he was saying, hey, it doesn't matter who the fuck you vote for because you're just getting the same thing.
I mean, that's
There's
true
We
also.
don't know between Kamala or Trump. It's just going to be all the same for Gaza because, again, surprise, surprise, we get really upset when he talks about voting shit because he doesn't organize his fan base to vote. He doesn't influence them. He just uses his platform, one of the largest platforms for left-leaning political commentators online, to shit on the mainstream Democrats and complain about them, not 24/7. Like, when was the last time he had a stream where he was just, positive about things that Democrats were doing?
The
Okay,
Democrats
$10
that
Okay,
weren't
for just
AOC,
let me make a
Bernie,
little money,
and
then they
Zohran
can respond.
Mamdani.
Hold on, just real quick,
Let
real
him
quick.
make his money, Bob.
Let me make a little money, then I'll let the doobie, the doobie. I let Doobie
The
and
doob?
Prime Kai respond.
Doobie.
$5 from my listening library, YouTube, to say Prime rants are the best rants. Let Prime rant. Tune into Prime Kai's every Monday on YouTube. Thank you for the $5.
so much.
$10 from Lawson
Pays for
Harris
advertising.
to say my criticisms of Piker is he's a fucking liar. Thank you.
That coming from Lawson is fucking crazy, to
A
be honest with you.
Weasley
But
little
I'm gonna leave that alone.
liar.
Yeah, that's crazy coming from Lawson. But okay, so I wanted to touch on this earlier, but you keep bringing it up as if like Hassan has some kind of like a obligation to become a Democrat Party mouthpiece, right? Like around election season and push everybody to vote for the Democrat. You're shaking your head, but that is what you seem to be saying, right? That he has a responsibility and obligation.
You said mouthpiece. I thought you were going to say like, oh, you have to agree with everything they're doing.
No, I
When you
mean,
said
he has a
voting,
responsibility
then
to
yes,
say,
then
hey,
yes,
go
yes.
vote for the Democrat, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
I think, as
Especially
I
in
said
this
at the start,
environment.
I think this is a scapegoat. I think that the real issue here is party messaging failures. It's their failure to get young people excited to go out and vote for them. Their failure to earn any credibility. Like all this are issues. I mean, if you're relying on a fucking Twitch streamer to get people excited to go out and vote for you, there's a massive fucking problem, right? So I think the real issue here again is that the party is shit at reaching out to the people that Hassan speaks to. One second, and earlier guys are implying that this is like such a small group of people in the first place. So why the fuck are you mad at him for talking to such a tiny group of people that you probably don't even think are like even have any impact on elections anyway? Right? So he's got his little bubble of people who you guys don't think matter in elections anyway. You're not interested in getting them excited to vote. You're not interested in earning their votes. You just want to demand the votes around election time and get them to fall in line. And I think that's an easy way to generate contempt in these people for you. It's going to push people from the Democrat Party tent and make them far less likely to give a fuck what you say about anything.
Okay, while we often talk about Hassan, we do that because he's the largest political, like left-leaning influencer online, and we could also just assume that Hassan is shorthand for all these far-left influencers and commentators online. We just don't have time to list out all the other people, and I'm not going to bring up somebody like fucking Denims or Mike from PA because who gives a shit at the end of the day about them? But what I'm trying to say is that we don't need him to actually just toe the party line. We just need him to understand the potential negative outcomes of what he's doing. And that is what we're critical of him for, because for him, he seems unaffected if Trump is president. Like, if Trump becomes president and really starts fucking shit up, he's fine. He has enough money to fly him and his entire family back to fucking Turkey or wherever else he wants to go in the world, and he gets to escape all the possible bad outcomes. And I don't want him necessarily just to like be a complete suck up to it. But when people call you out and say, hey, maybe you should have done a little bit more to actually influence the election, because yeah, while he wasn't able to single-handedly tip the election in Kamala's favor, I don't think anyone's ever said that. What he was able to do is just get a couple people here and there to possibly vote, because these elections aren't lost by large margins a lot of the times. I mean, if you break out the swing states, it's what, like 80,000 votes is what the difference was at the end of the day. Like yeah, it's really small. So yeah, like Hassan isn't controlling 500 million people, 300 million people in the country, but him, along with everybody else, your Crystal Balls, your Kyle Kalinskis, your all of those other people. If all of those people said, hey, listen, guys, it fucking sucks. We're not getting our guy in a primary lost, you know, but the good thing is we had a good showing in the primary. So hopefully next time we can build on this momentum. But guys, right now we have to vote blue no matter who, because the other option is death camps. Because you know what? I was going to say that's a joke, but ICE is literally buying detention, spending billions of dollars in detention centers all over the country. I'm sorry?
You sound crazy when you say this. They're not going to build death camps.
Are they buying like, I'm not gonna say that. Are they buying detention facilities?
Sure.
All over the country.
They've got a lot of people detained. Yeah. So I'm sure rather than keep them in like warehouses like Obama did, they want to build a camp for them somewhere so they can keep them detained in these centers.
And you think it just ends there?
I don't think they're going to be fucking holocausting the illegal immigrants. Do
you have to holocaust them to be bad?
I don't think there'll be death camps. I'm sure there'll be detainment centers. I'm sure we'll disagree with that tactic. But I think when you talk about death camps, you sound fucking crazy, right? So like, you're hurting yourself.
I don't. But first of all, your opinion on me doesn't matter to me.
Well, when I say yourself, I mean your side of the aisle. Because Republicans.
Stop. Let Usurp finish. Usurp, go ahead.
If the day before the election, we were having this exact same conversation, and we were talking about the same thing about I wish Hassan would have actually pushed for more to possibly help get Kamala elected. And if I had said, dude, if Trump gets elected, he's going to increase ICE's budget by billions of dollars to be like the fifth most, to have a budget higher than the U.S. Marines. And with that money, they were going to be buying detention centers all across the country to put people in camps, including American citizens, because unfortunately, American citizens and people who have been here illegally have been in those camps, and they're expanding them now. You would have said the exact same thing to me back then.
That's not true.
I'm fucking crazy.
Trump was open about this. Trump was very open about his plan to expand ICE and to deport all the illegal immigrants. In fact, that's why many people voted for him. So I don't. That's not crazy.
I think you're lying to
Death camps is crazy.
I think that's copium.
No, that's silly. Death camps is crazy, right? So, and I think when I say you're hurting yourself, I don't mean
if I would have said the exact same time before that there were going to be armed, masked, anonymous goons that answer only to Donald Trump running around American cities and kidnapping people, masked, armed, and anonymous.
Okay.
You would have called me fucking crazy.
No,
right?
Because what you're describing right now is exactly what Trump was saying he would do on the campaign trail, which is mass deportation.
Yeah, mass deportations is fine.
Wherever they are, right?
It doesn't matter. That's not what I'm asking you.
I don't think them wearing masks to conceal their identity because they have activists going after them, whatever the fuck, is like a crazy thing to say. I wouldn't say you're crazy for that. What I do think is crazy is death camps, right? And when I say that you're hurting yourself, I don't mean you're hurting yourself personally, right? I'm sure you say crazy shit all the time online. I mean, when somebody on the center right, somebody's a moderate, like an actual moderate, or like a Republican sees you say that, they think, oh, this guy's just fucking crazy. He just has TDS, and they ignore everything you say. So just avoid the hyperbolic, crazy statements. I think it's just harmful.
I'm not going to take advice from someone with a fucking hammer and sickle on his background, number one. Number
What's wrong with the hammer and sickle?
It's bad. Number two, what I was talking about earlier, you're lying to yourself and to everybody else. If you would have said that in 2024, right after the election, I was sitting there being like, guys, I think this can get really bad. I know he's going to say mass deportations, but I mean, even under Obama, we had a lot of deportation, but I think it's going to be a lot worse this time because I think there's going to be these guys in bulletproof vests.
He was explicitly arguing for this.
Was he arguing for putting people, for sending people to CCOT?
No, he was saying we had mass deportations before under Obama. and it was nothing like this. Right?
Okay, he was saying he'd go
could have
much
done
further
it.
than Obama. Hold on.
But he didn't.
Oh
But
my
if
God.
I said, "Oh, this is how far I think he'd go," I think he's going to go so far as to increase the ICE budget to more than the U.S. Marines get, and he's going to allow those people.
Mass deportation.
He's going to allow those people to go around with no badges, no ID, their masks covered, for some reason wearing flak jackets and carrying AR-15s like they're kicking in doors in Fallujah, and they're going to just be disappearing people, and then those people are going to be flown all over the country so their family members don't even know where they are until they end up in fucking South Sudan. You would have called me crazy. And again, going back to the death camp, you're lying. And going back to my death camp thing, I'm not saying that it's 100% possibility. It's obviously not. I can't see into the future. I'm not clairvoyant. But what I can say is that it's a possibility. Yeah, and if you don't think it's a possibility, I think we go back to my answer that you guys don't think Trump is that bad.
Can I just ask you, Doobie, what would you consider CCOT, if not maybe death camp might be the wrong word, but a
concentration
rape
camp?
They were sent there to
calling
be
it a rape camp
raped.
is silly.
I
don't think he sends people there to be raped. I think that's also
that's what
silly.
happened when he sent.
Hold on, I understand that some people were raped in prison in like detention centers. I get that happens, but to say he's sending their people there to be raped in a rape camp is ridiculous. Hold on, I get it.
Hold on,
but I don't.
Just to be
Hold
clear
on,
what
but
he
I don't
did.
think. But
Just stop, Doobie. Just to be clear, what he did, he took people with no criminal records. He rounded them up. He put them on a plane. He sent them to a foreign country, which was known for human rights abuses, to a prison which he then said we can't get people out of, who denied those prisoners any rights that they would be due under the American system, and they were brutalized, beaten, and raped. That's what happened. So it's not exactly hyperbolic.
It is
to
hyperbolic.
say, right, that these
Also,
things are concentration camp-esque.
No, they're fucking prisons. It's a prison.
No,
it's like a maximum security prison.
Even in
Hold
World
on,
War
I
II,
get that prison's
concentration
bad.
camps
Bad
all
things happen to
like
prisoners. I get
Treblinka.
it. I'm not saying this is a good thing, but to say that he's sending people there to be raped in a rape camp is ridiculous. It's a maximum security prison in another
He's
country.
sending there because he doesn't give a shit.
I get
If
that
they
it's
get
bad.
raped,
Well,
be
no,
damned. Who
most Americans also don't give a shit. That's why they voted for him. They want mass deportations. They don't give a fuck where these people go after they get out of the country. What they want is for these people to be gone. You say,
And
oh,
you
they have
wanna
no
give
criminal
those people
record.
more power.
But to the Trump supporter, to the Republican, coming to the country illegally is enough for them to say that you're a criminal, right? So they don't give a fuck about that. They want these people out for lots of different reasons. Some racist, some not racist, some like economic. And that was what Trump promised them, and that's what he's doing. So if you're saying, oh well, he's going to do what he promised to do, but he's going to have them wear masks and carry AR-15s, that's not crazy to me, right? What you're suggesting he's building fucking death camps in the United States. That is not happening. That's fucking crazy.
Coming into okay, so you think it's an impossibility?
Yes. Yeah, I think there's a 0% chance that happens.
Why?
I think that Trump and I think the political establishment would not stand for that. I don't even the craziest Democrat wouldn't allow that. The craziest Republican wouldn't allow that. I think the average U.S. citizen wouldn't allow fucking death camps. Wouldn't allow death camps in the United States
in a situation like that.
I'm sure that no one thought Trump was going to try to steal the 2020 election either.
Would be there with their fucking guns shooting the guards at the death camp. I don't think people would put up with a fucking death camp in the U.S. I just don't. That's ridiculous.
All right, Doobie.
So just to be clear, last year, 2025, had the most deaths of the entire ICE history of existence within their not death camps. More people died in 2025 than have died in the entire history.
How many people? Wait, how many people are we talking?
How many people? I got to make sure it's a number I care about.
No, just tell me. Like, be honest. How many people?
I think it was 36.
Oh shit! Death camps. Okay, yeah. I don't think we're I don't think we're there yet.
Did
okay?
I say that?
I get that ICE. Hold on. Yes, you did. You said death camps. I get that.
Did I say
ICE
that we have death camps now?
Please.
Retard?
No, you said that he's building death camps. Right?
No,
he's
I
buying
said
up
that's
this
a
land.
possibility.
He's building. Yeah, I get it. But you said
nuance
that,
is annoying, isn't it?
No, it isn't. I'm responding to what you said, and then you defended it as if it's a possibility. So again, I think that obviously ICE being more active right now is going to lead to more confrontations with the police, especially because we have some people resisting, the same people, and I think more people would also be resisting death camps, by the way. Yes, more incidents like this are going to happen, sure. I don't think we're at the level where we need to start talking about fucking death camps. I think that's ridiculous.
$5.
Now moving all the way back,
$5 from Robert Paulson. His name is Robert Paulson. Okay. Doobie, Sir Tard, if anyone supported how Trump is using, if everyone supported how Trump is using ICE, and that's why they voted for him, why is ICE and Trump's approval so low now?
I didn't say they supported how he's currently using ICE. What I've said is that they supported mass deportation, right?
Yeah,
I don't think the average person, please, I don't think even the average Trump supporter thought that he would go as far as he is right now.
That's the point that we were trying to
that's
make.
the fucking point I made.
No. That was Usurp's whole point.
That was
You
my whole
understand that,
fucking
Jimmy?
No,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Again,
you. Oh my
when I
God.
wait,
Okay,
you're not following at all what I'm saying, right? So when I say as
I
far
don't
as
think
they're
you're
going right
following
now,
what
I
you're
mean,
saying. I
okay.
think words are
When I say-
falling out, and
okay.
you're just catching up with them.
Okay. When I say as far as he's going right now, I don't mean he wasn't going to do mass deportation. I mean people have problems with the mask. People have problems with Pam Bondi lying.
They have problems with the
calling people domestic.
CCOT shit too.
Please stop. I don't think the average Republican cares about CCOT.
I'm not talking about the average Republican. I'm talking about overall Americans. People are disgusted with how brutal and cruel all of this has been. Nobody expected it was going to be this insane.
Hold on. How many people even give a fuck about CCOT? Like, how many people give a fuck? I feel like that's
enough
also
that they had to get Abreu Garcia back.
Yeah, they put
a lot of
pressure
people.
that they tried to get as many people back as possible. It was a huge scandal. A lot of Republicans turned on him over this.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
Trump had to look like a bitch because he originally said, "I can't do it," and then a month later he's like, "Okay."
I think you guys are overhyping how many people care about CCOT or care about Abreu Garcia. I think
honestly,
most of that was coming. Most of that was coming for the Democrats, and I think that's good.
Yeah,
I think it's
you're
good for the Democrats to push against that for sure.
Yeah,
But I think you guys are overplaying how. God, sure, a lot of independents were against this, sure. But I think you guys are overselling how many people in the Republican Party, or even how many independents, are like opposed to this. I think a lot of people want a mass deportation, right? A lot of people don't like. Okay, don't like the way that ICE is handling it right now. And when I say that, I mean they don't like ICE coming to cities, rolling in, essentially occupying cities. Pushing people around, acting like assholes, kicking in doors, violating the Fourth Amendment, all kinds of shit they're doing, right? They don't like that kind of stuff. They don't like the Trump. They don't like watching somebody die and then having Pam Bondi go on TV and lie about what they just watched, right? They don't like that kind of shit.
But
so,
you knew all that, or you would have assumed all of that was going to happen the day after the election.
Hold on. I assumed that Trump would be doing mass deportations. Yes.
We
That's
all
not what
agree
we're
with you
saying.
there. That's not my question. My question was, would you have thought that would you have foreseen the way he would do mass deportations?
No. Hold on. Well, yes and no.
You.
Hold on. Wait 1 second. Yes and no. I think I foresaw. We talked about this on your panel once, Prem. Foresaw, ICE going door to door, and to where I think I mentioned they had like illegal immigrants in California, for example, signing up for driver's licenses, which means they had to give an address and mark down that they're illegal. And I said that ICE was going to use this to go exactly where these illegal immigrants are. Now that they've told the government where they are, I'm going to pick them up at home. Yes. I think this was foreseeable.
No one is disagreeing.
Hold on, but it is within. But that and the masks and them having AR-15s is all within like I guess I'm going to call it an Overton window, right? The spectrum of reasonable things that you would expect to happen. Death camps is not within that spectrum. Death camps is not within that spectrum. I'm sorry.
I see. Because here's the thing. Even if, like, hypothetically, in a future world where the MAGA wins another election, and then we do all these camps, these hundreds of camps, not hundreds, I think dozens right now, going up around the country. One's like a freaking hour and a half from me. That there's going to be really bad shit happening. We might not even know what's going on in some of the camps, which I think is like kind of what's happening now in some of the detention centers. And just because there isn't a crematorium set up and there aren't mass graves where people are getting shot in the back of the head like they were on the step in 1942, you're going to say, see, they're not death camps by definition. And if you thought that I meant,
are you implying that they're going to kill people in these camps?
No, is that the only way it could be bad?
This is hold on. They have guards murdered a guy in one of these.
Okay. Yes.
And what happened to those guards?
But shit like this happens in any prison, any detention facility. Things like this happen. What I'm talking when I say
to the two guys that killed?
When I say wait, hold on. I think clearly when I say, do you think they're going to be killing people in these camps? I'm talking about like a policy of like murder, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about two guards murdering a guy.
Then maybe when I said death camps, I'm thinking I'm using that in a different way, where I'm saying essentially, hey, these are going to be camps where people are going to fucking die in them and no one's going to care and we're not going to know what happens in them. And it might turn out that, like, hey, 270 people died over the course of a year in this one camp, and there's 28 of these all across the country. Like those would be, I guess, quote unquote.
I
maybe
think
death camp was too strong of a word, and I'm sorry that I used that one.
I think concentration camp is would probably be a good word.
So no, actually, I know what you mean.
I do want to make sure, even though I do like this topic.
I feel like we're moving really far from the topic.
I want to.
We can have a nice debate
That's
another
true. That's
day,
true.
right?
I want to ask a question. Can I ask a? Can I?
Go ask
Okay,
your
I
question.
want to ask a question. This brings us back to the topic. I just want to ask. I guess to get to the heart of this, Prime, Doobie, you can each answer this in order or whatever. Why wouldn't you vote? What's your problems with Gavin Newsom? Why wouldn't you vote for him? He's a pretty progressive dude.
You want to go first or should I, Prime? I'm going to go first? Okay.
Yes, you go first, sorry.
So I live in California. To be clear, I have a slight bias against Gavin Newsom, not more than slight, actually. So my first experience with Gavin Newsom was around the time California was voting for on gay marriage, right? This is around the time, actually, that I left the Republican Party. And there was this ad that the Republicans used because Gavin Newsom gave his speech. And it was like, gay marriage is happening, whether you like it or not. And he was very fucking smug, very fucking, very smug. He came off like a smug bitch, right? In this fucking ad, in the speech that he gave. And the Republicans blasted this ad everywhere. And I remember seeing at the time that there was like an article that tracked this, and that ad was the reason California we lost that vote. Right, the gay marriage didn't get passed in California.
What year was this? Sorry.
So
it was Proposition 8. It was like in the early 2000s.
Yeah. So I've disliked him since then, right? Because I blame him for that. But that being said, I think he's since he's been governor, he's done a lot of shit that I just find to be corrupt. Very typical. He reminds me of like a Nancy Pelosi Democrat. Actually, I think he came up in the what do they call it? The family in San Francisco. Right? When I say the family, there's like a group of like Democratic families, very high influential families that Gavin Newsom is connected to. And it just comes off as like a typical liberal elite type, right? And when he's pushing policy, I think he does things to benefit the corporate friends, lobby interests. There's an example of this off the top of my head when we were pushing like minimum wage increases in California, right? And he made a big deal about we're gonna sign this law to increase California's minimum wage over time. And in that bill, they made sure to include an exclusion or a cutout for restaurants or fast food chains that had a bakery in them, right? And why would they do that? So fucking random. Well, if you look into it, you'll find that one of Gavin Newsom's biggest contributors was the person who owns Panera Bread. So I think things like this, and there are a lot of examples like this, where he's just, I think, corrupt, very corrupt guy. I'd rather not vote for the dude. I don't think he's like evil or something. He's just a typical corporate Democrat that I'm just not interested in supporting.
I guess I'll grant you everything that you just said. Just because I honestly don't know if you're like, obviously I'm not caught up in Prop 8 and whatever that bakery shit is. But can we just still say that even if he did all those really bad things, California is probably the best state in the country if you're trans to live in?
I'm not trans. Trans are a tiny percentage of the population.
I'm sorry.
Or LGBT,
sure.
Or a woman.
Or, any LGBT or woman, like it's probably one of the safer states in the country.
I don't know, but sure. I'll give you one of the safer states for sure.
Yeah,
but so I'm not.
This is like kind of one of the like what bothers me. It's like if it's not perfect enough, you're not getting my vote, and we have.
I don't think we should be organizing politics around like 1% of the population or less than 1%.
No, I agree.
It's not just about that.
It's like it's the whole all or nothing. It's either like you need to give me everything I want for, or you can't earn or count on my vote. And again, if Trump never ran in 2016 and in 2028 we're going like. It would have been a weird mixture of a Mitt Romney and John McCain candidate. I think we'd be in a better position to be able to have these conversations about where we want the Democratic Party to go. But again, like the Statue of Liberty has a fucking gun to her head right now. And on the other hand of it is three hands holding it. One's Donald Trump, one's J.D. Vance, one's Stephen Miller. And they're just itching to be able to pull that trigger and fucking destroy the
I think
like
it's
the fucking
so
liberal democracy we have.
I think it's very odd that you bring up trans individuals in this context, right? One, I support our trans brothers and sisters
Gavin's a bad
in our
name.
LGBT. I support our LGBT brothers and sisters altogether. But like you saying, well, we should. It sounded like maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, so let me try it this way, right? It sounded like you were saying, well, because I guess presumably due to Newsom's leadership, I guess that's the implication of your question, that due to his leadership, that things are better in California for trans people than anywhere else. I'll run with that. I'm not sure that's the case, but I'll run with that.
That is, yes, that's the case.
Okay, great. I'm not trying to
Him
fight
and
you
the
on that.
Democrats,
Calm down.
yes.
Calm down. Not trying to fight you on that. Thank you. Right. Any which way. Right. So it sounded like the implication of your question was, or sorry, your statement was that because of his leadership and that made conditions so good for trans individuals that we should vote for Gavin Newsom. Right. Was that the implication, or maybe not?
I kind of said it for like a few reasons. One is like, while the bakery shit, like I granted everything that Doobie said, and it's like, while yes, every politician is going to have done something that's going to really bother you, right? But at the end of the day, like one of the important things that the Democratic Party has been focusing on the past 10 or so years is marginalized people and making sure that they're treated right. And I think like trans people and LGBTQ people have been kind of the focus of it. For the main reason they've had the focus on them is because Republicans have they're so horny.
And I acknowledge that.
I
acknowledge that. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. So I figured that's why you would say something like that.
Yeah, so it's like
so I'm going to ask you. Okay.
Perfect, like could I just finish?
I get your bet.
He's good.
I understand. Hold on. I'm not. That's not the point of me. Whether it's perfect or not. That's not what I'm asking. So like it sounds like, hey, this is the reason why we should vote for him.
Not
like
just
despite
that.
despite everything.
Was,
hold on.
yeah.
I'm not talking to you. Right? Talking to you, sir. I'm curious about his thoughts here. So it sounds like despite all the other things that may be bad that you might be bringing up, or I might be bringing up, right? Like, hey, because that he's doing this thing, and it's a good thing, right? I'm for it. That we should vote for him. And if that's the case, right? What if he didn't do that? What if instead he was the opposite of that, right? And he said like, he had a big problem with trans people, but he still won the Democratic nomination. You would say you would still vote for him anyway, right?
If let me just make sure I get this.
Sure.
I understand this correctly. Let's say it was Gavin Newsom hypothetical versus JD Vance, and Gavin Newsom is the same person, but he didn't pass like the 5 or 7 pieces of legislation.
He passed things to hurt trans people specifically.
To hurt people specifically, I would still vote for him. I would still vote for him. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why it's weird for me that you bring it up in that fashion.
I'm sorry.
Can I explain
why? Yeah. No, I understand why.
Now
I can understand why you would feel like that. Like, oh, I don't believe in it. I brought that up just because
I'm not saying you don't believe in it. To be very clear,
I know what you mean.
I just want to be very clear because what my criticism is, right?
Okay.
I'm not trying to call you a bad guy, right?
No,
I'm not trying to say that you're a disingenuous person. But this is important so he understands. So not that you're disingenuous, but this is the whole mindset that I'm criticizing. The whole point that I'm here for, right, is that like we should have principles that we stand on. It could be a principle that like, hey, I back my trans brothers and sisters, and and I can't be voting for people who hurt them. That's okay, and that's fine, right?
I do,
but it doesn't sound like that's actually part of what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I brought that up is because honestly, like before this debate, I was reading about some of the stuff that Gavin Newsom had done, and the 7 trans bills was stuck in my mind, and it's an easy thing that everybody knows about.
Let him finish talking. Let someone finish talking.
Let Usurp finish, then Kalinda, you can go, and I'll give you the mic.
Sorry, I'm eager to say something else. Sorry, Usurp, go ahead.
It's like I do have like my guiding principle in this next election, and I think our guiding principles for every election kind of change as we grow older and we learn more, and what matters to us more changes over time. And my guiding principle for this election is just making sure that the Republicans do not win. They can't win, because I don't know what's going to happen to this country if they do win. So right now, that's why I'm so. You can meet me, like, we can never meet again. We run to the street each other in 10 years. Like, yo, what's up, Prime? What's up, Usurp? Like, who are you voting for? Like, I don't know, man. I might vote for. I have no idea who I'm going to vote for this year, because the stakes aren't as high. If the stakes weren't where they are today, if we were running against John McCain, I don't think I would be going blue no matter who. Because while I don't agree with a lot of John McCain's political, like what he wants to do, I don't think he's an illiberal fascist who would be okay with tearing down American democracy.
Okay, I wanna give the mic to Kalinda. She's wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry.
floor is
Yeah.
yours.
Doobie, I don't know why you're saying that. You're wrong about the Panera Bread shit. It's not true. That's not true. The exemption
That's
was
not
for
true.
small
It is true.
bakeries. No, it's not. It is
Yes,
not
yes,
correct.
it is. You should
No.
Google this.
I
It
did
is
Google
true.
it. It's not true.
Hold on. It was a,
Hold on. Let
it was a
Kalinda,
massive
let Kalinda
scandal.
Finish her
Okay.
point. Let Kalinda finish her point. I got to give her some time. Give her some floor. Go ahead, Kalinda. Finish. Why isn't it true? I guess. Explain.
Because it's not. That's not. I don't even know where this claim came from. I found this article here. Bloomberg reported that bakery claims Panera would be exempted from California's AB 1228, a law that raises the minimum wage for fast food workers to $16 to $20 an hour April 1st. But now it looks like that may not be the case. On February 29th, a spokesperson for Governor Gavin Newsom told the Los Angeles Times that Panera would not be exempt from the law. The spokesperson also denied the claim that in the Bloomberg piece, which cited sources close to the matter, that's in quotes, that Newsom pushed for an exemption that applied to businesses that bake bread and sell as a standalone item, calling the report absurd. Like, it's not. There were exemptions for like family-run small business bakeries, but Panera is obviously a huge chain, so that's not the same thing.
Okay, so you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So when you say, "Oh, I don't even know where this claim came from," this was a massive scandal in California, like a huge scandal for a long time.
Looks
and
like it
this
came
was leading
from
up
this
to the bill.
Bloomberg piece.
No, not just from the Bloomberg piece. This was fucking everywhere in California. This is a huge scandal, right? So eventually, I think they did say that the exemption wouldn't apply. But if you look at the language of the bill that they were proposing, that he was going to sign, clearly they would have been exempt, right? And it was so bad that the owner, the California franchisee of Panera Bread, this guy that was giving away a ton of money, he said, "Hey, yeah, we are exempt, but we're going to pay the $20 minimum wage anyway." Right, so there was a clear exemption. After they got a shit ton of pushback because it was public, because it got a lot of publicity, they said, "Oh, well, actually, they're not going to be exempt." Right, like, so just saying that it's not true is ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking
Isn't that
about.
what we want from our politicians?
I want them to not be corrupt in the first place, right?
Well,
and this
yeah,
is an
and I
only
also want
example.
fucking
He also had a
ice
ton of
cream
like
every day to
no
not
bid
shit my pants
contracts during
next morning,
COVID,
but we
right? A
want
ton of no bid
politicians-
contracts for his donors during COVID. There's a ton of shit, a ton of things
Because
along
they're
this
not
line.
perfect, you can't support them.
No, I just said I could support him. I said that if I'm going to say where it matters, I will vote for him. But I prefer not. But I'd prefer not to vote for someone who I think is corrupt. And I think Gavin's
I agree.
corrupt.
I think,
Well,
I think
instead
everybody
of
can
the
agree.
voting
Corporate
thing,
Democrat.
Doobie, would you, even if you lived in California where it didn't matter, would you encourage people to vote for Newsom in a Newsom versus JD Vance?
Where in states where it matters, yeah, of course.
Okay. Do what? Do you have a problem with that?
I would just avoid.
Easter? Just real quick. Is that
sure.
satisfactory to you and Kalinda?
If
he
he's
would
telling
do
the
that?
truth, yeah. If he's telling the truth and he was out there like in the lead up to the election saying, "Hey guys, I might not vote because I live in this one specific circumstances. But if you live in a purple state, if you live in a state where it's even the slightest possibility that Trump wins, if you don't vote for him, I don't ever want to see you in my chat again because you're dead to me." Like, I would be totally okay with that.
I would be okay with that, with adding on the caveat that that he did encourage his viewers or his people in his politics server or wherever, like any people he has influence over, to make sure that they do go vote Democrat down ballot.
Yes.
Because that does matter,
Oh, yeah,
even in
I guess that's
California.
yeah.
Especially if you live in like a purple or a potentially possibly red district.
So, yeah. Moving back to the question on Newsom, I'm actually not like I don't have as hard of a stance on Newsom as maybe our friend Doobie has. He seems quite slimy to me. And he, he doesn't have my politics, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I wouldn't vote for him. Um, uh, I would wait to the election and I would judge him there. And I would say, well, sorry, I wouldn't wait till election. No, I would
Oh
do
shit.
the thing that I'm advocating for, right? Is that let's say that we have a group of individuals running for the nomination. I'd be pushing for my policies, whatever they may be, right? Moving them there. And then I would judge on which candidates, have those policies, and that's where I would place my nomination vote. Now, after the nomination, whoever gets that, let's say it's Newsom, right? If there is something that is a principle for me, a deal breaker, then I wouldn't vote for him. But it depends, right? So I'd have to judge him at the time. I understand that people move, right? So right now, like, I would really not prefer Gavin Newsom, but 3 years is a long time in political life,
Can I
and
ask
so
a
I'd
real
wait
question?
to then. Go ahead, sure.
But just based on what you said, like, and I think this is where I have a disconnect with some people that are on the far left, because like you said, basically, if I would vote for Newsom unless there was something that went against, like, something that just broke my moral character,
Deal breaker.
disagrees with it. Is there anything like I can't picture anything that does that more than the threat of another Republican presidency, in my mind.
Right.
Like that is
I'll tell
the
you what.
worst. Like, so yeah, I like that's why I think it's like that's why I say blue no matter who, because it has to be, because the only other outcome is just so horrible. So I'm curious what it could be that you would be able to possibly throw away American like liberalism and democracy.
It's no. So I reject that framing to throw away American liberal and democracy. Right. To be clear, no politician. I know we're going to have a big disagreement on this. No politician is owed my vote. None of them. Not any of them. Not a single one
I
of them
don't
is
think
owed my
I
vote.
agree with you.
Oh, okay, that's good, but that's interesting for a person who says vote blue no matter who.
Because
but you can expand on
the
that later on.
situation that we happen to find ourselves in today.
Yeah, but that still
So you do
means
think
that, like,
he's
yeah, that
What?
my vote should absolutely go to a Democrat. Doesn't matter who they are. They
In
are
this
owed.
election, yes.
You won't say the word owed my in this day and age. Okay,
Yeah, because
so
like
right
I said,
now,
if it was a
they're owed
John
my vote.
McCain kind of
If it was a
person,
John
I
McCain,
wouldn't be saying
okay.
that.
Yeah, so like if you live through enough elections,
John McCain is worse
like,
than Trump in some ways.
let's not make the fight. Let's not make the fight right now because it's just gonna be a
That
different
was
one. But
probably the
I have
dumbest thing you've
I
ever
have
said in your
I
entire
have
life.
thoughts
dude.
on John
No, it would've
McCain,
gone
That's
to
but
an
war
absolute
with Iran.
fucking.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
let's not-
because
let's-
Jimmy
okay,
doesn't
let's
have
go
a
back.
base
Okay,
for him.
okay,
but
Hold on,
also
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh,
No, no,
let's
let
talk about
Prime finish his point. Then I have a question
I'm
for
sorry,
Prime.
Prime. I'm sorry, Prime.
Yeah,
I have a question
sure.
for Prime after he's finished.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
I'll try to finish quickly, right? So yeah, it's in the end, right? One, I think there's just always another existential crisis, right? And I don't think we can even just expect the Republicans to get better, right? To break the fever in the
They
future.
will after
I
the
think this is
trials.
just I think just who they are. And so like it sounds like there'll always be an excuse in the future for me. But in any case, right? Like yes, it matters to me. Like if there is something I feel that is sacred, that is sorry, hold on, let me refresh that because people were interrupting me. Uh, fuck, I'm sorry, I lost it. Come back to me.
Okay, well,
forgot.
I have a question for you, Prime. Right? Like, say one of these things that you hold sacred, right? Like these ideas, these principles that you take a stand on, you will not budge no matter what, right? You won't vote for someone who violates these principles. Okay. I'm assuming you have more than one principle, correct?
1 second. Yes, I have many principles. Yes,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
they're not all up for like they are not all politically relevant at all points in time. You understand?
Well,
what I mean?
sure. No, we're
Yeah.
talking in the context of this conversation. Obviously, we're talking about
Sure,
the ones
sure,
that
sure.
apply to the political candidates and voting in general, right?
Sure.
So we don't have to go through the other ones. If you have a candidate and a choice of two candidates, and they both violate your principles, but one violates one principle while the other violates 10, right? Why would you allow those 10 principles to be violated because you didn't want to violate one?
No. Sorry. Okay. So it reminds me of my of what I was going to say previously. So thanks for helping jog my memory. So it's not about voting against the consequence. I'm not being consequentialist here, right? I'm not voting against Republicans, right? I'm voting for my principles. I'm saying that like you have to meet a certain threshold, and my thresholds are very low, extremely low, like basement floor low. Hey, don't support a genocide. That's one, right? If you don't do that, you don't support a genocide, right? Or an ethnic cleansing campaign, if that makes you feel better about it, right? If you don't support that, I'm going to vote for you. I voted Democrats my entire life. I keep voting for Democrats, and I'm excited to vote for a Democrat in the future. But hey, if you support an ethnic cleansing campaign, that's a disqualifier for me. Hey, if you are a pedophile, I can safely say, usurper can't say this, but I can safely say I wouldn't vote for you, right? Like
can I have
these
floor
are
question?
basement floor standards, right? So if a Democrat can clear just that, right? I'm not talking about like top marginal tax rates, right? I'm not talking about hey, necessarily abolish ICE because there might be other ways to deal with the ICE problem. I think we should abolish ICE, but there might be other ways to deal with that issue, right? I've, just basic things. Don't be a pedophile. Don't support an ethnic cleansing campaign.
So
Seems pretty simple.
one question on this one. So here's like my issue is if we want to tie in Gaza into this. I understand how the left can say like how I couldn't vote for Biden or for Kamala because of their position during the Israeli-Gaza war. And I think what a lot of us were saying in the lead up to the election when you guys were telling us that is we were saying, hey, like we understand that you guys might not agree with how they're handling this war, but we think that Trump's going to be even fucking worse at that. So if that is something that's really so important to you, like I understand it's not ideal and you wish that your party
Did you
wasn't
listen,
doing
John?
that.
Did you hear what I said?
You're
Though,
kind of,
yeah, I already addressed that.
but
Like
what you're
the
doing,
statement I
but like
just
right
said,
now, like today, yeah, and I understand it. So like, but this is where I'm going. So yeah, like it goes against one thing versus 10 things, and I get it. But like,
No, that's not what I. No, that's what he said. That's not. I pushed against that. Right.
Yeah,
I'm not.
that's
Yeah,
look,
I rejected his framing.
just to
But
make it clear, at least my position here, and I'll be brief and then I'll give it back to you,
yeah,
Prime. I would vote for someone who I knew was going to do a genocide if I knew that failing to vote for them would cause 3 genocides. I would, again, not like it. It wouldn't be fun for me. I would hold my nose. But if I knew voting one way would get me 1 genocide, but not voting or voting the other way would get me 3 genocides, I'm going to vote against the 3 genocides every time.
Because I think
Can
today
I ask
the
you another
Guardian
question?
came out.
Wait.
hold on.
Doobie. I'm sure Doobie will be back soon.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, he's outside. Doobie. If both candidates,
You mean
right,
wait?
both your
I
choices.
thought you meant outside your room. I was like, you guys are roommates? What the fuck?
Oh no.
That would be funny if he just showed
That
up.
would be-
That would be
it'd be
really
great.
cool.
What the fuck?
That would be
Well,
great.
okay,
I
ask
would
your
love
question.
to be-
Ask your question. Go ahead.
I would love to be roomies with Doobie because he has a mansion. I would love to live there. Let me in, Doobie. Anyway, so if both candidates, right, were offering the exact same genocide, right? They went to Genocides for Us, right, and they bought the same one. How embarrassing, right? But one candidate, right, was offering to lower your taxes of working class, and the other one was going to raise the taxes on working class individuals, right? Which one would you vote for?
If that was the only difference, I might sit
Yeah.
out. But that's not the only difference
I mean, why?
going on.
I mean, why would you sit
Because
out?
the changes would be so small as to be negligible.
Against
my argument
against
here-
the weight of the genocide.
Yes.
Like I don't care about fucking taxes
Yeah.
when
But-
when I'm voting for this.
When we are
Okay.
but my answer to this is that in the MAGA situation, the differences are non-negligible, right? Even though both would lead to some bad outcomes, which I don't like, right? The fact that we have, look, Alex Preddy, Renee Good, the other people that they've shot and killed, right? Some of them survived the shooting, some didn't. None of that would have happened under Kamala. And that matters to me.
Yeah, sure. So once again, I'm not voting for to be very clear, I'm not voting for. I'm not voting in a consequentialist manner, right? I'm voting in a principle manner. That means that like I have basic principles, and you should be able to pass them. If a politician can't definitely say they're not going to support an ethnic cleansing campaign, right? Well, then you don't really have my support. And, like it's really that simple. And again, and the way to have gotten my support, right? The simple way to gotten my support is like I'm against ethnic cleansing campaigns, right? Like that's the way to do it. So and it's not just me, right? Like because what happens here, and this is why like I don't like talking about like fucking Hassan or anything like that, right? Like what happens is that there are many people who don't come on these panels, right? Who don't do these circuits, right? Who aren't even in chat. Shout out to the people in chat. Please donate to Wick, right? There are many people who don't involve themselves in these conversations, but they watch these individuals and they see policies that go one step too far for them. That's how I'll put that for now, the simplest way. It goes one step too far for them, and they simply don't show up, right? So, right, like Usurp and was it Kalinda? Excuse me. Can yell at me, right? They can yell at me. Can yell at Doobie, right? Can say you're failing America. But my friends, right, this is what I'm trying to get across to you. It's very important. That like, hold on, but this is why it's important. Like you can try shaming myself, right? And maybe you can succeed. Maybe if you yell at me enough, I'll vote for vote blue no matter who, right? But all those other people won't. How do you get their votes? You have to earn their votes. That's what I'm trying to change the strategy here. Rather than say that you get my vote no matter what, vote blue no matter who, meaning you don't actually have to earn my vote, right? I'm saying that like the strategy should always be from the entire coalition, the entire Democratic coalition, is to push our politicians to be better. And vote blue no matter who is the opposite of that. It says, well, no matter what, you'll still get my vote. But at some point, you have to say no. And I think like not supporting ethnic cleansing is a pretty good place to start.
Okay.
But by not supporting the ethnic cleansing you inadvertently supported a party that is now going to build a fucking military base in Gaza.
Sorry, did you not hear anything? It's liberals. Like,
no, I understand what you're saying. I just disagree with your outlook. But what I'm saying is that because in your opinion they were supporting the ethnic cleansing campaign, you inadvertently got somebody elected office who is going to do worse of an.
What he's just to kind of, because I do want Kalinda and Usurp to answer to his point. His point is that that Democrats are shaming people instead of saying, hey, we're providing a alternative that is better. And that is like, I understand that, and I agree with you, right? That in effect, he's ending up supporting all this even worse shit, right? But I do want you to respond to his point, like, okay, well,
I understand.
Offering more of a positive vision of the future.
I mean, I think that I do think that Kamala was offering a much brighter view of the future, and I don't think that she ever like said, "Hey, yes, we're going to continue this genocide in Gaza, or we're going to continue this ethnic cleansing campaign." While at the same time, Trump was basically saying, "Hey, we're going to let Bibi do whatever the fuck he wants in there."
Completely,
and I think that
he said she wanted a ceasefire.
Let you start finish, please. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's fair.
It's.
I understand like not trying to shame them, but at a certain point when because to me it is so obvious what the only other outcome could be is so much worse that if you can't like, because I feel like we've tried to rationalize that. We're trying to get like that point across that like, yeah, well, you might have to hold your nose, but it's better to hold your nose and do something that you're like kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth than wake up a year and a half later and realize, oh my God, the situation there is even 10 times worse than any outcome that would have come after Kamala.
But Usurp. That didn't work though, right? Like this, what you're talking about.
That's why I think you guys are unreachable.
No.
You guys are unreachable.
My problem is you're
nothing's going to be good enough for them on Gaza.
Sorry. No, hold on.
There's no
Stop it,
point.
Kalinda. You don't understand. You're out there just like saying random shit all the time, just interrupting. You're not actually
She's been
engaging,
quiet for
right?
like 30
But
minutes.
you
I don't know what
usurp.
the fuck you're talking about.
Oh yes, I know. This is amazing accomplishment for her, right? To shut their mouth, right? Anyway,
I'm
you
actually
Oh,
just
come on,
waiting
come on, come on,
to
come on,
talk
Prime.
to
Just
Doobie about the
calm
no,
down.
Panera
no, hold on.
shit.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it anyway. But anyway, usurp, right? Look, you're narrowing your focus on people like me, right? People like Hassan and other people on Twitter, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to get you to expand your focus to a winning strategy, right? The strategy before the election was exactly what you're doing now. Hey, you just got to do it. You got to hold your nose. You got to do it. Do it. Fish or chicken, right? Those are your only two options. But
Because
she lost every swing state, right? That
Yeah,
strategy is a losing strategy. The strategy I'm talking
because
and
the people
and
like
finally, the
you
last thing I'll say
tried to
one more
tell
sentence.
Let Prime
And I
finish real
promise
everybody.
I want to
quick. Let Prime finish
one
real
more sentence. I promise I want to hear from you, right? The one thing that will work, right, is instead like addressing voters' issues. That's what Mamdani did, right? He went out and he specifically listened to voters. He was at the very bottom of the race. No one thought he had a chance at the very start, right? But he was out there listening to New York voters and figuring out what they wanted, right? And on a larger scale, that matters too, right? So if you have a Democratic coalition begging you to do a thing and you refuse to do that thing, right? If you didn't fulfill that, then yes, you lose 7 swing states. But go ahead.
Wait,
That's
hold
a really
on.
long sentence.
Go ahead,
It was long
Kalinda.
sentence.
and
Let
then
me
Usurp.
just say something. Prime, I hope that you don't think that Kamala lost the election because of Gaza. She lost the election because she didn't talk enough about like affordability and listen to people when it came to the economy. That's why she lost. It wasn't because of fucking Gaza.
Yeah, no one gave a shit about Gaza.
Nobody
No,
cares
I
about foreign
literally have
policy.
data. I literally have nope. You're wrong because I literally have data. Otherwise, I actually have numbers, data behind that assertion. I can
the
make that
exit polls
assertion later
showed
on.
the
But that's
economy
not.
was
But that's not
wrong.
important. That's not important. That's not important, right? We can talk. I would love to talk about it later because I
Are
actually
you
have data
talking? Are
have
you
no
talking
data
about the
on your
data
side.
that shows that one group of people that basically probably wouldn't have voted for her no matter what?
Nope. It's not what I'm talking about. Anyway, Troy, don't worry. But we can talk about that some other time. To keep it focused on this, right? I'm trying to make a positive policy, which one way or the other, right? Shaming people didn't work. We tried your strategy. Having a positive
We
forward
didn't shame you guys
strategy
hard
is
enough.
the only way. Sorry, go ahead.
I said, I don't think we shamed you guys hard enough because I think you guys didn't think that like
Trying.
again. I go back to the whole maybe you guys don't actually care about Gaza and you don't think Trump is as bad because getting Kamala elected would the lives of the
Expand
Gazans would
past
be better
Gaza.
today. They would be better
Expand
today.
past Gaza. Expand. I'm trying to avoid just talking about Gaza.
Everything in life, everything in this
doing-
country would be better today. Everything.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, I'm trying.
And everybody knew that going into
Yes,
the
no,
election.
hold on.
I feel
Like
like
you
you're not
have, you
engaging
have
with
to
what
be
Prime said.
fucking
And yet
3
they-
IQ.
and
You have to be a
yet
piece
she
of
lost.
firewood sitting in a
And
court
yet
outside,
she lost.
covered in
And
snow,
yet
not to
she
realize
lost.
that Kamala would have been so much
And
fucking
yet
better than Trump.
she
But
lost.
you guys
And
were
yet
so
she
fucking
lost.
dick hard
Was she
about
president?
Gaza that you
Was she
wouldn't even
president?
listen to
Oh,
anything
hold on,
else.
hold
So
on.
it's impossible to deal with
Okay.
you guys.
Guys, make a
Okay,
make a
I do
difference
want-
or not, huh? You want it both
Can
ways.
I respond to
Either
something?
Yeah, I
it did
do.
make a difference, right?
I
Then-
want to
right,
say
then
something to
it's-
Yeah, I
Doobie.
want
you're
Kalinda,
freaking
and then I want
upset about
Doobie.
it, right?
I want
Or
Kalinda,
it
then I
did
want
make a
Doobie. That's the
difference,
order
right?
we're gonna go in. Kalinda, then
Yeah.
Doobie.
So yeah, it either didn't make a difference.
Is your
right?
name
And
Kalinda?
then
Is
your
yeah,
name
Kalinda?
Hold on,
about it,
hold on.
or it
Prime,
did make
It's
Prime,
my
Prime,
turn to
Prime.
talk now.
You're gonna give it to
Turn up your
Kalinda,
volume
then
in
we're
your
gonna give it to
headphones.
Doobie. And then we can get back to you. I promise you.
You're a
Kalinda,
baby.
then
I
Doobie.
love you, Prime. Come on.
Okay.
I love you too.
Doobie, the whole thing about the bakeries in California, the exemption for the minimum wage thing was for bakeries that made their bread on site. That means like from the dough up. Panera Bread did not do that. Panera Bread took pre-made dough and they put it in the oven and they cooked it. It was not exempted.
Again, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Panera Bread does
You
bake
can't
their
just
bread
say-
on site.
No,
that was,
you don't know what-
It's true. It's true. You don't, if you're defending this, right? If you want to pretend that all these people who looked into this, that even Democrat Party officials were opposed to this, senators in California spoke out against this. Sure, I can do that. But I don't know why she's so focused on this. But it's just like it's just true. Like I don't know why it's
Because
so
it seems
difficult.
because you're
And
wrong.
now I understand.
About this, so.
Now I understand that after they got all the backlash, the franchisee said, "Hey, yeah, we're going to do it anyway. We're exempt, but we're going to pay the $20 anyway." And I understand that Biden had a spokesperson go out and say, "Well, actually, it doesn't apply." But this was after they got all the fucking backlash over this. So yeah, it's just silly. But now moving on to what's your name, usurp. I think what Prime is trying to lay out to you is, one, you guys need to pick a struggle. Okay, either the Gaza vote didn't matter or it did, right? So either you guys lost because of Gaza, or it didn't matter at all because nobody cared. No, because nobody. Wait, hold on. Because nobody gave a fuck about Gaza. Like, you guys you're jumping on both sides of that, and it's ridiculous. But that being said, that being said,
about Gaza didn't go out and vote.
Okay.
So caught in the
Okay. Okay. That being said, I think that what Prime is trying to touch on is exactly what I said at the start. This is scapegoating, right? So rather than deal with the issues within the Democrat Party that are keeping people from mobilizing and going and being excited to go out and vote for them, you guys attack people who don't fall in line. I think that's exactly the wrong strategy, right? The impetus there, the weight should be on the Democrat Party to excite voters, to speak to these voters. Instead, you're pushing them away. You're actually hurting the party by pushing these voters further away from it, by signaling that, hey, not only are you like an enemy of ours because you're not voting for Democrats, but you're also a fucking idiot, right? You're a fucking piece of wood because you didn't vote for Kamala, right? So I think that is exactly the wrong messaging. What you should be doing is exactly what Prime said, exactly what Mamadani did. Speak to normal people, figure out why they weren't excited to vote for Kamala. If they didn't give a fuck about Gaza, it was something else. It was some part of her messaging that didn't reach them, some part of her platform that didn't speak to them. Whatever it is, you focus on that and then win the votes from these people. I think just attacking leftists turns away future voters, right? You're not only are you doing all the things I said earlier, you're signaling disrespect of these people. Right? You were saying that, hey, the party doesn't fucking value you because your vote doesn't matter anyway. But also, fuck you for not voting for us. Right?
Okay.
You're just hurting yourself long term.
Okay, I have something to say, and then I want to give it to Kalinda and Usurp to respond. But it's going to bother me if I don't say it, so forgive me, gang. Gaza did lose Kamala's election, but not in the way that a lot of people like to think. It wasn't because not enough people turned out to vote for her because of Gaza. That wasn't what did it. What did it was because of her position on Gaza and how it wasn't left enough for many commentators, such as Crystal Ball, such as the Majority Report, such as the Sun. Those people who may have influenced their constituencies, influenced their audience to go out and vote, decided to paint Democrats and Republicans as precisely the same, which made any attack on Trump's corruption, any attack on Trump's foreign policy, any attack on MAGA's just basic horribleness less effective because of Gaza. A lot of these influencers who do have influence on the general public and the Democratic Party decided to do a both sides are the same thing. And this has been a problem not just in this election, but this has been a problem for years, especially with corruption. One of the reasons why the corruption attacks against MAGA don't hit as hard is because you have many progressive organizations who have constantly pushed the line that the Democrat corporatists, the Democrats are corrupt, just like Republicans. And so when it makes it harder when Trump is literally stealing $10 billion from the IRS to pay for his own lawsuit, right, that he's making against the IRS when he's the guy who can fire the IRS if they don't give in. Yeah, it's a real problem. But that's what I wanted to say, and I want to give it back to you, sir. So thanks.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
You can. Okay. Okay. Listen, I'm not talking about like young people when I came in here or whatever. I agree that Democrats do need to like message better. I think we all know
100%.
that. Nobody is saying that they don't, and we understand that like the way that Mamdani messages would be a good thing. And I even think that like to some degree they should adopt like maybe like as long as they do so carefully some populist rhetoric. I just don't think that they should go full retard with the oh my god the corporations run everything and all of society's ills are to be blamed on the elites and all this insane bullshit like what MAGA is doing. But like yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing for them to do, and I agree that they should do that. However, that's not really what I don't think that that's what Hassan and all these far leftist people want. These people, by the way, like who are like this is my line. You know what my line is? It was asked earlier. What is your line? or like one of my lines is, at least when we're talking about influencers, if you're not gonna encourage your audience to get out and vote, then you should just get the fuck out, and the party should stop paying attention to you and acting like you're an ally, because you're not. Hassan's not an ally. Hassan hates liberal democracy, and so do all these other tanky fucks. They don't care about any of this shit, and that's like my main problem. Those are the people that I'm thinking of when I say far leftists are toxic to the Democratic Party. I'm not talking about people like Mamdani or AOC or Bernie, because those people are pragmatists who still are willing to be pragmatic. They're not like, for fuck's sakes, Bernie voted for the fucking 1994 crime bill after he got up on the House floor and gave an epic and based speech about how bad it was going to be. But he voted for it anyway because it had the Violence Against Women Act in it. Because he's a pragmatist and he's willing to compromise. Because he understands how the system worked. That's also why he endorsed Kamala and Biden and Hillary, even though he lost to them. You know, like, that's what I mean. That's all I'm saying. I don't want this. All I want to do is sit down and complain in my fucking rich-ass mansion and all this shit. Like,
yeah, and like Doobie, when you said earlier, like the way that we're talking isn't the way to get over to the, like, get on to the average voter to try and, or average far lefty, I should say, and get them to like join our side and vote blue no matter who. But a lot of the vitriol that I'm spitting out now is against all the far left commentators. Now, I think Prime at the beginning, it was you who said like, I don't care about online, like, you know, whoever XYZ, that's not what I'm caring about. But in my opinion, the prompt was like, does the far left help or hurt the Democratic coalition? In my mind, the most far left people we have in Congress or anywhere is the Squad, and most, I think, far left people online don't even like half of them anymore because they're not far left enough. Like, in my mind, there's not many politicians that I can talk about because at most they're social democrats, or at worst they're social democrats, unless they're hiding their power level, in which case they can't do anything anyway. What we're focusing on, or what we are angry about, is this group of people online who are using their influence to try and convince everybody that it doesn't matter. It's two sides of the same shitty coin, when it's like objectively not true. Like, it is, you could say without a shadow of a doubt, I'm just going to say, again, the lives of the people in Gaza would be better today with Kamala in office. The lives of the people in Ukraine would probably be better. That one's a little weirder, but American lives would be better if Kamala was in office. Trans people's lives would be better. Marginalized groups' lives would be better. And if looking back now, if you can't see, like, oh shit, I understand why I decided to sit out and not vote, but like, if you don't feel like any kind of guilt or any kind of like shame in that action, then I don't know if you're ever reachable. Because if this, like, and I'll go back and I'll say it again, it just seems like these people do not think Trump is that bad. Either that, or they're so insulated that they're not affected by it.
Is your impression that they don't criticize Trump or speak about him? I think, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely they do. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, when they criticize him, do you think they're going too soft?
Well,
when they criticize him, do you think they go too soft?
It would depend, and you have to give me some examples, but I'll say no.
I mean, I don't know, because the impression that I'm getting from what you're saying is that you think that they either don't criticize him enough, or they don't criticize him firmly enough, so they don't think he's that bad. But what my impression is that they do criticize the fuck out of him. They literally call him Hitler and shit. But they also criticize Democrats.
Well, how can
not nearly as bad as they criticize Trump?
How can you look at somebody and say, "Hey, that's basically Hitler"? But you know what? That person that I could vote for, that I could advise my audience to vote for to stop Hitler, that's not worth it. So I don't know what they're thinking.
So hold on, can I please respond to this? Look, see, this is why this like argument against like these commentators is so facile, it's so pointless, it's so impotent. Like, look. Like,
they influence people whether or not to vote or not.
Oh, yes, I'm going to talk about the influence. I'll talk about that, right? So I understand Hassan has a level of influence, absolutely,
and
right?
all of them combined. All of them.
And
combined.
I was literally just listening. I'm interrupting.
Listen, I know we're mind melded. You ever do improv? Yes, and
Koklinski. All of them people. They have influence. But you know who has more influence than any one of them, all of them combined?
Yeah.
The Vice President of the United States. Who has the ability to set well, in this case I was talking about Kamala Harris for the vote. But like
I was wondering where you're going with it, but okay.
I wasn't clear. That's fine. I wasn't clear. The person who has the most ability to change people's minds about their behavior, their views, is the candidate themselves, is
That's
the
not
person
true.
who has gotten the
That's not
nomination,
true.
right?
That's not
Is the
true.
person
That's
on
not
the
true.
ticket. And this is another one of my big problems with this liberal talking point, because it blames the voter. Because again, from your perspective,
No,
and it
I'm
makes sense
blaming
from your
the
perspective.
the
No,
influencers,
yeah,
the
you
people, the
literally did.
media
Because then why shame
personalities.
them? Then why shame them? And you say like, hey, it's your fault. You should feel some
When I'm
guilt.
shaming them,
You should.
I'm talking to the people that are talking to those people. I'm talking to you. I'm shaming
Okay, yes,
the
great, sure,
commentators.
no problem. Okay, shaming the commentators, right? Great, shaming the commentators,
Yes.
as if they owe the Democratic Party anything. That they
No,
should
but
be
they owe their
supposed to be-
fans not to vote in someone like
great.
fucking
No,
Trump.
They have the free speech to say anything they want.
Yeah, I'm not
They
saying
can do
they
that,
don't have
and
fucking
they
free
will.
speech. I'm
Great,
saying the
great.
speech they're deciding to use is fucking retarded.
I'm glad you acknowledge that. I'm glad you acknowledge that. That they can say whatever they want. Okay, so maybe
Yeah,
the
no
better
shit,
strategy
Sherlock.
is okay, great. Then we can work together here. All right?
No, we
Then
can't
the
because
better-
you guys
No,
are
no,
fucking. You're
hold
a
on.
gang. You're
You said, let me
gangrene
make the
foot.
point and then be
We're
mad at.
we're
You said,
Civil
don't
War
worry. I'll
soldiers,
give you
and you
something.
guys are a dead,
I
dying
will give you
arm.
something to be mad at. Don't worry. But let me make the point. Let me make the point and then be really fucking pissed, right? And hold your head. Okay.
I will.
Anyways, right?
Thank you.
The point. Sure. Okay, looking forward to it. The point that I was simply making, right, is that instead of blaming literally anyone else, right? Blame the politician, right? The politician, like you just said, like you like the, or maybe it was a Clinton. I'm not sure which one. I apologize. That you like the strategy of Mamdani going out and like talking to the voters and designing his campaign specifically to address
both of
their
us, but
points,
yes.
right?
Okay, I completely
Maybe, yeah,
agree. I
sure,
need to
sure,
cut in. I
sure.
need to cut in before I lose my thought. I need to
No,
cut
no,
in.
no, you
I
don't.
agree
No, you
with
don't need to cut it. No, you don't need to cut because I can finish, and then you can go.
it's gonna take
I
like
would love to
20
hear what you have to
minutes.
say
Write
after I'm
it
fucking
down
done. Thank
while
you.
he rambles.
Yeah, you're so okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right, like you've got literally nothing to offer. That's fine. So hey, look, it would be better rather than doing that to just talk about the politician, right? To address the politician. Hey, they are the one in power. They're the ones who have the Democratic Party's nomination, the backing. They have the millions of dollars in funding. Instead, blame them for their failures. And instead of anyone else, it's constant scapegoating. It's a lack of responsibility all the time for liberals, right? Instead of blaming the powerful, right, the ones at the top, right, you find anyone else. Is it Hassan? Sure. Is it the majority report? Sure, right? Or for some of you, I won't put words in your mouth, right? But for some other liberals, it's the voters, and it's disgusting. Done.
Okay, 2 questions. So, or 2 points. When you were saying like you got to talk about the politicians and it's their fault for not putting out a good enough message. In my mind, I do think that obviously every politician after every election, they can look back and see some things they could have messaged on better. Duh. No one's going to be perfect during a campaign. People are going to fuck up and make mistakes and not say what they might necessarily need to say in the moment. But a lot of the times, it doesn't even fucking matter what they say when these same commentators that we're talking about will lie about their positions and lie about their intentions anyway, or just make up intentions. That like, oh, like you will have these far left people. I won't even say any names, but you'll have them say like, oh, you know, they say this, but they're just lying to you to get your vote. They're just lying because they're covering up for their big donor fucking whatever. And at the same time, let's say that I agree with you that these politicians should have had better messaging. In the lead up to the election, who do you think had more watch hours?
What?
Who had more watch hours? Who are people, who are the voters watching more and listening to more? Politicians or influencers?
Kamala Harris.
Probably mainstream media
absolutely.
who, yeah.
100%. Yeah, like they have millions of dollars in advertising dollars.
You think a lot of the
and
far
free
left, the
advertising
people,
through the mainstream media.
You think a lot of the far
way
left.
more.
Hold on, you don't even know what my fucking question is. You think a lot of the far left people.
I'm answering your fucking question. Answer the first question.
So you think a lot of the people that will define themselves in the far left as in like communists.
But you think the far left are like communists and shit. Like, so what the fuck does that matter?
Yes, I think
they wouldn't vote for they wouldn't vote for a Democrat anyway. Like, why does that matter? We're talking about
that's not true because that's exactly what Hassan calls or identifies as a communist, and he voted for Kamala, right?
Well, he claims to.
He claims to. So exactly.
Okay.
But let me finish. So, like these people had like who got more view times? It was these influencers.
I think this is silly.
Then the
Hold on. Are
politician-
you actually trying to make
So
the
no,
argument?
so
Hold on,
what?
just
So
Yeah,
my,
your
that's
just
why.
to be clear,
That is
just to be
why.
clear,
your position
there's a
is
reason.
that
Hold on,
is
just
why
hold on,
I
hold on, let me
target
translate
those
this. Let me
people.
translate this for them. There's a reason that politicians will go on the talk show circuits. There's a reason that politicians
Thank
will
you.
go on the late night shows. There's a reason that politicians will go on to influencer
Oh,
streams.
I see.
These things
Okay,
because
but
those
wait.
influencers have more reach.
And these
Yeah,
people,
hold
like
on.
these people
Wait,
on the far left,
God.
these young people on the far left, they are watching these entertainers. They're on TikTok every night. They're on Twitter. They're on Twitch. They're on YouTube. They're watching these people every night. No one's getting home from work that's 22, 23 and popping up Kamala Harris's stream. Nobody's
Okay,
doing that.
can I respond? This is ridiculous.
Wait,
Because I think you're touching on exactly what Prime was trying to explain to you. So
Go ahead.
Joe Rogan's the most popular podcast. I think he was at the time. I don't know if he still is. Right?
He's like
I don't
top
pay
five.
attention to
Yeah,
podcasts.
yeah.
Yeah. She refused to go in and speak to him. Right. For some reason, she didn't speak to him. Trump did. Right. So he got all those ears. She didn't. Biden's approval rating was, I think, in the high 30s around the time Kamala got into the race. And when speaking to a reporter about what she would do if she were elected, if she would do anything differently, she said no, she would do all the same things. So she's coming to the race, and her great message is, hey, you know that guy who 70% of the country doesn't approve of? I'm going to just continue doing what he was doing.
Okay.
That is not a winning message. That is absolutely not a winning message. So the issue wasn't that Hassan was saying that she's a fucking
Kamala Harris,
Zionist
genocide
Nazi or
Jane,
whatever the
whatever.
fuck. Yeah, that's
Holocaust
not the issue. The
Harris.
issue was that
Holocaust Harris,
Kamala did not campaign well.
Kamala,
She
pronounce her fucking name right.
fuck you. She had shitty messaging, and she didn't win over voters, right? So she left
Like
all this
shit like
space
that
open.
is exactly
When
the
she
problem.
said-
These are supposed to be our
when
fucking
she
allies.
said- when she
Kill
said-
me in a video game.
When she said that she wouldn't do anything differently than Biden, right? And to the far lefties that we're talking about, I guess, what that means is, hey, Biden was totally spineless on Gaza. So for the people who care about Gaza, she's just going to keep doing exactly what he was doing, which means more dead Gazans, right?
Hold on.
For the people who
now we have
please,
more
stop.
dead Gazans.
Stop. Yeah, I understand. I understand, right? But it's not about, hold on, I'm not talking about the consequences. What I'm talking about is her ability to energize, mobilize voters and get people excited to go out and campaign for her. If somebody is going to, one of these pro-Gazan people, right, who's like a one-issue voter on Gaza, and they were willing to vote for the lesser evil, that person is probably not going to be excited to go out and mobilize and canvass for votes for Kamala, because they know that she's just going to do what Biden did, and they didn't like what Biden did, right? So it's about getting people excited. It's about building the energy, and the fact is that because
And
she
educating
just,
your
she was
audience
also
on the
she was also
other
totally
potential
spineless
outcome.
because she was also totally spineless
That's also
and
their
wouldn't criticize Biden. She didn't give people anything to be excited about.
Okay. Just because we were coming up, it's a little past 2 hours. I want to get to closing statements, and then, gang, if you want this to keep going, we can keep going, and I can open up for maybe some callers. But you got to give me some money, or we won't do that.
Open up
I
your
don't
wallets,
work
guys.
for free. I don't work for free, but I have some thoughts too. But I want to give first these wonderful people who have so graciously decided to spend their time in their evening, their wonderful Thursday evening with us, to give closing thoughts, closing statements, then we'll end. I'm going to start with Prime, and we'll let Usurp have the last word. Prime, close us out.
Thank you. Thanks so much to my good friend Wick. Always enjoy hanging out with you, friend. It usually ends, well, with us yelling at each other, but that's a good time for us debate bros. So shout out to you, friend. Thank you for kindly inviting me here. Come and join me at Twitch, YouTube, or Kick. At Prime Kai, PRIMECAYS. Would love to have you. And yeah, I would love to interact with the other people there. And so if you want to come on, if you want to watch, you appreciate it. Anyway, moving past that. Sorry, man, that could have been better. I appreciate. No, thank you. It wasn't one of my best pitches there, but we'll go. So I appreciate everyone here. Doopy's my homeboy, love him to death. Usurp, I don't think I met you before, but it was fantastic meeting you. Love the hair, actually, it's like pretty dope. And Kalinda, it's been another experience. But I love hearing people with different from different viewpoints. In any case, yes. To wrap it up, my problem with liberals, and it was displayed here quite a bit, is that they will do anything they can to vote or to blame the one person. To not blame the one person most responsible. Right, that would be the politician. Right, the reason why Kamala/Biden lost is because of Kamala/Biden. But Biden sabotaged the Democratic Party in general when he decided not to drop out of the race. Right, he knew what his mental health abilities were. We didn't even get into that. Right, he knew his whole situation, but he didn't. Leave any which way, right? He didn't do what he could to build up Kamala as a politician, right? The public forgot about this woman until it was time to switch over to her. That put her in an awful position to start off with. And then from there, Kamala, right? She, you can look at the polling, right? Like you could see like how the polling went, right? Like she shot up when she was made the Democratic nominee. She dropped as the campaign went along, right? She had her own choices to make. She was her own woman, and I think that that race was winnable, right? We can argue about what exactly lost it to her, but in any case, right? She lost. She did not do a good enough job, right? That should be the focus rather than anyone else. But again, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, Prime. Really appreciate you. Kalinda, please.
I'm Kalinda. You can find me on YouTube at KALINDA, Kalinda Live. So yeah, KALINDA and then live. But if you just search for Kalinda, you should find me. I'm also on Kick as well, and my name over there is Kalinda. I don't really stream there as much. Just trying to build an audience. I talk about geopolitics a lot. I've been focusing on Ukraine quite a bit. I'm coming for you, Lactoid, next month. Anyway, as far as all this stuff goes, I think the problem, and like we didn't necessarily even like get to this. Prime keeps talking about how like Kamala could have done this, that, or the other thing in order to get people. I don't think that it would have mattered. I think that no matter what, as long as the candidate was a liberal and not a fucking, like super far lefty person, Hassan would not have advocated for. As long as the candidate didn't advocate or didn't like come out there and take the most maximalist, insane position on Israel, then Hassan would not have advocated. And I think that that is silly and unreasonable, and it assumes that the country is much further to the left than it actually is. And I just don't think that that works. And I really think that these people are just a cancer that should just be like, we just should stop acting like they're our friend. The media environment is shitty and it is toxic, and part of the reason for that is because that unfortunately the Democrats, there's a lot of bad things you can say about them, and a lot of it is on messaging, and much of that messaging is like they were stuck in the past. They still think it's like the fucking early 2000s, and they never took advantage of the media environment thing in the way that Republicans did, and instead the alternative media space online got filled by a bunch of fucking leftists like Majority Report and Kyle Kulinski and all of these other like populist dipshits who don't like value the same things that we value as like Democrats and stuff, and who don't care about winning. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you for being here, Kalinda. Always a pleasure and appreciate you. Doobie.
I don't have a stream. You can find me on Politics if you want to yell at me. It's at discord.gg/politics. It's the best and biggest politics server on Discord. That being said, I think that we're going to win by shrinking the base is a terrible strategy. I think that attacking leftists, quote unquote, is really just pushing people away. You're not persuading any Republicans. You're just demobilizing Democrats or potential Democratic voters. I think you're burning volunteer energy. You're hurting small donor enthusiasm, killing youth engagement. And I think that what you're actually on the other side of that, you're allowing the elite, the establishment Democrats, the donor ecosystems, you're giving them an out to shift the blame away from their strategies, the things that they're doing, and so they never feel any pressure to change, right? So I think you're long term. It's a losing strategy,
elites.
and I think it's been proven time and time again. And for some reason, you guys just keep attacking the lefties and blaming shit on them.
Fucking
And
elites.
again,
The donor class.
the fact that we just had somebody try to argue that Hassan and these lefties online have like more influence on the way that her Kumala, whatever the fuck her name is, was perceived than her herself, right? Her going on The View and saying she wouldn't do anything differently than the guy who had a 30-something% approval rating. That's fucking crazy, right? You need to hold these people accountable when they fuck up. They've obviously fucked up. So attack them, try to get them into line.
Thank you for being here, Doobie. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you. You, sir.
Guys, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. You can find me on Twitter. It's Usurp the Chef. I have a very, very, very shitty YouTube channel also called Usurp the Chef. So go in there if you want to watch some really awkward, cringe videos of me trying to learn how to do this. One of the great things I love about this country is that, unlike in the founding years, anybody who's over the age of 18 can vote. We've decided to choose that day or that age because we as a society have decided that's kind of when a person becomes an adult. And adults need to be able to realize that actions have consequences and that voting for the lesser of two evils is sometimes the best option that we are presented in life. And this can happen anywhere, not even just at the not just at the voting booth. It could happen at work if you got accepted to 2 jobs. It could happen anywhere else in your life. We need to be able to understand, these far left people need to be able to understand that you're allowed to make mistakes. You're not defined by your mistakes, and that we're not necessarily trying to attack lefties. We're just trying to have them somehow finally see the reality of the situation, that we're not in normal times. This isn't a Mitt Romney on the other end of this political gun that's being pointed at our heads. It is people like Stephen Miller, it's Steve Bannon, it's Russell Vought, it's J.D. Vance. These are people who are illiberal to their core. And I think that what is happening right now is a unique moment in American history, one that none of us has ever seen in our lifetimes. And I think we just need to actually have a conversation about what's happening in reality. We can always hope that our politicians do more. We should always be pushing for our politicians to do more, and they should be hopefully listening to their constituents. But at the same time, when there is a gun to your head, we cannot be arguing about where we go to dinner.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you and hope to have you on again. Gang, if you liked this content, if you enjoyed what you had to see, okay, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching me on Twitch, hit that follow button. Thank you for the gift subs. Really do appreciate those. And if you want to, and I'll get to the super chats in a second. One of the issues, well, first of all, also, Destiny's going to be on the show tomorrow. Destiny and Dev versus Steelborn, and I forget the other guy's name off the top of my head. And they're going to be arguing about free speech and Trump. So tune in for that. It's at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That should be a good time. I guess one of my conversations, or one of my problems with this conversation, right? And I know my position's not the same as Glinda's and Usurp's, but look, I am advocating against leftism, and I am advocating against a lot of these people, and I do want to remove them from my orbit and from my party, right? I think that they are stinky boys, okay? When you have a party, when you're throwing a party, and there's a stinky boy in the party, no one wants to go to your party. It drives people away. People don't want to come in. But if you remove the stinky boy from the party, then you'll get more people in. I think that one of the problems that the left has had, or the Democrats have had specifically over the last, I'd say, 10 years, is that they have gone too far left, and they continue to want to go too far left. And the Republic, the voters, don't want that shit. It's stinky. They don't want this stinky shit, right? They don't want that. So by attacking the leftists, I'm signaling to the normies that, hey, it's okay to vote Democrat because we're not those stinky boy leftists. That's my position. But yeah, we still need like $50, gang. Thank you for thank you for the 5 gift subs and $5 from
Wick, I'm curious about
just real quick,
love to ask you
$5
some
from
questions
Zephyrhash.
about that, but sorry, go on.
Yeah, you can ask me in a second. $5 from Zephyrhash. To Prime, what happens when your preferred candidate loses a Democratic primary? Will you vote for the Democrat or throw your toys out the pram?
I feel like my position was clear. It doesn't. Well, maybe it's not. Oh no, don't worry. I'll state it very
I'll do
quickly.
this back and real quick.
Sure. I'll say it very quickly. That one, it doesn't have to be my preferred candidate. I've held my nose and voted for Democrats. They're the real stinky police, but anyway. I voted for corporate Democrats in the past, and I'll vote for them in the future too. I can do that. It's simply like, hey, do you clear a minimum a standard for me, right? So they don't have to be my preferred person, right? I voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden was not my preferred person, and I would have voted for him again, right? One, if he hadn't been senile and been thrown out, and two, if he hadn't supported a genocide. So that's gonna be a big fucking problem for me. So anyway, yeah. So I'll have no problem voting for them. But Wick, I'm not gonna stick around. I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
I
other
understand.
stuff.
You got to go. We probably won't stick around too long, but I wanted to let Kalinda ask me some questions and things. But
Have a good one. Bye, everyone.
always a
Bye,
pleasure.
Prime.
Bye.
Love you.
I'm just curious, like,
Go ahead.
do you have examples of what, like, I don't necessarily disagree with you if you're specifically talking about people like Hassan or whatever, because I do think that,
Yeah, I'm
like,
not talking about like soy pill, right?
well, yeah, I know,
I'm
but
talking
let's
about
talk about policies though, because I feel like in the past, you have said stuff that's kind of like, that kind of implies that you think that the Democrats, like the mainstream Democratic Party, has gone too far to the left on things. Can you give some examples of that?
Sure. I think that there was a huge push for trans people in sports that did not help us. And I'm not even sure that that was the right thing to do in that case. I think a lot of the trans issues, the public just thinks that the left is far too extreme on, and I think that was one of the problems that we had. Another problem that we had was the cancel culture stuff. I think that a lot of the Democratic insistence on weaponizing the government in order to try to silence their enemies did go far too far. Now, I say all this, but keep in mind that on every single thing I'm going to criticize the Democrats on, Republicans are just worse, 1,000 times worse.
Sorry,
So
when you
I just want to
say
make that clear.
weaponize the government to try to silence their critics, are you
Sure.
talking
One of
about?
the things that Biden tried to do, during his term, which I yelled about and I opposed greatly, was I forget what the official name was for it, but what I colloquially called it, the Ministry of Truth, where he wanted to create a governmental board to label information as either misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and things like that. I think that would have been a horrible idea. That was a horrible thing for free speech. And I think that one of the reasons he did that was pressure from far left advocate groups to push him towards that. And then $20 from Thunder Turkey to say, could you not have Prime Kai's on ever again and let him rot with his 20 viewers in the stinky sewer where he belongs?
Don't
Look,
say that.
Prime Kai is my... I want to address this. Prime Kai is my friend. He was one of the first people who platformed me. And if you think I'm going to abandon him, you're wrong. Okay, just saying that.
He's been doing this for years too. Deserves a little bit of respect for that alone.
True.
I think that, like, I mean, Wick, honestly, a part of me disagrees with you, but I don't know what the fuck to do about, like, things like misinformation. I completely understand the idea of wanting to go after misinformation, or at the very least have some sort of website or whatever that's going to label stuff as misinformation, because it is out of control. We do not live in the same reality anymore. All that shit about the vaccine was fucking insane. Like the fact that there were a whole bunch of people died because that they refused to get vaccinated because they believed a whole bunch of insanely stupid wrong shit about how the vaccine was going to like inject you with 5G transmitters, or like once you got it and if you put the spoon up to your shoulder, you like it'll stick to you and all this other shit. By the way, I've been like fucking quadruple vaxxed and I have yet to have my fucking 5G antenna or whatever.
It shows.
I have been ripped off. Oh, Doobie,
So
are you one of those people who believes that?
And this bothers me because you're doing the same thing a lot of people on the right do when it comes to immigration, pointing to the obvious like violent illegal immigrants and saying, don't you dislike violent illegal immigrants? How can you be against ICE when these are violent illegal immigrants are out there? Like, yes, we recognize that these things are problems, but the way that you're trying to solve these problems is fucking horrific and unconstitutional, right?
I can agree
So
with that.
the misinformation thing, I recognize. I'll just cede to you. It's a problem.
Yeah.
But the way that the way to combat that problem is not the way that a lot of the people on the left tried to do. It's
So, like,
it's
Rick, real quick, a question
unconstitutional.
Oh,
on
I don't,
with, like, the whole, like,
I
Ministry of Truth thing.
hold on. Can I just say, I'm not saying that I agree with the government coming in and shutting down like people's things like that. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just saying
Now the
that
Republicans point it out as more than it was,
it's really
and
fucking hard
they
to deal with this.
hyperbolize it, but there was jawboning by the federal government to things like Twitter and Facebook. And things
Yeah,
like that.
so
That
like
happened.
with that, like I understand like if Biden won, if I would almost want to look up more information on it to see what like it would have actually been in the end. And I completely agree. If it was basically say like going to be end up being something like, hey, here is like governmenttruth.org and this is like where the actual truth is, that's miss me with that. However, at the same time, like I think that like misinformation coming from like, and I'm not just talking about like your uncle tweeting out some random bullshit. I'm talking about like actually targeted campaigns from foreign hostile nations that are flooding our internet waves with like these wacky, with all this crazy shit, and it's dividing our country into multiple different factions. Like this is something that needs to be addressed, and like to the
I
point
agree.
where I even think like we should be able to freaking like strike these troll farms. Like I would be I
Like
would
a
vote for
kinetic
that.
strike?
Yes, I would 100% vote for that.
Interesting. I don't know if I
Because
agree
I think
with
that this level of
but-
misinformation could be a cost us a lot like active war.
I mean,
But
if you're
here's
talking
the-
about Russian
just real
disinfo,
quick.
then yeah, that's a separate category.
wanna-
Then yeah.
Yeah, I do want to like, we can talk about that, but when I'm speaking of what the government has been doing for years, and it's not just Biden. And again, to be clear, Trump is doing this all worse, right? Like everything.
Yeah, I don't think you're defending. You're saying
Trump
that,
is doing this 1,000 times worse, much more brazen. He's taken everything that I had criticisms of Obama, of Trump 1, and of Biden. He's rolled it all into one. He's multiplied it by 100, and he's just doing it. And the free speech absolutists on the left are going FOSSA way, right? And decided to suddenly censorship is good now, right? But here's the problem: is we can solve these problems, or at least mitigate these problems to an extent, without violating people's freedom of speech. I think that one of the good things that has come out of one of the only good things that has come out of Twitter in recent days is community notes. That's a super excellent idea that doesn't silence people's voices, allows them to speak, but it allows the community to put a note on something when there's misinformation and provide different amounts of sources. I'm okay with something like that.
Yeah.
But what
I agree about
again,
the
the left is.
community
I'll give it
notes.
to you in a second, Kalinda. I promise. I'll give it to you in a second. The problem here is that the left, for years, refused to even talk to anyone on the other side. Refused to even have anyone who was to the right of Bernie Sanders, right, on their programs.
There's some pretty wacky times back in the day. Yeah.
It made us weak. It made us open to attacks that we did not have to do, and that was primarily pushed for by far leftists. That was them primarily pushing for that, and it was a mistake to give into it.
Yeah,
I don't.
real quick, Kalinda, I just want to.
Kalinda.
Okay, go ahead.
Kalinda,
No, go ahead. Okay. Listen, I don't like disagree with that or whatever. Although I don't know if the community notes thing really helps that much. I mean, it seems like a lot of during COVID, for example, there was a lot of instances where companies would. I think you even can still see it on YouTube, where you can go read more information about something that might be mentioned in a video. Like if you watch a video and it's about the Holocaust or whatever, there'll be like a little thingy underneath it that points you towards where you can go read more about it on Wikipedia, or if you're watching something from like state funded media, like the CBC or BBC or whatever, there'll usually be a little thing underneath the video. But were you against like companies like Facebook, for example, banning things that were like banning people like just spreading misinformation, because that's not government censorship. I know that there was some instances.
Yeah, I'm
where-
against. I'm against corporate censorship too. Yes.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
pushed by the
It's 'cause
government
it's a
though.
half
That
measure, and
there
it
was a
doesn't really
push
address
from the
I'm
administration
aware
to do
that there was a
absolutely.
push, but that push was not entirely done by like it. A lot of that was just communication, and sometimes, let's say Twitter, for example, would take stuff down, but they wouldn't always
yeah.
take stuff down. It just depended on what it was.
It's a
But,
mindset that I'm having a problem with.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so can I say something real quick?
I understand.
Here, I'm sorry, Doobie. Right before we get like, I'll let you go. I'm gonna be like 2 seconds.
Sure.
Like, because like my idea, like, unfortunately, like, would I like to do kinetic strikes? No, because that could obviously fuck things up way even worse. So I think the government should be the one who's deciding, hey, this is who it is. I think, unfortunately, like one of the only kind of realistic possibilities that I don't think many people would actually go for, unfortunately, is like we need to have like maybe just not be able to be anonymous online anymore. And you almost need to say like, hey, maybe even be anonymous, but if you have to have like tie your nationality and who you are to your account online so that we know if we're talking with fellow Americans or if we're talking with fellow Europeans. Like the fact that like we can have
Didn't
these
Twitter
bots.
do that?
What's that?
Yeah, that was
Yeah, but I'm
hilarious.
talking like actual, like, because who knows? Because you can beat it with a VPN. So like the idea is good, but unfortunately, it would need to be from like government level on down, being like, hey, if you want to get online, like you need to be able to verify. You can maybe even hide your name.
Here's an idea that I think that we could both agree on to combat misinformation from foreign sources. I think that you should be required, if you take any sort of money from a foreign government, you need to report that. You need
But
to
that's
make that
already
very clear on your.
law.
Is it?
FARA?
Yeah, FARA.
Again,
Is it?
I'm talking
Is it
about.
enforced? Is it
Yeah,
enforced
it's
in
not.
like Trump's
It's
case?
not.
Like,
Well, not
I mean,
for
not in Trump's
Trump,
case,
no,
obviously, yeah,
but it was
like, it's not
before.
good enough. Like, we need to be able.
When has it been enforced? Like this is
Bro,
something that
Tim
people turned a blind eye
Pool
to for years.
and the tenant media shit.
I mean,
Those
that's what
guys
they
all
got,
got
like-
indicted for taking money from Russia.
Yeah, but then
That was
Indicted, but
good.
did anything meaningful happen to them apart
No.
from
Okay,
that?
I'm
No,
sorry,
they had
those
enough,
guys
like,
didn't, but the
became
They had
part of
people
the
who were
press
doing
gang, right?
it.
plausible
Yeah.
deniability.
Yeah,
to
'cause they had
to fucking wiggle their
deniability.
way out. But
Also,
like,
there was
it
Michael
needs to be like, and
Flynn.
I don't even need to know your name. I just need to know that like the 10 people in this conversation are actually fucking Americans, and not like 3 from Qatar, 2 from Russia, 1 from
Israel.
India, all pretending to be Americans, and then like affecting what our conversations are. Like I always think back to the 2016 election when the 10 GOP account, and they were Russians were organizing both sides of the protests at events. Like that is like that is so dangerous, and like we're not going to fix anything in this country until we address that. I think that's like probably that's more pressing than global warming, in my opinion.
I disagree with that.
I
agree it's a problem, but I disagree we're not going to fix anything. Gang, maybe I'm not as black pilled as you guys, but we are winning. You guys understand that, right? Like the Democrats are winning. And to be clear, during the age of Trump, while he does have power now, we've won more elections than we've lost.
No,
overall.
I don't disagree with that. That wasn't the thing.
Our strategy,
I'd be
long
like, we'd
term,
be in the
is
streets if I thought.
successful.
Yeah, like it's more of like I can't believe we got here, and it's kind of scary what's happening now, because it's like, why are they getting to Fulton County, Georgia, and going to their election? Like, no, like I read something that was it was a headline that I just read, and like I would be surprised if like 5% of the country even heard this story about how like back in the like you're able to renew your passports in places like post offices, but you can also do it in local libraries. And the Trump administration basically went to like the program that allowed passport registration at local libraries and said, you're not allowed to do that anymore. And so it's like they're doing like, and I'm not saying what their end goal is, or I'm not saying that they're trying to do this just to like suppress the vote or make it harder, but they're trying to do this voter ID thing, and your ID needs to say what country you're from or what country you were born in or what country you're a citizen of. A passport's an easy way to do that, and then they're trying to restrict the ways that you can get passport. Like I do think I completely agree with you.
No,
Like,
I
we are
agree with
winning.
all that. They're trying
eating
to look. I'll go further. The right is trying to steal the election because they know they're losing.
Yeah. That's
Yes,
what's
they're
black
absolutely
pilling
doing
me.
that.
Yeah.
They're
I hope
absolutely
we win.
setting
Like
up
I
to
want
steal
to
the
win.
election in the midterms because they know that they're losing. So they're having to cheat. They're having to
Exactly.
do all these things. That's
Yep.
absolutely happening.
100%. That's what
However,
black
the
pills mean.
idea that like, and this was what frustrates me about Destiny as well, right? And it's not just you, it's not just the left, right? But Destiny frustrates me that well, is he's like, well, MAGA won this one election, and so now we have to do the same things that they're doing, and in like the same style of politics that they're doing. When I can look at the results of what their politics are doing, and everyone's running away from them. It's losing. It's destroying any chance that if they had just been normal, we might have had MAGA for 1,000 years. But they insisted on being batshit insane and doing all the things that I criticize, right? And you criticize and everyone criticizes. And the idea that we have to do the same thing to fight them, and like, they're losing. They're getting shellacked. During the November 2025 elections, they lost districts that the Republicans had held for literally 100 years. They had lost those districts. Like, Georgia went blue by 30 fucking points. I don't know what to tell everyone, right? Like, they are getting crushed. Why would I ever do that same thing? Why would I ever engage in that?
But Wick, do you think that they are getting crushed because as a result of like Democrat strategy, or is it just because the Republicans are in control right now and they're so fucked? I don't see
because
that
the
at all.
Democrats
I don't
have
see that at
no
all.
position. Like, we own nothing at this point.
I'll give you 2022, right? One of the DNC did this by design, is they amplified the more extreme candidates in Republican primaries because they knew that they were going to get their shit pushed in during the general election. And that strategy worked. It worked.
Mm-hmm.
It was successful.
Yeah.
So yes,
They pushed extreme candidates. Wait, what do you mean by extreme candidates?
So the more MAGA,
it's what they try to Trump.
Yeah.
Actually,
like Herschel Walker.
This is actually the
wait,
Trump.
actually, that's an interesting point, because I wanted to bring up one of those examples, and you think that was like in their benefit, or what are you trying to say, Wick?
I'm sorry, 1 second. $20 from Doobie. I just saw that to say.
Sorry,
Thunder Turkey.
I gotta go.
Linda, thanks for being here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna head out now. And
Fuck off,
I'll
Nazi.
probably be streaming for a while. What?
Oh, also, Kalinda, short.
I did have a question.
I did have a racist, so I'm supposed to call you racist.
Fuck yeah.
Hello, Dev. Hello, Dev, my fellow racist friend.
Okay.
Kalinda, I did have a
by the
question
way.
for you, but if you have to go, I'll probably hit you up later with the question.
Oh, okay. I mean, you could ask me. Is it about this topic?
Yeah, it's about this topic. I just want like a sort of a vibe check from you as to like what percentage of the what I'll call like the Hassan rhetoric, either voter apathy or like outright disenchantment of the Dems, like how much like percentage wise, how much do you think that actually like cost us the election? Because I don't think that, as far as I'm aware, there is no real data from anywhere that really shows.
Well, it's not even just that. You know what? Honestly, I would love to see. I think I mentioned this before. It would be really cool if somebody would do some sort of a study to figure out like how many people are consuming like alternative left-wing media, and how they vote and what kind of things they believe and all this other kind of shit, like some sort of survey or something to that effect, like some kind of a study, because this is something that I don't think that really, this is a thing that really touches like, so the answer to that question is, I don't know. I don't think that it was necessarily like a huge amount or whatever, but my problem is that, oh, it's a kitty. My problem, oh, that's so cute. My issue is
that's a very cute kitty.
Is that he reaches millions of people, and so yeah, I feel like he could have done more. And also, it was just more the fact that I just don't like the fact that the online media space is full of people on the left, that it was largely, until recently, taken over by a bunch of fucking commies who don't actually care about the Democratic Party and who just want to complain, whine, and cry. And I find that, that sucks. But things are changing now, obviously, because there's more liberal people coming in.
Yeah, and you know, again, I know you have to go, but I would argue, like, I'm just gonna be honest and say that, like, yeah, of course, Hassan, you know, has like his shit takes and everything, and of course, like this Gavin Newsom thing is like truly crazy, because it is like, you know, I understand why he doesn't like Gavin Newsom, completely understand it, but for him to signal it this far out is like crazy. Anyways, but that being said, I also recognize that I don't think that there's really any data that's going to come out here to show us that, like, this is the tactic that we have to take, that we have to cut these people out, because I think that for the most part there's people who could be watching us on for a number of different reasons, and out of like like every 10 people who watch us on, I would say that 8 out of 10 of them would have voted Dem if they
that's
voted.
possible.
Maybe one of them would actually be like a tanky commie person, whatever the fuck. But I'm not willing to like completely like yeet him from the coalition just because of that one half of a person or whatever. You know, that's kind of my problem.
I want to yeet him from the coalition because he doesn't want the same things that I do. Because he's not a liberal person. He's a tanky who doesn't have the same values as like most of the rest of us, or like even most like American Democrats do in the base, because he doesn't care about any
but I wouldn't
But the Democrat voters he speaks to wouldn't watch Wick or Hutch. They're not libs like you guys are, right? They're not moderates.
I think
they wouldn't want they wouldn't want to watch you guys.
I'm not saying that they necessarily want to watch us. Honestly, I think
but he's speaking to people you guys can't reach. So like that seems like a positive.
I think
seems like a benefit.
But you hope to convince some of them. Like,
I think we should try to de-radicalize those people, because I don't think this radicalization shit is good.
They're pretty fucking radical.
No, they're not.
I think you guys are radical.
They're not. No, they're not. No. They're not. Look, okay. I'll be completely honest. I think the people who watch Hassan are like I call him Baby's First Lefty all the time, and it's for a reason, because he's Baby's First Lefty. Like he appeals to the kids. He appeals to the kids. No, shut up, Wick. I know your position on this. You have no data to back this up.
What do you mean I have no data to back this up?
You have no. You literally said that.
If
like
you think that
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Far left.
You literally just said.
I don't know what it is.
You said earlier that you think that Hassan, like that Gaza lost Kamala because people watched Hassan and thought that Kamala was okay. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I also
they
fuck up her name.
portrayed and they.
You think that's because of Hassan?
They portrayed the Democratic
Party.
Not just Hassan.
Not just
no. I'm not saying he didn't contribute. I'm not saying he didn't contribute. You're saying that's the reason why he lost. That she lost.
No.
That is one of the reasons. Yes, not the only reason.
Okay,
one of the reasons. Look,
okay,
it wasn't like Hassan and Hassan alone.
But no. But you're saying you're attributing his.
No, you're doing this Mont Bailey thing, right? Where like it has to be.
You
all
said this
the
earlier,
Wick.
Wick.
This was, or it can't count at all.
Hold on, stop.
No. You said this earlier, Wick.
No, I want to say one last thing. Fuck.
Okay, we need to let her go. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like
keeping her here. She's trapped now. Okay.
Yeah.
I would like very much
There's a reason you
to
can't
try.
see Wick's hand.
I would like very much to try and where's your other hand, Wick? I would like very much to try and de-radicalize like some of these people, or if not like de-radicalize them, but like I guess at the very least like find some sort of a way to speak to them that doesn't necessarily involve like fucking they're like caving to all of the things that like all of their demands or whatever, you know, like all of their radical demands that a Democratic candidate must have, or rather all of Hassan's radical demands. I understand that. I agree with you that a lot of people who watch Hassan probably are. It's like Baby's First Leftist or whatever, and like they're not all like that far in the tank. But some of them, like there was also a good portion that are Hassan's audience is fucking insane. Okay.
No. I'm not. Look. Okay. I'm not. No. Hold on. I'm not denying. I'm not denying that there is a
$5 from General Grievous to say 8 out of 10 Hassan viewers. Does she have a poll to support this? She asked Kalinda if she has numbers to support the idea Hassan is negative, but has patchouli polling.
Yeah, okay, no, and I'll answer that right now. Like at the end of the day, then I don't have data, so that means it is just vibes. So if you're going to say cut these people out of the coalition, I'm just asking you to provide your evidence that these people are actually meaningfully bringing this to the point where I'm going to cut off people who would vote Democrat. That's all.
I'm
That's
not
all
talking
I'm saying.
about.
I'll just give you
Like,
my data.
and
When we
to
did that,
answer Kalinda's point though, no, I do want to address what you're saying, right? Because I do agree that I think that there can be a balance between somebody who speaks to these like disenchanted or whatever left, like
Disaffected,
these disenchanted
yeah.
Democrats, disaffected, right? I think that there can be people who speak to those, but who are also smart enough to understand the system a bit better than fucking Hassan, or to understand why somebody might, I'm totally fine with having criticisms of Dems. I understand who he speaks to. That's why he has that's why he has the platform he has, apart from being like a fucking himbo, right?
He's also
Like,
spreading
that's it.
voter apathy too, by the way, with his whole
No,
both
I agree,
parties
that's
are the
bad.
same
No, I
uniparty
agree.
garbage. Like,
No, I agree that's bad. I do think that lefties should like try to like again treat him as baby's first lefty. Find somebody else who actually knows that they talked about and can make like actual criticisms of Dems without like screwing the pooch, right? Without actually like being so far as to say be voter apathetic. I do think that there is a line that
I mean,
it's
you
kind of
can
hard
make
to find those people.
criticisms of Dems. It's just that, like, again, we get back to the fact that I don't think that Hassan is actually like a liberal person. Like, he is a tanky, regardless, and his audience, a lot of people in his audience are nuts. That being said, though, like, what I would like to see is more left-wing people or more liberals filling in or in the online media space, because I do think that it's a problem that a lot of the largest shows on the internet for like left-wing people are run by fucking purity testing loons like Crystal Ball, who, when that one Democrat lady went on, she spent the entire time grilling her about Gaza and demanding that she call it a genocide and all this other shit, instead of like focusing on literally anything else. And I just think that that is just stupid and cancerous.
Okay, we got about 5 more minutes before I shut this down, unless I get a sizable donation.
I'm gonna. I have to go. Okay.
Kalinda.
All right, nice talking to you, Kalinda.
Yeah, if you want to talk again sometime, we potentially could. Anyway, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh my god. What happened to the camera? Oh. Oh. Fuck. How is he not far left? I know, that's a good question. I pulled up the flowchart because I was going to try to read it out, but damn, I did all that research for absolutely nothing. That was so fucking pointless. Ow. Now let's watch Hassan versus Mockler. Yes, Epic, they are deeply unserious. I was gonna say, if you really wanted to challenge Doobie on the fucking Panera Bread shit, you could have always gone in and tried to, but I don't know. Like, honestly, at the end of the day, all he was just gonna do is just dismiss me and say I don't know what I was talking about. I feel like the fact that that was his go-to kind of sort of betrayed that he was not really correct about this, but... And I only just found out about this. Like, do you all really want me to watch, like, is the Adam Mockler thing interesting? How was your convo, Kalinda? I was watching Adam v. Hassan. It was fine. What was is the Adam Mockler versus Hassan thing worth watching? Is it actually like a is it actually interesting? Do they actually have any substantive disagreements, or does Hassan just run away the whole time? It's a 2-hour Hassan monologue. Really? Does Adam not get to talk at all? Did Adam challenge him in any meaningful way, or is it just disappointing? First 30 minutes are decent, but it's mostly Hassan monologuing. Okay. I'm just wondering, like, if I wanted, like, does Adam take Hassan to task? Because somebody fucking needs to. And it sounds like he didn't. Oh, he calls him out a lot, but doesn't shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In some ways, I'm kind of asking, or in some ways, the well is. The only reason why I'm saying this is because it's almost 9 o'clock, you guys, and I might just want to go. But maybe I might bring this up tomorrow or watch this. I don't know. Well, I probably won't stream tomorrow, but I might. Well, no, I don't know that I'll stream tomorrow. Filibuster for the most part.
Filibuster for
Thank
the
you for the
most
$5.
part. Adam tried, but he's too polite.
Aw. Okay, Chase, I don't care. Listen, Vosh is done. At this point, Vosh is I am throwing Vosh into the same bin as Hassan. He is no better. He is exceedingly disappointing. Yeah. Like yeah, I don't know. He's just not. So yeah, I'm sorry, Chase, but I'm not. I like unless Vosh. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Vosh is better than Hassan, but the bar is so fucking low, and Vosh has become the very thing that he hates. And as such, I don't really give a fuck what he has to say about Democrats anymore. Like maybe if like he drops some sort of a video where he's talking about China or something in the future, maybe I might. Maybe if Chase links it, then I'll check it out just because that just so that I can see if he's gonna disappoint me by taking the America bad shit. Oh yeah, Epic. He probably does. Although I don't know if he knows that he's repeating Soviet propaganda. Vosh is very lazy. Yeah, I mean, sounds like Hassan is that he just pivots based on what y'all were saying. Hold on. Vosh is a well-meaning one. Hassan is not both. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Vosh used to call people out for America bad foreign policy, but unfortunately he has adopted that when it comes to fucking Israel because he's kind of obsessed with it. Hold on. One sec. Where is it? Oops. Hello! Look at his cute face. People gave a bunch of gifted memberships, so I don't actually know how much money I made today, but I mean, someone gave $5 earlier, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aw. Oh. Hello. He's purring. He's so loud. He loves the chin scritches. Ironically, Vosh is miles better than on the Axis the Online left, while being more unhinged on Israel. I don't know if I would say he's actually. I can't remember what I said about between him and Hassan, who's more unhinged on Israel. I know that Vosh has said some crazy shit, but yeah. But Hassan has more reach than him, though. Aw. Hi. Hello, baby. Rokana, oh yeah. Leo loves face nuzzles. Well, that's nice. Of course they are. Chase, Thomas Massey and Rokana are both like isolation. Although I would hope that Rokana votes for Ukraine aid, or that he would. I know he's like really far to the left and everything. Yeah. By the way, Epic, I looked up that shit about the homeless encampments, and goddamn, homeless encampments suck. The way that like all those fires, I think it said that there was like 10K plus fires that were caused in like in Los Angeles County alone by fucking homeless encampments. Yeah, they did. I wish that I had prepared for some of the things that that or like I wish that I had thought of the corruption shit or some of the things that people criticize Newsom on. I didn't know that for this debate I literally had to go, what are some of the Republican criticisms of Newsom? Like, which is kind of crazy that you would think that arguing against left-wing people, I would have to like research what Republicans have to say about Gavin Newsom. But yeah, it's very silly. Hey, come here. Oh, you're a distinguished gentleman. Well, yeah, I know. I was trying to like lean towards that, but it feels like I don't think it would have mattered. I don't think that it would have mattered to these people, even hearing all the progressive shit Newsom did, because like fucking Doobie would have just brought up how he was a corporate Democrat, and Prime would have probably pivoted to how much he loved Israel or something. Even though Gavin Newsom's stance on Israel Palestine appears to be a standard two-state solution, the suffering in Gaza is bad thing. Like I think California literally sent like some aid to Gaza. So I keep seeing this mist. I honestly just think these are the type of people who need to be contrarians to feel smart. Probably. Our coalition is just people who vote Democrat. The primary is when the coalition chooses its platform and nominee. If you don't vote for the guy who wins the primary, you are not in our coalition. That's, yeah. Linda, have you considered that 2 states is actually apartheid? Oh yes, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Matt. You're right. It's not about kick out. It's about recognizing they are not all the DNC is. We come together for a primary. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I think. I really do wish that somebody would do like some sort of study on like the online space, particularly on the left, but even also on the right, just to see like who watches what and who voted for what. Because right now we're literally all just going off vibes. Hello, buddy. Aw. Aw, the slow blink. Aw. Guys, if you slow blink at your cat or they slow blink at you and then you slow blink back, it means they're saying that they love you. I just slow blinked back at him and he slow blinked back at me. I love you. If a dipshit lefty wins the primary, I would vote for them in the general. That's what a primary is for. Our chance to pressure. If you want to vote against Newsom, do it in the primary. This whole Newsom is center left. Newsom is far left of the country. Yeah, I know he is. That was the impression that I was getting. Like, Jesus Christ. Also, like, keeping in mind the fact that he can't, like, he can't do a whole bunch of the shit that he probably wanted to do in California because he had to because he was constrained by the fact that he couldn't just spend all the money. Yeah, he has to moderate, and therefore everybody needs to be, and therefore everyone's got to get mad at him for just being reasonable when it comes to shit like transports. Yeah, no, Gavin Newsom is not a moderate, at all. I think that's very silly. That Panera Bread shit was funny though. Like that he thought that, yeah, I don't know. When half the country thinks Newsom is as far left as Joseph Stalin, it was, yeah. That's, yeah. Um, what's this about Panera Bread? Oh, the in California they passed a $20 $20 an hour minimum wage law for like restaurants, and Doobie tried to say that it was like that it didn't apply to Panera Bread, and they put a special exemption in there for bakeries because Panera Bread had given money to Gavin Newsom or something. But the exemption was actually for bakeries that made their bread from the ground up, including their dough in-house by cooking it every day from scratch. And because those were largely small business bakeries that did that. The exemption was not like Panera does not do that. Panera literally ships in pre-made dough and then they cook their bread there. It's not the same. But yeah, I don't know. Every time I brought it up, Doobie just kept going, "You don't know what you're talking about." And yeah. Like he didn't want to actually engage with it. That was debunked so long ago. Well, yeah, I know. I found numerous things saying that it was. Anyway, guys, I think I'm probably gonna go because it is almost 9 o'clock. I'm gonna go and chill and wind down. I mean, I honestly, I think Doobie is literally just a contrarian. He's obviously not a commie. The fact that he like made that be his background, I think that he was just shit posting. Half the time, I don't know whether or not what he actually believes or cares about or anything. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. It's just, yeah. I guess the international Overton window has moved to the right further than I thought. Um, I don't know that it's moved to the right, Pat. I don't necessarily think so. Look at all this shit. Now, granted, mostly this is just like shit that the fucking clanker looked up for me, but it's still real shit. Like, I got a whole thing about Newsom's record, and then, like, I went way overboard with fucking polling data. Yeah. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. I should have known that that wouldn't have been anything reasonable, and it just kind of would have meandered off in a bunch of different directions or whatever. And at the end of the day, I don't even think that it would have mattered anything that these people had to say about Hassan or any of that. Um, anyway, you guys, thank you all for stopping by. And I will see you all again on Saturday. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing, but I will think of something, or rather, I'm sure that there will be news or research or whatever. imagine if the Iran attack happens. Well, Loner's. Well, I'm sure that Loner will just go live. That would be funny, though. We should talk about all of this sometime. Maybe we should, Pat. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, potentially we could, but at the same time, yeah, I do want to do. I'll have to like look stuff up before. I need to stock up on cat supplies before Iran starts anything. Yes, you should do that. He didn't go live when it started last June. Well, you know what? Hey, then maybe he won't, and maybe I'll just be the one who's covering it. The left needs a non-retard. Maybe. I mean, yeah, I guess, but really depends. I missed the last hour. Did we solve it? No, Tuckman. It was painful. It was painful. I mean, Chase, Destiny isn't really covering foreign policy shit anymore, so I don't know what he would even have to say about it. So yeah. Anyhow, have a good night, everybody. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna go and have an ice cream sandwich and play some video games. And yeah, tomorrow, I mean, I'm sure that Loner will probably watch the Hassan Mockler convo tomorrow. From what it sounds like, it just sounds really boring, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, good night. Destiny doesn't know a thing about IR anyway. I mean, yeah, he probably maybe knows a little bit, but yeah, it's not. No, it. Pat, there's no N at the end of that. At the end of that, Guten. It's Gute Nacht. You got to conjugate your verbs. Anyway, or yeah, or well, I guess it's not a verb there, but I don't know. Whatever. That's just how it's fucking. You gotta conjugate your shit. Anyhow, yeah. Good night. Adios. Guten Nacht. Shalom, etc. Yes. Gute, guten, gutem. Yes, that's correct. Bye.